Everybody shut
All
up.
right.
The intro's
It's-
almost over. Shut up. And
All
don't talk
right.
with your
Yeah,
mouth
don't-
full, okay?
It's Friday. It's open mouth. We're calm again.
The intro is over.
Open mouth.
Is the intro over?
Ooh, that's my favorite way.
Wait a sec. Is the intro over?
Yeah, we're on.
Oh,
Hello?
well, that means it's another week and we made it.
We made it. Another one in the book.
Did we all really make it, or at least did all of us?
I made it.
Dude,
I can verify that everyone made
did
it.
all
while
of you
here.
make it?
Barely made it. I'm
I made it.
exhausted.
All right. Oh, we got a shot call. Give me 1 second.
got a shot already?
didn't even
Back.
go.
Nice.
I didn't even go
Yeah,
get any
like,
of my drink glass
Viking.
stuff yet.
Ease up there,
Oh.
bro.
Is it Nerve Viking or Nerve Viking?
Nerve Viking.
Nerva King.
Gotta
Nerviking.
get him
Nerva
on the-
King. I like that even better.
I gotta
There you go.
take I have to take Nerviking for my heartburn.
Does it work? Is it pretty good?
Probably
Yeah, it works
not.
great.
Let's try it.
Look at Drayden wearing the
Nerva
swag.
King.
That guy
Huh?
got me killed by Blue's fucking slice.
Drayden did?
Mother-
No, okay. So yeah, my buddy Nerve Viking.
I wrecked some heartburn.
He started playing some Eve, and we were going to take him out on his first PvP roam. So Redline and I
no.
went with him, and now I'm not blaming you, Redline, but you're like, let's fill him in. I'm like, yeah, but we're gonna 50-50 chance we end up in blue space. Like, it'll be fine.
I
I'm like,
love-
they're gonna see
I
him
love-
neutral and try to kill
I
him.
love the preface of "I'm not blaming you," but then like proceeds to
Oh, yeah,
blame
but I'm
you.
actually blaming you.
I'm not blaming you.
that-
But
But I'm just saying it was your fault. No, but we ended up in blue space, and we're like, okay, we got to get out of here. We did. Well, actually, we ended up in blue space twice. First time, then we went and found a wormhole, went through Thera, and went somewhere else. And then we filamented again, and then ended. We were like one jump out of MJ attack, which is Horde staging, like home system. And I was like, oh yeah, we're all well. I was like,
We made
Nerve
some
Viking, you're probably
calculated
dead.
errors.
But it's funny. He lived. Horde left him alone. There was an Orthrus chasing him. That I was like, hey, leave him alone. He's with us. He's like, okay, I'll leave him be. But then we get like 2 or 3 jumps from BFL staging and Akaroth's boys.
Some fucking slice guy.
There was a slice guy catches him, a flycatcher, bubbles him up and shoots him. We're like, don't shoot him. He's with us. He's like,
And
no
so,
reds here, and just shoots him and kills him anyway.
and then I get killed from my trouble.
yeah, and then Redline starts attacking the flycatcher. Then they kill him, and then some other dude comes in because they're like, we're getting AWOCs. It just
be-
turns into like this
To be
incident.
fair, I only shot the ship a few times.
to be fair,
Yeah. Well, then they killed you, and then like I was just sitting there going like,
Oh my god. The
just kind of like the
dramatic
Homer
incident.
Simpson fade into the bushes thing, but then I like decloaked from the gate, and the guy that was killing Redline just starts shooting me, and I was just like, and then he stopped shooting me. And I was like, okay,
Once
guy-
again, Nerve Viking.
guy
I'm
did
sorry that these two are your guys. Your
yeah.
orchestrated your first PvP experience.
I
It's
was
not
like,
normally like that. It's better. It's
yeah,
really
I was.
did our
I mean, it
best.
was exciting. His first PvP loss. Well, no, his first PvP loss was he got ganked in a belt in low sec, but
this is his first consensual PvP loss.
yeah.
I wouldn't call this consensual.
Well, he
We
went
had
out
no
there with the desired fighting.
We
The
had
fir-
no
the-
intent. We had no intention of killing the pilot that was blue to me. You know, I'm just saying.
but
Could have
yeah.
killed him.
Fantastic.
Next time I will. Fuck slice.
Should've.
So raise your glass
Y'all
to
are
Nerve
my sh-
Vikings, the PvP.
Yeah. It was a
And
shots.
it was a smooth
permanent
standard Eve
slice,
outing, you know.
yeah. I love slice still.
Slice of what? Pie? Cake? I like
Cheesecake.
them both. I like them
Ooh.
both.
Cheesecake.
Oh fuck yeah!
It's
cheesecake's
almost
awesome.
pumpkin. It is pumpkin pie season. I'm declaring it
Aw.
right now. It's pumpkin pie
Pumpkin
season.
spice.
Okay,
I don't think there'll be a shortage of
unpopular
pumpkins again.
opinion,
Crazy
but
that you mentioned that.
unpopular opinion, but I think pumpkin pie is overrated, and I don't
think
care for it.
Boo, get out.
You're
Get out.
overrated.
Like,
Drayden, Drayden,
Sorry.
kick Skyhawk out. He's not.
Skyhawk?
allowed in
He's
here.
off.
Not
the
only do I
show.
agree with you, I go one step further. Pumpkin pie is nasty and
Oh.
should never be served.
Dom,
anywhere.
you're out
They're
too.
Gross.
I-
You
Okay,
gross.
you guys
I
gotta
don't
go.
Off the
No,
show.
I
Bye.
like pumpkin
Bye.
pie.
Sweet potato pie, worse.
Sound the
Yes,
alarm.
yes.
I like
them out.
pumpkin pie,
They
but
have
I
to
don't
go.
understand the obsessive hype on pumpkin spice.
I don't like the
overhyped.
smell, the taste,
I will
Manic.
say
texture.
it is overhyped.
Pumpkins gone
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
It is overhyped.
Manic,
It is
I
not.
think we're in the minority.
I
here.
like pumpkin
I'll
pie.
eat it.
I don't
Too
like
much of it
pumpkin
literally
flavored
gives
drinks.
me a
I
headache.
love pumpkin pie.
Yeah, pumpkin
How
pie is
about
great.
French vanilla.
But like the pumpkin spice latte, I'm like, I don't want to drink pumpkin. That seems weird to me. But
What do you
Manic
mean
does.
French
Manic
vanilla?
loves it.
I just
He drinks the
around
shit
the
out of
horn.
pumpkin.
That's
They
what I'm
brought
drinking.
that pumpkin spice latte back in August this year. It's like mid-August.
because it's
Who,
money.
Starbucks?
Anything
Everywhere.
Multiple
Darwin.
places. Big B had it
thanks, Darwin.
then too.
Just
everything
49
after
months.
Labor Day and before Thanksgiving is spooky season.
It was before
so-
Labor Day though.
We'll get back to
Oh,
the pumpkin
okay.
stupidity, but let's raise our glasses to Darwin.
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 10 years at
Darwin.
CCP.
Nice.
40
Oh,
10 years.
shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
dude.
wait, you get your
Oh.
sword?
Wait, we
Congrats.
got-
Hey, congrats, man! What sword are you gonna get? Have you picked it out yet?
Obviously a claymore. Ow.
Sorry,
No,
was
since
that
he's
loud?
not since he's not Icelandic, doesn't he has to keep it at the office, right? Isn't that the rule?
Something like that.
Wait, really?
There's some terrible.
There's some
rules
rule
that.
like yeah, if you're not
Oh,
Icelandic,
if
you
you're
can't
not
take it home
Icelandic,
or
you can't
something?
have a
Yeah.
sword in public. But if you are, you
Something
can.
like that. Darwin can
Darwin's
Oh,
got
so
his dual citizenship. doesn't
You're
Yeah.
not allowed to have. You're not allowed to personally own weapons.
That's what it
in-
is, Manic?
in
Okay, I knew
Iceland. Yeah.
Well,
so
but
like,
some of the CCPers that are native have taken them home, and there's a whole process they have to go through to do that.
right.
Because you
That's
can't
There
just
is a
throw it in
You,
your
process,
you
car
which
have
and
is
to
take it
fill
home.
out. You have to fill out paperwork to
Yeah.
actually possess it.
He's
and-
saying there's a weapons license tested. It's in Icelandic.
Fuck yeah, you got to actually sword fight somebody. If you don't win, you don't get the sword.
Yeah, it's a.
That seems right,
You're
right?
playing
You
like
gotta fucking
Duel of the
earn that
Fates,
motherfucker.
like. Like, you're just like, I hope I get to bring this home
Drayden,
and
can
keep
you
all
sing
my
Duel of
arms.
the Fates in its entirety right now? I'll bet you could.
I don't know. It's like making the noise. Yeah.
So you don't want to fight Beowulf. You want to fight like,
Dorks.
Yeah, that's probably a smart call, Darwin.
So,
Anyway,
where were we?
Where were we?
Oh yeah,
What were
well,
we
he said
talking
he
about?
did pick out a
It's
sword.
Friday.
What kind of a sword was it, Darwin? Please say it's like a scimitar. You'd be like, Darwin, he's got a curved sword.
Shmitar?
Curved.
That would be so funny.
Swords.
Like you see the wall because like in the CCP office they have the wall of swords
Mhm.
and they're all the straight like Viking swords, like long
Broadswords and long
broadswords,
swords, yeah.
Bastard
It would
swords.
it would be funny if one of them was just like a scimitar,
Yeah, a scimitar.
foil,
Or
get
like
a
something small,
foil.
like a little wakizashi or something.
cardboard wrapped in foil.
No, you should get the Nerf Claymore.
Long double-edged red handle and a fairly unornamented handguard. So it's like a longsword, right?
Wow.
Is that the-
Cheers for Darwin.
Yeah, so it's
Congratulations,
awesome.
buddy.
man.
10
10 years.
Congrats.
That's awesome.
Not a claymore?
No, it's double-edged. No.
There's like specifics between a lot of swords. I don't know.
I'm gonna call it
Probably
a
a
claymore.
longer-
Congrats
longer
on your
broad.
claymore.
It's a one hand in
Woo,
D&D
baby.
language. Yeah, so it's like a
Claymore.
longsword. Longsword's
It's a
one
longsword or
handed.
broadsword, one of the two.
Yeah, if it's double-edged, that means it's for slashing. It's less stabbing. Short swords are stabbing. Long swords are more slashing. So I'm gonna say longsword. Bam.
I hope
was
it's a
doing.
gladius.
Oh, I
Gladius
I
is
hope
like
you
a short sword
enjoyed
almost.
your
It's
claymore.
stabbing too.
It's a bastard's sword.
That's a two-handed
Oh,
kind of.
that's not very nice to say about Darwin.
That was I'm just reading what
He's
Timber
not the
said.
bastard.
I
The
would
sword
never
is.
I would never
Where's bastard?
call Darwin a bastard. Timber would, but I wouldn't.
It's a one hand in
Yeah, it's
D&D
a
language,
a
so it's not a
chip.
claymore.
Long or broad?
So it's not a claymore then.
I'd want like
Apache
a big ass like Zweihander,
Apache V.
a sword as tall as I am. Thick too. I'd be like, you know the sword that Cloud has on Final Fantasy VII?
The
I want
Buster
that.
sword?
The Buster sword
Yeah, I want that thing.
Yeah, we know about that sword.
weighs 500 pounds.
Yeah, I want this sword like when I strap it to my
About the
back, I
Buster
just fall
sword.
back, just fall over.
Wait, so the swords are made
Oh,
in the
Apashev!
US?
Oh, yeah, okay, so Apashev was the guy that started shooting me, then stopped. He came over, like, so that's what I was like, don't worry about it. Well, he wasn't part of it. He was just responding to the chat saying, like, oh shit, we're under attack.
Unreal.
So he just showed up and started shooting, and then he's like, wait a second, hold
And
on.
still no apology to me. I'm the one who lost the ship. Hello. God.
because everybody likes to shoot you. It's just a thing.
Apparently, like I can't get away from it. Shoot blues o'clock every day.
He wasn't the flycatcher. You were in like a cruiser when he came over. I can't
He
remember.
knows-
Shoot, blues the clock.
he,
I like it.
He knows I shot first. Fuck.
Yeah,
That makes me pretty much immune to.
Whoa.
yeah. I was telling the order. I was like, flycatcher
Point.
shot Nerve Viking first, then Redline aggresses flycatcher aggresses Redline.
Facts.
Drayden uncloaks, does not aggress
It
anyone.
runs away. Runs away.
No, I didn't run away. I just was like,
Brave, brave.
Doesn't-
Sir
I
Jason.
will
doesn't
take the
say a
safe
word.
route of inaction. Because
Lets me get murdered in
Yeah.
cold blood. By the way, I'd stopped shooting by that time.
It's a murder. Just call it what it is. Murder.
Murder. It was murder. Yeah, it was murder. Like, basically, Dom, can you help me remove my blacklist from goons? Like,
I did get a shield warning. I
God.
think.
No.
I don't
Yeah, I'm
quite
just
think the
kidding.
shield warning.
I
went
wish
off
I
for Patcher.
could,
It was
but I
close, but I
I'm
got the.
just kidding.
I
was
tried
drunk.
once. Remember?
I heard the
I don't
little like
remember.
sound like I'm getting aggressive. I'm like, oh, don't kill me! I'm just sitting here. But I was like, oh, whatever. If I died, I was in like a Navy coercer. I don't think it would have mattered.
I,
That was
I wanna-
fun. We played Eve. We logged
Yeah,
in.
we did. We went
Well,
out
I
roaming at
wanna-
Losec after that. We almost caught some shit, but people are pansies.
mind.
You warp into a site and they fucking run away.
No, man.
Oh, it's
I
like
wanna
it's almost
hear
like
what
they're
you were
not in
gonna
a combat
say.
ship and don't want to die. It's weird.
No, they were.
Fuckers.
been
We were in,
trying
like-
to say something that Darwin's been saying in the chat, and I think is really interesting. But
Oh,
go
what's
ahead,
that?
keep talking
No,
about
no.
Eve. No, it's
No,
fine. It's
go
fine.
ahead. Go
Talk
ahead.
about Eve Online.
You say
Oh,
what you
you
were
want
saying.
to talk
So
about the swords.
Darwin, yeah, back to the sword thing. I thought this was interesting. So apparently the swords are made in the U.S. and then shipped to Iceland, which I thought was weird. But apparently, it sounds like there are 500-year-old laws in Iceland that forbid the making of swords. In Viking country, you guys, they're not allowed to make their own swords in Viking country.
Because they kept making
Got out
swords
of
and
hand.
attacking
Yeah,
people. Yeah.
it's
Got out of hand.
because they wanted to stop being Vikings. They were like, guys, we gotta stop, and the only way we can stop is to stop making weapons of
It's
death.
sounds
a-
like they need some freedom.
It's
That's what it is.
it's
They're
the
Vikings.
there's a
there
it's a
any
1,000-year
oil there,
truce
or-
that was made because England gets scared. The second Vikings start making swords, England like gives them the side eye, like, "Fuck you, where are you going with that?
What do you think you're doing?
Do we need to barricade the monasteries again? Holy shit!" But yeah,
Okay. Anyway,
Woo.
now that we've talked about swords enough, we can
Welcome
talk
to
about
Open
Eve.
Comms.
man,
Welcome to Open Comms, everybody.
Happy Friday. We made
Happy
it.
Friday. We made it.
another week. Wait, what are we doing?
We did this already.
We didn't do around the horn though.
We didn't. We didn't.
We have
We
not.
around the horn.
We
can.
should. We should. It is tradition.
That seems a little loud. Is that loud to you guys?
It was at
Yep.
first, but
Nope.
you turned it down.
Yeah,
Sounds great.
This is volume is fine. You can even go up a little bit from there.
You could stay right where
You
you,
could
are.
do a
and
praise
it'd be
day, my friend.
perfect.
Right where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right where we are is great.
My So just to give an explanation. Sorry, to give an explanation. My microphone mixer crapped out a couple of weeks ago, and I just recently got it working again. Anyway, back to
Congrats.
around the horn.
Akaroth,
Akaroth, what are you drinking?
share with us.
Drinking a Reds.
The staple.
Excellent.
Old Faithful.
Is it really Friday if Akaroth's not drinking a Reds?
I don't think it is.
It
I,
did
I've
kind
never
of weird
seen
me out
him.
when he didn't.
I've
do
never
it.
seen him drink anything outside of Fridays. So I don't know if Akaroth exists outside of Fridays.
Do any of us?
Maybe not.
Do any? We might not. As soon as the stream goes offline, we just disappear into the ether. Anyway,
Wow,
Dominar, what are you
you-
drinking? I
Oh,
see you
went-
holding it.
went
You're
back
ready to show it
yeah.
off.
Oop, there we go.
Captain Morgan.
Went back to Captain Morgan. Yeah. Old Faithful.
Very
and then
nice.
High Elimination. I think I said it right. Fuck yeah.
Drayden,
Sorry.
yourself.
Finishing off. This is empty now, but the last of it's in my glass. I got some more of that Old Elk whiskey. It's pretty good.
Old elk.
And then after that, just got some vodka, Ruby Red Squirt, the staples. There's not much of that left either, so I might run out halfway through the show. Then I'll just have the squirt.
Hell yeah.
Just drink that squirt.
Hey, I tell you what, I'm not drinking Squirt anymore after I found out it was a grapefruit
Grapefruit, yeah.
soda.
We were both
Yeah.
wrong about that,
Weren't
too.
you drinking?
Jordan.
You're like, this is pretty good, and then you're like, oh, it's grapefruit.
No.
Now I hate it.
No, I was
Oh.
like, I didn't like it, but it was like passable, and then I figured out why I didn't like it, and now I hate it.
Oh, I like it.
Do you not
No.
like grapefruit? I actually
No.
like squirt a lot.
Yeah,
I
like
like
Squirt.
I liked to squirt. I would squirt too, but
You... Wait, hold on. Wait, everybody be quiet. Redline, I missed what you just said there. Could you please repeat it and nobody else say anything while he talks?
no.
Fine.
Blank.
For myself, I'm drinking Liquid Death. This is a Grim Leafer, which is their black tea, and I've got a Dead Billionaire here ready to go when that one runs out. Looks
That's
like
the hell
Skyhawk
tea, right? Yeah.
stepped away.
Does it have a pretty rich flavor, or
What?
the Dead Billion?
Dead Billionaire. Oh, it's a very rich flavor.
Yeah, right.
It didn't get to me. I'm dumb. I'm exceedingly stupid. Ooh, that's a nice sign off. Okay. It looks like Skyhawk stepped away. Redline, what are you drinking?
Well, I'm drinking a French vanilla coffee. Earlier I had an apple, a green apple with caramel. I am fully embracing fall.
Pumpkin spice, of course,
Good
right?
for you.
No, not pumpkin spice. I said apple, French vanilla, green apple, caramel. No
Are you,
pumpkin.
are you
spice
eating
and
like a
everything.
caramel
Yeah,
apple?
ask Manning.
Like a candied
No.
apple?
I
No,
do
like
like those.
I had a fresh apple and I cut it into eighths, and then I dipped it in caramel dip.
Dude, that sounds so good. I'm
It
eating a
was
veggie tray right now.
Very good. The apples are much better than veggie trays, I promise.
Nah, dude. Nothing beats broccoli and carrots.
I don't know.
I mean, apples are pretty good, actually.
Apples are
We're all
delicious.
over the
Green
place
apples are the
already.
best. Sorry.
Did we get everybody's drinks?
Except for Skyhawk, but Skyhawk's probably grabbing something to drink or vape or edible
Or both,
to
yeah.
ingest. I don't know. But when he comes back, we can definitely ask him.
We can do that.
Yeah, I think we're allowed to.
Okay.
I think
Personally.
we are. Yeah.
Is
We got a lot of
is
Eve
that
stuff to
within
cover
the
tonight.
rules of this show?
Oh, there is a lot
There's a
of
ton of
Eve
Eve stuff tonight. Yeah.
I mean, not.
It's funny that LB's not here because there's like a shit ton of Eve stuff.
Yeah, he's always got to function whenever there's Eve stuff.
Whenever there's stuff to
It makes
talk
me think,
about.
like, does he really want to talk about Eve?
I don't think he does. I think LB actually does not like the game.
It's a conspiracy.
I'm
Yeah,
joking.
see,
That
he
was-
just
that
wants
was a
us to look
joke.
bad. He
Jesus,
wants
that
us to look
dead
bad.
silence
No,
was-
no. Let's not. No. I'm sorry. I was coughing. That's the only reason I was silent.
Oh,
Is because
okay.
I was coughing. Because let's understand this, right? Because I've seen LB in a video game, right? In the video game, I've seen LB, but I've never seen him fight. I've
I
never
have.
seen him.
I have watched
Oh,
him fight. He's
I
done.
have.
Damn
I
it!
think Isn't
Darn.
he
He's
does
probably the best of.
PvP
He's
on
the
his
best of
streams
us.
Yeah,
He's
every
the
now and
best.
then. I've seen
He's
him
a great-
PvP.
He's a great player.
He's a fierce warrior.
A fierce wormhole warrior. I was hoping that
Dariakro.
if I besmirched his honor, that he would show up to defend himself.
He's not
And be
even wormhole.
forced.
He's more like faction warfare. He lives in
Yeah,
Zarzak,
he lives in
and
Zarzak,
does Grista stuff.
Gristas, yeah. Yes, which is like probably
Like low sec stuff. Yeah.
among the coolest activities you can actually do in the game. Disrupting things. IMO is pretty
Oh,
solid.
I mean, you're talking about besides PI, right?
No.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. I thought PI was a
PI
great thing.
sucks.
Concord and Drayden. Drayden got me hooked on it. I'm fucking hooked.
Yeah,
Drayden doesn't
I
even
it's
make
like
free
I make
money.
tens. I make
It's
Yeah,
tens.
free
of
money
disc
if
every
you mine
week.
it yourself.
Drayden doesn't even like PI. The only reason he got you hooked on it is because you're a goon and it's a meta play.
Is that what it is?
It was free
Yeah.
money. I didn't have to work very
Oh,
hard
I'm doing it
for
wrong.
it.
then?
Free money. No,
It's,
PI is terrible. Don't do PI.
I do I make tens and tens of disc every week.
Swipe
Mhm.
your credit card.
It was making me twice as much money as I did ratting with half the effort. So I'm like, yeah, I don't have to rat anymore.
There you go.
I'm
Oh,
down
you
with
got
that.
to teach
Hey,
New
works
Viking
for you.
about PI. I don't know.
No, don't
Oh,
teach it about
planetary
PI.
interaction. Although now I think they call it planetary production, so it's PP now. It's not PI.
Never call it PP.
Yeah, I had
Best
to name.
decision ever.
I named all my epithels PPs.
God damn.
I should name them big PPs, but are they big? I guess it's like objective.
All about
you know,
perspective.
yeah, it's relative.
The
To,
tiny
Unless
compared
they're
to
micro,
Avalanche
you're
is-
you're probably big.
depends on the size of the citadel or something. I don't know.
The motion of the ocean, how you use it.
It's not
Doesn't
the
matter how big
size
they
of
are.
the
Just,
Citadel,
it's how you use
it's
it.
how you docket it. You know what I'm
Damn
saying?
right.
Now,
Anyway,
Damn right.
we're talking about a video game, right?
nothing
This is a
else
video
to say.
game.
Nothing else to say. That's it.
Oh, the Alliance Tournament 20, the bracket's out.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need to make another tier list?
It's in October.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, I was looking. It's 2 weekends in
There's a link
October.
to the bracket.
I was looking at this the other day. I can't remember, but I remember because I was like, there's a bunch of esports coming up. Like League of Legends World starts next Wednesday, but runs for 6 weeks. And the quarterfinals and semifinals for League of Legends is at the same weekends as the Alliance tournament. So I'm going to have to watch the VODs on those because I need to gamble all my points away on the Alliance tournament.
Yeah.
Did somebody say gambling?
Gambling.
For
I'm gonna go
degenerate.
all in. First match of the fucking tournament, all in. 5,000 points on the underdog for the best
On the
payout.
underdog?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What point? I have 5,000 points, Val.
It's so loud.
Oh,
That
I'm
was pretty
rich.
What
impressive.
the hell was that?
I'm sorry, it was so loud. Let me turn it down.
You got to field test these bad boys.
Yeah.
We field tested that one. It was fine. It was fine before, then it changed and got too loud.
Oh, here it is.
Sorry, I
It's,
won't.
yeah, 19th, 20th, 26th, and 27th of October. That's where the AT is. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, can't wait.
19th, 20th is what you said, and then
19th,
20.
20th. Yeah, the next weekend.
26,
26th,
27th.
27th.
Cool. Hell yeah.
Looks like fun, baby. Looks like fun.
Gonna root
Who did the
for.
fart soundboard?
Are we going here?
We're
Got my
We're-
sound
we're-
off. Yeah.
we're
thought-
adults.
Is Delana here? Did she
Should we
remote,
act like it?
remote play it? Was it like Horde's
it
gonna
was too long of a silence, so I had to fill it.
Horde frat plug and play? Is it plug and play now? Yeah. Anyway, there was some patch notes. Do we want to do patch notes or we want to do I'll be so much better at the order of this stuff.
He really is. I'm trying to.
I mean, well,
So the patch notes, there's
do
tons
the
of
patch
them.
notes really offer us anything other
Yes,
than?
there's a shit
So-
ton of them.
CSM 19 applications are now open.
Yes.
If you want to get on the CSM and
Post
have
notifications.
your feedback completely ignored by CCP, submit your
Allegedly.
application today.
Or be docked? Never mind.
You
gotta be docked up to do it?
Be careful.
I think you have to dock to submit it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So patch
no-
notes. Patch notes, gang.
October 4th is candidate announcement. That's actually pretty close.
What? No, CSM.
Valamir's
Sorry.
running
Grade in for
CSM.
CSM 2024.
So I
I
still
will
think
not
that
do any work. Vote for me.
At least you're honest. That's a thing, right?
I appreciate his honesty, and that's why I'm going to vote
Yeah.
for him.
If you
I
like how
still
things
think-
are, I won't fuck with that.
If I do nothing, I can't be doing anything bad, right? So
This
You,
is true.
if you do nothing, you can't go wrong.
I have no strong opinions one way or the other.
I really wish that
I
knew
have no
how the
strong feelings
CSM
one way or
got-
the other.
That's what it
Fucking
is.
damn it! I can't say anything.
Go
Sorry.
for it.
Go ahead, Redline. I'm sorry.
It's
I
okay,
had to
I-
do
it's
it.
okay,
I
I
had
do
to
it.
do it.
It's okay. I do it to you guys. I deserve it. It's fine. Anyways,
Damn straight.
hmm? Hey, come on, man. I was just being generous. No, but I think that we need to know how the CSM reps felt about these expansion changes and things before the candidacy time starts. Before that time starts. That transparency I was talking about before, we need it now.
But
Because
they're-
Go
aren't
ahead.
they under NDA?
Fuck that.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck that. Okay, just
Well,
break
No,
yeah.
you're talking about
just
the
break
ones wanting
NDA.
to
Yeah,
run.
well,
or
like
don't-
breaking,
don't-
breaking the
don't
NDAs
break
is
the
not just.
NDA.
I was like, breaking an NDA
Cancel-
can potentially
Well-
have legal
Cancel
consequences
the
on it.
Well,
NDA.
so-
Cancel the NDA is what I'm saying.
I mean,
Cancel it.
so the CSM can
just-
talk about how they felt about the expansion, but they can't go into specifics about what they talked about.
I mean, if they, what I want to know is if a CSM rep said, yes, I support this, or no, I don't support this. Like, put it on a
That's
check.
not a fair question because there's so many iteration in indices in that. They may
I
have
know.
supported some of it, not other parts, right? That's not
right.
a fair question.
They can even say whether
be
they
nice to
support
them today.
things that have been released to the public. They can say whether they're for it or against that. They can say whether they're for or against proposed changes that players
And
have
they-
done. They can also talk about what they themselves have discussed with each other. They just can't talk about what they've discussed with CCP.
I know. I know.
Or
I know.
what they've seen or read, yeah.
Right.
This is
And
a conversation we already had.
And that is something that will never, ever, ever change.
And it shouldn't.
Every
Unless
company-
why not?
Yeah,
It
every
should
company's
not-
gonna
No,
have
they,
not
ideas for
they
that.
should
It
not.
should
because
not change.
No, it
They're
should not.
privy
Why?
to they are privy to privileged information.
Yeah.
They have special access
Yeah.
that enables them to do their jobs as CSM.
Don't you want to know what they do with it?
But they're also given
Yeah,
information
I
that
would
may
like
not
to-
ever come
It's
to
not
fruition.
up to me. It's not up
right?
to
Yeah.
us, Redline. It's up to CCP.
It could be.
And you can,
It
like
could-
what we were
No,
talking on the
there-
show
there
a
is
couple weeks
no-
ago, you can read between the lines somewhat if you actually ask questions of them in the right way. You can get what their thoughts are and what kind of feedback they're giving to CCP. Like you can get that information.
No, just
Can you
tell
get
me.
it where it's like hard verified from meeting notes and whatnot?
Valid.
No, but you're never ever going to
That's-
get that. And
that's
asking
what I
for it's
want.
unreasonable.
I don't
You're
think
never
it's
going to get it.
unreasonable. I
It,
see.
it
That's
would
the thing, is
break
I
the
don't.
CSM.
Why? How? How
Like
would
Nick was
accountability
saying,
break a
the
group?
way that it's set up right now actually allows them to do their job.
I don't agree, but it's like you
No-
said, it's something we talked about like a
No-
couple weeks ago. So like,
no
you don't have to
software
rehash it or
Not just software dev companies, but like almost no company is going to be transparent and publicly disclose projects that are currently in progress. I mean,
no, dude. I'm not saying
Vlad,
things
redeem a
that are
shot.
currently in
Redeem a
progress.
shot. Quit talking. Drink.
Take a shot, Vlad.
Shot.
And so wait, okay. I saw was Vlad and I think somebody else was mentioning this in the chat. There's
Yeah.
a spam filter in the chat now. Something
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a regex filtering.
I guess
Yeah, it
I
has
guess
been
now
ruined.
you can filter out posts that have hypernet links, contract links, and referral basically links in the chat. Which will
That's
filter out like
fucking
90% of the
awesome.
bots in the chat.
Yeah.
There's
which is
actually
pretty-
conversations happening in GDAP.
this like
watching.
kills bot traffic, doesn't it? Or not bot traffic, but bot spam.
Yeah, pretty much. Which is
I'm okay
great.
with two. I don't
Aside-
agree with
I
the
mean, it
contracts
won't-
one, but the other two are.
It won't kill the hey, I'll double your ISK because they aren't linking anything there. But most people don't fall
Yeah,
for that
and-
shit.
Dom, you can choose which ones to employ. It's there. People have made like a list of like this is how you can knock out these handful of annoying things. You don't have to use any or all of them.
I won't because I don't go to G.
So, like you could
yeah.
get rid of referral links and hypernets, which I've long
I'm-
wanted to get rid of hypernet. I put it as a censored word in game, so it just shows them as asterisks to me. But like when I'm on a trade alt, I block every one of those. people.
Yeah.
When it does that,
Shut up.
Akroth, can you still click on it? Is it still a link?
Yes, it.
It
So
is.
in the
so it doesn't
in the
kill it as a
old
link.
way,
Okay.
in the old way, I was just using a censored word. It was letting me auto censor a word. This
Okay.
is completely, as far as I know, removing it so where you wouldn't.
You
see
just
it.
never see the post at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that's
That's really
really-
I
fucking
haven't
cool.
done it yet.
So is Jita just
I'm
like,
tempted to see how empty Jita looks now.
I don't
Did you
wanna
guys-
do
I'm,
Someone
I'm,
was
I'm
saying-
I'm gonna log in. How do you,
I
so
am
how do you
too.
do this?
yesterday. I saw people having conversations there on a trade alt.
I'm gonna log into.
And they were all
Really? That's
I'm,
crazy.
I'm
Like-
actually gonna log
They
in
were
to check
tickled
this
about
out.
I've tried
So-
that, Apache. I've tried that by just ignoring a bunch of the people that are continuously spamming, and that seems to clear it out decently for like an evening. And you come back any other given day, and there's like 50 new bots
Vlad.
that just
Yeah,
keep
you got to
making
stay on
new-
top of it.
Yeah,
Kind
they
of.
just keep making new accounts and stuff. So it's like banning individuals. I don't think does very well. This is going to be nice because it's going to clear like the vast majority of the junk out. I think so. That's cool.
Because most of the chat spam and it's not really people trying to scam anymore. It's just these stupid hyperlinks and
Well,
bullshit,
it's
right?
it's all the contract links are mostly scams in Jita, and the referral links are probably scams to bad sites. But the hypernet aren't usually scams. It's just it's hypernet gambling. Like whoever's linking that stuff, if you're going to basically give that person money and probably not win something, but it's not a scam. It's gambling.
Well, not if you're Redline, you go on there and fucking win 30-some
Yeah.
billion. Like, bam, boom.
I mean, to be honest, the hypernets what
Right,
started me
Jude.
on my fucking on my PI endeavor. I was just like, fuck it, I'll gamble on this.
Yeah.
I think it was like a widow or something, and I won. I won a widow for like 100 million. I'm like, oh shit! And then I sold it, got $1 billion. I'm like, I'll buy a freighter and start some PI. Fuck it! And so I was like, okay. So that got me going.
That's what's up, dude. Thanks, Hypernet.
All right.
Thanks,
Don't know,
thanks,
actually.
gambling.
Put some respect on the
All
Hypernet.
you gotta do is just
maybe,
win
huh?
some gambling, and you'll be financially
Yeah,
set for
just
life.
win. Just win.
Just
That's
win.
all you got. You know what? Just try harder and win. Yeah, exactly.
And then I was like, oh, and then I did like 20 more things on the Hypernet over the next couple months and didn't win a single one.
I'm sorry.
They
about
were
that.
all like it was like they would be gambling the freighters, and they'd have like the the max number of tickets for like 8 million a piece. And I'd be like, I'd buy one like a week. Never won though, because it's like a 1 in 500 chance to win or something like that.
So is this the configure hidden message? Or where is this new setting at?
There was
Chat?
some Reddit posts about it. I could swear. Let me look.
Glad linked
It
something.
was linked in the chat.
Yeah, but you have to like actually put in a. This is not easy.
Oh, there you go. The forum link.
Well, why would it be
Vlad-
easy?
there.
It's
I don't
useful.
know. 'cause
What do you mean?
I'm dumb and I don't want to do hard shit.
No,
I think it
don't-
is supposed to be pretty
yeah,
easy,
yeah,
actually.
Not for Dom,
Give it
but
time.
that's okay, Dom. We can help you figure it out.
You know what I'm gonna do?
What?
Not go to fucking Jada.
Yeah, probably for the
Boom.
best.
Done.
Honestly,
I
that's
can't
the
go there
point.
on my main characters yet because I'm
What is this
negative, so I get killed and I can't
What's
dock.
what? Why are you negative sex
Oh.
status? Like, what's the point of being negative sex status? Is it
I
just
like being a
you-
pirate.
Oh.
Fuck off.
He was
Yeah, but
probably
why,
shooting
though?
shit in
It
Amazon or
feels.
something.
It feels good.
Oh.
Kirkland, I checked it out. Kirkland put a link in chat. It's a Reddit link to basically explain
Cool.
how to do it, how to filter all the chat stuff. So
Nice.
thanks, Kirkland.
Thank you. I'm not gonna get to it. That's okay.
I
don't
always
need
hear
to do it.
great things about that Kirkland.
Oh, their fucking booze is good. I like it.
I'm trying to get some of those golf clubs.
Golf
They have
clubs?
golf clubs.
They're like bootleg
Isn't
Titleists
Kirkland
or
like?
something for
Isn't that
500
It's
bucks.
Costco brand.
Costco brand? Yeah, they've good
Yeah.
booze. Thank you, Kirkland.
So I
Are
just
you responsible
implement.
for the booze? I'm gonna raise my glass to Kirkland. Thank you.
I just implemented that, and I literally watched Jita chat just stop dead in its tracks.
I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So,
actually
like,
fantastic.
you add the filters.
No man should have this power.
Wait, that
And
means
then-
people can actually talk in Jita chat
Right-
and actually
right
like
click on the
respond
tab.
to each other.
I am
So-
attempting to have a conversation in Jita local. With
Right.
He's saying
right-
hi to Manic. I see it right now.
Right click on
What an incredible time.
the local tab and then do clear all content after you configure the hidden messages, and it's holy shit. Yeah, there's
Now we're gonna
people-
find out that
people
there's only like
talking to me.
8 people actually in Jita.
I mean, we're all talking to each other, the 8 of us.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I wanna get in on this Jita thing. Hey,
Seema,
Seema, what's
happy
up?
Friday.
Seema, we can talk in Jita chat now. Have
We're
you seen?
actually having
it's
a
amazing.
coherent conversation in Jita chat. This is
Was that
great.
part of the patch notes, or somebody just knew
They,
that?
yeah, see, but they
You
added a
guys are
filter. You can filter
incredible.
out contract links, hypernet links, and recruitment links and stuff like that. So we filter all that out in Jita. All the bots disappear, and so you only see the real people talking, basically.
Not recruitment, right?
They
It said
made
recruitment
Jita
links,
great-
too.
Referral.
Guys,
Referral
they
link,
made
referral links, yeah.
Jita great again.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Goodness.
Was it ever great? Maybe this is the first time it's been great.
It had to have been at one time, otherwise they wouldn't have built this big ass fucking monstrosity of a station.
Yeah, they say that about Chicago too, but that's not true. Sorry, baby, from
Yeah.
Chicago. I actually like the place.
There's,
I like being shitty.
We love Chicago.
Patchy's trade out. We're seeing a lot of trade outs out themselves right now.
Yeah.
Okay, this
It's
two
fine.
never fucking undocks. This two
Don't make a
never
notepad
undocks.
with our friggin' our list of alts on it, please.
Great. Now I can't do anything. All I was doing was scamming and Jita. I might as well quit the game. Fuck it.
Yep. It's done.
There's
Done for you.
Rayo telling
So good.
call girl jokes. Now.
The only downside with this I can see is the few times where I would make like a fire sale contract. Like if I like, you know, and I was like out, like I had shit just out in the middle of nowhere where I wasn't living anymore. And I'd just go to the system, put it all in a contract, and then like put it up for a public contract, and then just like post in local, like, hey, fire sale contract with this shit if you want to buy it.
Now all you do
I
is
think
fire
now
sale
that- now if
contract
people
with
say
this
like that,
shit
they won't see it,
under
but-
my name. Look for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
honestly
think the
though,
majority
Yeah, I
of
get-
players are never going to see this or do anything about this because the majority of players, to my knowledge anyway, do not read things like the forums or Reddit or any of this
Yeah,
shit. They're
it's
just going
fine.
to keep
Facts.
living life.
I
So I'm
sold
going to
my
ask
fire.
this
This is
because
for the
it says a
tryhards.
guide to filter JITA. Does that mean it only works in JITA?
Oh, I would assume
No,
not.
I'm assuming it works in chat. It's just
Yeah, it's-
It would
Cheetah
be
is
called
the
what would
filter.
be called a guide to filter JITA then?
because
because
Cheetah is where
you're-
you would be doing the filtering. You would
Now,
when-
since you're applying that
Might
to
fucking
local
filter
chat,
1DQ.
though, if you do that, yeah. So say you do that on your main, any system you go into on your main, that filter is
See you,
going to
Seema.
be applied to. But I'm only going to do that on my Cheetah tune and probably my MR tune.
Suma's up. What? God damn it.
what's sumo?
Sumo wrestling.
Oh, like the actual sumo. Okay. Is that like people are getting into that now?
Well, there's a small group
I-
in Imperial.
I was going to
that
say,
watches
yeah,
it.
Oh,
Seema's
okay.
talked about it to me before. I don't fully know what it is.
I wasn't sure.
but-
Like, I feel like there's all these like
What do you
trends
think
that
they
just
got
start
in?
up.
Oh,
in
Kirkland
Eve.
says you can set that up to JITA only, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. You can set it persist. Oh, that's good.
just
That's
B
really
guy
good.
things.
Yeah, because it's like for a while, it's like all of a sudden everyone just got into F1 racing out of nowhere. It felt like
Oh, you
And
guys want
what,
to talk some
in
F1?
So I'm
it's, it's like no one talked about F1, and then like a
fleet numbers?
year, maybe 2 years ago, all of a sudden it's
It
like
was Drive to
everywhere
Survive,
Everywhere I
and it,
look
like-
in the Eve channels, like people like, oh, we got the F1 race coming up, and then people start
From
buying
Americans.
the F1 games, and
There's a Netflix series called Drive to Survive that came out like 5-6 years ago, and that started bringing
Oh, I
F1 to
bet.
like the attention span of Americans who weren't already watching it.
Oh, it's racing. Yeah. Okay. I didn't
Hmm.
know that.
Bunch of racists, dude.
Bunch of racists.
Whoa.
And they're some of the best in the
Not
world.
racists.
Absolutely, they
Are they
are.
racing?
They're some
They're
of the
professionals.
best. They're
Professional
professional
racists, yeah.
racists.
they're racist.
I-
Yeah,
Some of the best in the world, just like you said. That's
This-
pretty-
They've got all the sponsorships.
This is getting out of
It's
There's
hand.
a lot of
Hamilton.
money in those races.
So, red line for context, I work in motorsports, and that gets said a lot for
I know.
numerous reasons.
I know.
Because
It's very funny,
it's accurate.
and it's funny.
For some people, I'm sure. I'm sure it is.
It is funny. I
I
will,
know, I
will
laughed.
say. Yeah, I also laughed. I just
You gotta have fun. All you can do is
What
just
else
try
we
to have
got?
fun with it.
Where's the patch notes?
I've been
Whatever
to
you
races
want,
before. They're
Bubba.
fun.
you
Yeah,
can-
there's a
Whatever
shit
you
ton of
want.
industry changes in the patch notes. Just FYI.
Yeah. So I heard
Some
that
major ones.
I heard that ships got easier to build, but they take longer now. Is that
Hmm.
true?
Kinda ship.
Or
Do we like
kinda
that or
Are we
hate it?
getting
Capital-
into
capital
scarce?
ships.
I mean, I feel like that. Well, I don't know if it makes it scarcity. People just have to have more.
They're
capital
on.
It was
It
a
says,
capital
it says a slight
So-
reduction to the cost of buildings, but I don't see anything where
If
it
it's
says it
cheaper to
takes
build, but
longer.
it takes longer. Like, what is that? I mean, that reduces the
And
supply.
to-
Oh, yeah,
right?
25%.
Add a little bit of historical context for that too. Capital ships used to take a lot longer to build, and when structures came out, they were greatly reduced in how long it used to take. Like you used to be looking at like 50, 60 some days for a Titan to be building back in the past days.
Is it 30 days now, right?
Yeah, you
Or a
can
little
get
bit
it
like
down.
35 or whatever.
Yeah. So having a bit of an increase there, that's not the end of the world. We've been back in those times before.
I mean, I get it, but like, why though?
Because people have been
Trade-offs.
crying for a long time. "Oh, it's so expensive."
Yeah, make caps easier to build so that they're more accessible, but then not make them take longer to build so that they're less accessible. Like that's.
I'm not
that's
seeing anywhere here on here where it
chances.
says that. All I see
Okay.
is reducing in costs.
Then
I may be
perhaps-
wrong, but I just say I don't see. anything where it
Perhaps
says
Yeah, I
that.
what I read was incorrect. I'll find what I was reading.
Please, because I
was
don't find
just-
that. Yeah.
I was gonna say I hadn't heard anybody buzzing about that, so that's why. Yeah, I was a little confused too. That being said, I don't care on the build time. Capitals already take a while.
Uh-huh.
Like if it takes a week and now it takes a week and a half, I don't give a fuck. You're not building a capital for you to jump into like right now. Most people aren't.
They're just
You're building
building
them
for
to sell them or whatever,
stashes
like-
and
It's
ones.
backstock.
If you can't find a capital like in your local market of wherever you live, then like you're not trying.
Yeah.
So the genetic like structure filters and repairs, those were all the new things, right? Right. They've been added that last time to the capital stuff, and they reduced the time and for
You're talking about
manufacturing.
components in the build.
Yeah, the genetic structure repair, mutation inhibitor, safeguard filter. I think there are newer items, and they did reduce the time it takes to manufacture those. So
I'm not too sure.
I don't know if those have always been around or not. I think those are newer items that were added to the capital production cost when they made those changes last time.
Dom, was your legacy rigged Archon that Initiative so rudely stole?
Chamber.
Was it Tech 1 or Tech 2 rigs?
Never.
Don't remember.
It's Tech 2 rigs.
I would say Tech 2 rigs.
I
you
would
say it
imagine
was-
Tech
it was
1, but
large
I don't know.
rigs.
I didn't see a
large-
lot of people with Tech 2 rigs on their legacy caps, but maybe.
I don't remember. I would say probably Tech 1.
Did they have Tech 2 rigs?
Because I don't
back
think they
then?
had Tech 2s when I made that.
I think they might have, because I saw one recently with them, and that's why I was kind of confused by it. And I was like, I've never really seen Tech 2 rigged legacy rig stuff.
I made
Apparently
that
it
so long
exists,
ago.
'cause I
I'm
see
gonna almost
one.
guarantee it was Tech 1. I almost.
But yeah,
guarantee it.
all of us
Yeah.
I thought just had Tech 1 ones because maybe back then they might not have from when like most of ours were from. Let's be honest. But I think at some point it was possible. I dropped my lighter. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I saw one with Tech 2 rigs and it made me
Oh, it wasn't
wonder on
mine. What, did it have a big like slash, like a big gouge in the side?
No, but
Yeah,
it was
it's
like
probably
it was
not
at a
mine,
garage
yeah.
sale. So
Oh,
like
well, maybe they fixed that. I don't know.
yeah, it's a
Bastards.
barn find.
Barn find.
I was like, wait, do we have eyes on this thing now, or?
So I made a comment.
I don't
was,
think it's actually
push
his.
to talk
That's where
last
I'm
week.
trying to...
What's his face? God damn it, leader of Innit. What's his name?
Darkshine.
Darkshine.
Dark Shine.
He's
Our
in
old
chat.
dark slimes.
He was in chat. I made a comment to Seema about my Archon. He didn't say a word. Not even a fuck off.
It would be the easiest thing to like fix if he cared, but
If he had
it's
it,
not.
yeah, they probably. I'm sure they fucking reprocessed it, or
Well, yeah, but I mean, didn't they get it
Sold
when
it off
they
or whatever,
weren't they getting it when they were like blowing up their own
Blue structures,
blue
yes.
structures to like steal everyone's shit after they made them like
Yes.
abandoned or something?
yeah, they give us like 8
Yeah,
hours.
I mean,
8
why would
hours
they go
and
through the
10
trouble of
minutes
that
get
to
it out of
steal
there?
their
It's
own
ridiculous.
members' shit to just what give
Wasn't-
it back?
I wasn't a member of it. That's the problem. It wasn't their own members. Well, there was, I'm sure of that too, but it was a Bastion structure that we had given to them, or transferred over to them. We were told to get our shit out of there. I didn't, and I paid the price. My fault.
See,
I
you
feel
should
like
have
a bitch
never
about
had
it,
to
but
pay
I,
that price.
are you
because that's a
Agreed.
bullshit cop
I
out
agree.
reason that
It's
was
a,
given.
it's a
Yeah.
shitty fucking thing
They
to do.
could have asset
but,
safety to
what do you do?
all of it, and
Yeah,
that's why we
don't
bitch at them
victim
every
blame
time,
yourself,
and it's
Dom.
earned every
Oh,
time.
it was my fault that everybody lost their shit. It's my
I'll never
fault.
feel bad about throwing them shade because they could have let you asset safe, like they could have auto asset safety to
It
everyone's
should have.
stuff
Yeah, they should have done
and
that.
taken
That's-
care of a lot of people who were AFK or away from the game for whatever
Yeah,
reason.
well, and especially it's like if it's all blue stuff. I mean, why would you not?
They
do that?
warned
And
us
it,
for
and it
several
100% was like that's the thing.
Yeah,
It
like
was
that's the thing. It's like
100%
get
all
your
blue
stuff out, but I mean, if they have the ability to auto asset safety everything, that's what they should do to everyone's
It
stuff
wasn't like
before
it was
they.
a pan-fam structure.
I was
that
gonna
got
say if it
transferred
was
over
like
to
a
them.
TTT or something, I would totally get it, because they know
Yeah.
just there's gonna be it's almost like a victimless thing from your side.
That's a ton
standpoint.
of
You're like
random people.
you're like,
stealing it.
oh, it's everybody, so it won't really it won't affect anybody more than the others, probably the public more than our own guys. But like, no, it was in blue space. It was absolutely unnecessary and egregious.
I
No,
know.
Well,
That's
it
how I
was.
feel about
They blatantly said it was to like make money too.
No blue fucking. I thought was the rule.
Oh, don't you remember they left Imperium so that they're not bound by
Yeah,
their
but they didn't
bylaws
leave before
anymore.
that.
No,
They
they,
were
were,
st-
they hadn't. They were
they
still,
were
in the
still in
Imperium
it
when
at
they
that
did
point.
yeah. Here's the thing: if I'd have known that was coming,
That would
I might
mean
not have
Actor
taken my
has to
shit out of
stand
there
up for
anyway
retro.
because I'm lazy. But I would have went and I would have unstacked everything. That's all I would have done. That's what I've done. I probably
Yeah.
wouldn't have moved shit because I'm lazy. I'm not gonna lie.
just like crash the system because there's like 10 million pieces of
Oh,
ammo
I
and
had
stacks
a
of
lot
one
shit in
apiece.
there, yeah. Tens of thousands of pieces of ammo. That
How long
so
was
much
it?
fun.
What was it like? It was during the whole. Was it like
I mean,
after?
a year ago at least.
Was it a year ago? It wasn't
It
during
was
the. It wasn't during like the
longer
Delve
than
A
War.
little
that.
longer than that, yeah.
It was like it wasn't too
After
long
the war.
after the Delve War. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So that's like a year.
But before
year,
that left.
year and a half ago, give or take.
If not two.
I can't believe you're
The
still
worst
crying
part about
it.
it, worst part about it is when he came to my house and kicked me in the nuts. It's ridiculous.
I'm the one who brought it up,
Well,
and I
see,
will
that-
cry about it forever.
That is something to cry about. Getting kicked to the nuts is hard.
It's wrong,
But
yeah. Yeah.
Why don't you
Losing-
cry about
Losing
it?
a carrier in EVE Online, that's easy.
Not that one. That was a special carrier. Come
Fuck
on.
that
Legacy
carrier.
Lagoon.
I
dude.
made
That
yeah,
that
carrier
carrier
sucked.
with my own
They don't.
sweat and guts, and it was
That was
awful.
the worst carrier
FWNA
anyone
They don't
Sorry,
ever
make
take it.
those.
made.
I didn't use it because I didn't want to lose it.
It's every
That's a
half hour
limited
I think we
asset
use,
now.
so give it like another 15 minutes
Oh,
might be over. But I'll do a drink anyway.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
it.
cry.
Yeah, do a drink.
If,
Don't
if you could
cry.
just go to the store and get one off the shelf, Redline, I would
What?
hear you. But like that's
What?
not the case anymore. It's a legacy rigged item, so they're not.
Yeah,
that's
but
not
it
a
also doesn't
easily
matter.
attainable card.
Like no one carries
Nothing.
a dog
Nothing
SEMA cares,
matters.
SEMA
Nothing
cares.
matters. It matters to fucking him,
Doesn't really matter.
That was
and it
his
matters
shit.
to
It
me
matters
because
to
I'm
you.
the one who bitches about it.
Because that's an irreplaceable thing. You can get another carrier, but that's not what he's crying about. He's crying about the carrier
Thank
with the
you.
rigs that you can't. That
Shots
you can't.
for Dominark.
You
Fuck
can't
yeah.
get
Shots
a.
to
You can't get a
Dominar.
large rigged carrier unless like
all right,
you
all
find
right,
one.
All right, all right. I'm turning it off. I'm
slaughtered.
turning off.
And now I'm trying to check jump routes to figure out how to get him one.
Yeah.
Because I'm a decent friend and I wasn't even fucking involved in
You
stealing
were,
his carrier.
yeah. Or were you? Is that why you're so upset about it?
No, if I was involved, I wouldn't be upset.
Shines is poor.
The only thing that came out
Yeah,
of that whole thing is the fact that Steve got yelled at by initiative leadership to stop fucking talking about it.
Oh, or bring. But
They
what if,
really love their own members.
It's fucking funny.
Got all sorts of shout outs today.
Hell yeah. Do we have to do another one? Oh, shout it. Never mind.
yeah.
Oh, fucking I'm sorry.
Imagine Dom gets carried back. They bring back. Oh, wait, what if they handed you a carrier with like 3 large rigs, like in the cargo?
I'd immediately self-destruct it.
Like,
What's
fuck you guys.
what's the way to your space that isn't through Iridia?
Canned. Then you have to go through Iridia.
Canon. You said you always have
But
to
it's
through
so,
Iridia.
so it's still through Aquarius.
Aquarius?
Yeah, Aquarius. I think Aquarius.
I mean,
Or
I'm trying to get it to
basis
Aquarius,
or
but you kind of
fountain?
have to go to Canon.
Yeah, what's
or to
the-
fucking
what's the one
Iridia,
that,
it looks
like,
like to get there?
What's that long ass route? Like period basis connects. Is it like Innsmother or some shit like that, or Faithabilis or something that connects all the way over and you go up through period bases?
I don't want to buy him something and then lose it on the way.
Just
That's all
gate
I'm
the
saying.
fucking gate the what is it? An Archon? Gate the Archon through?
I'm
Be
not
fine.
gating an
What's
Archon.
the worst that
through
could happen?
Iridia?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, we could tell you right now.
I used to
like,
live there.
If
Those
you just
people are
tell
mean.
people on the gate, hey, you know,
If you go down through Providence, go to Catch.
This is for
then-
goons.
I'm-
Don't
yeah,
shoot.
I'm
They'll shoot me
Aquarius.
twice as fast.
I'm bringing this to
He's gonna get
Dominark.
hunted by wrecking crew if he
Yeah,
goes
I'm
If
down.
you
bringing this
mention
to
my
Dominark,
name, you'll
they'll-
get killed quickly.
They'll let you
yeah.
through unless it's a slice flycatcher. Then they won't let you through.
So where are you starting from? Like Declan? Then you got to go through Cloud.
No,
Ring,
this
Outer
one looks like it's in Hematar. So it's down in the south already, but it's on the other side of the south, kind of, sort of, if you think about it that way. From your south. But you guys are doing
no.
deployment right
You
now.
go-
So maybe you just pop up and you grab it, and then you take it back with y'all's capitals when you move back.
Yeah, you can
That
get
would
it to
save
Catch.
me a lot of heartache.
Just all you do is go through Devoid, then Providence, then Catch, then
Devoid? You mean Deterit?
Devoid.
No,
Devoid.
Devoid. That's a region.
You might pronounce it right. Yeah, Devoid.
Wait.
It's Losec.
Oh, this. Oh, yeah, those
Pravi,
regions.
then from Pravi to
I
Catch.
don't know. I don't know
Catch
any of those
Aquarius,
regions.
That'll be fun.
There's a lot of regions, and it wouldn't shock me if nobody, like, if people here, not nobody, if
But-
people here don't know them all.
I know I've been
I-
through Devoid before, but I
It's like 60
I
something.
couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I
anything
was-
about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a
yeah.
fuckload,
I've-
and some of them do sound similar. So I get
Like,
where he's coming
I
from.
didn't
Catch and
realize how
Cash,
many there were
That threw
until
me
I
off
was.
for a long time.
I
Yeah.
didn't realize
Okay.
how many there was until I was actually
Can
like playing
we-
around with the API.
I mix
Go
up
back to
Cat-
patch notes.
Game.
No.
Yeah, that too.
I mix up Cash
One.
and Curse all the time. I never know which one's east and west of each other. But sorry, go ahead, Redline.
No, I was just gonna say. I was gonna say, can we play a game? I'm gonna give ChatGPT all the regions in Eve,
Oh,
and
I'm so
we're
bad
gonna,
at these.
and it's gonna ask us. It's gonna tell us either a real region or a made-up region, and our task is to figure out which one it is.
I
coming
know
soon.
all
Coming soon,
the
later.
nullsec regions, and I
Oh,
know
it's
a
like there's-
lot of the low sec regions, and like probably half of the high sec regions.
See that they're decreasing the amount of isogen for battleships by half.
Was that the bottleneck for 'em?
It was the bottleneck, yeah.
And by
From
half,
400,000 to 200?
Ooh, more
And they're
battleships.
upping the
eh?
Noxium, but who cares about that?
Was that 20?
There-
Oh, good.
I was just gonna say they're still trying to figure out ways to fix the isogen problem without actually fixing the isogen.
Yeah, they
Correct.
could.
Which
They
is
could
fine.
just. They could
Which is
just
fine.
make more isogen show up in the belts. I mean, there is that option.
I mean, right now, Isogen is in some of the more scary places of the game, which is kind of cool because it does track with risk versus reward. You know, you either go to Pochvin, you go to Losec. I don't know where the fuck else you go.
It's not. You don't
But,
get it in nullsec, right? It's
Not
lowsec
without
and
the
Poch.
new anomalies. With
Yeah,
the new
okay,
Sov, if you
Yeah,
take your
like, there's
system
this
over,
very
you can
small
create Isogen
amount.
anomalies. The
Not-
volume is not high.
It's not enough to like do any like meaningful production, I don't think.
Right. I think it's still going to be somewhat of a bottleneck. You're still going to need to get it from Losec, Pochvin, et cetera, et cetera.
What are you saying? Apashev's saying new mining escalations have shit tons of Isogen.
I don't know about
I don't
shit
mind.
tons, but
Oh,
we'll go with it.
How much is that? Is that a buttload? Or
Well, a
metric?
shit ton.
Well, it's
So
metric.
What's the
there was like
oh,
shitload, ass load, shit ton, fuck ton,
and
and
yeah.
a fuckload.
Metric
and
shit
I
load,
forget.
metric
Like
shit
we used to
load.
have a graph of like what these all
That's right.
meant. But I don't know. It's all
I
like
don't have it anymore.
it didn't get
But nobody
accepted
pays
by the.
attention in
It
school
wasn't
anymore.
accepted by the SI standard units of measure. So
Oh, fuck them.
a fuck ton is 2,000 pumps.
Not mad at it.
That's a lot of pumps.
That's fucking good. I like that one. Thanks,
We'll be
Rayo.
going at it all night.
Yeah, just
Rebels.
go jackrabbit style.
There's a bunch of changes to
Jack
smart
Rabbit
bombs.
style, go goblin mode.
Go goblin
Yes.
mode on
Big.
it.
Big smart bomb changes.
Oh.
Yes, tell us, Tom.
They changed them.
God, tell us how, you motherfucker.
Oh,
No,
okay.
leave it at that. That's good. You know-
Christ.
So all the meta
They
ones have been changed to
changed them.
compact. They 20% reduction in CPU requirements for EM smart bombs. That the EM smart bombs already have, so they're all equal to the EM now.
Uh-huh.
Um,
And they
and
made
now
them
they
all
have fac-
better.
by 20%. Yep.
Yes.
And now they have faction and officer smart bombs
Yeah.
of the non-EMP types. They have those now.
I didn't even know that.
They also have new
why
small
were
ones,
EMP
right?
better
Small
than
and
the
medium?
rest?
The way she goes, brother. I
Small
don't
and
know.
medium? What? They don't have those already, don't they?
They have new small and medium officer ones. Is that not what the new stuff?
Oh, it says,
added
yeah,
as
yeah,
well?
you're right.
Faction and officer, thermal,
There's new
explosive, and
officers
kinetic.
behind-
Yeah,
high
it's
and low
plus,
sec.
plus. Well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So, oh wait, they're changing them. So, faction officer smart bombs of non-EMP damage types. So, thermal is getting plus 20% range, minus 20% damage. Explosive is 20% damage, minus 20% range. Kinetic is minus 20% capacitor cost, minus 20% CPU cost, plus 20% cycle time. Oh, that's probably the best.
The best.
I'm
Cycle
guessing that
time
these
is
were
the
not all
best.
the same, correct? They had different stats for each one of them. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't have the
Yeah,
officer. ones,
I think the
Yeah, they
kinetic's the
have
best.
slightly staggered stats. for
okay.
sure.
So
Like-
that makes sense then. Yeah.
Like just better fitting and faster cycle time. That's got to be the best change, I would think.
Never used a multiplasmid smart bomb, but it looks like they are all different. I don't know.
Hard to say. What I will say though is it
They're
seems
new.
like
They're
in the
adding that,
past
sorry.
in the past year or so, it feels like CCP is trying to make officers more accessible, and I'm kind of
Yeah.
confused by it.
Agreed.
So we get them now in crab beacons, as you know, it's a low RNG chance, but you know, one more avenue to officers beyond the old method, which is belt hunting, presumably. We also have a chance now to catch them on skyhooks. Interesting. Not
Okay.
sure about it,
You're
but you
welcome
know,
for
whatever.
that.
People have seen that. And then now we have new ones that were introduced to high sec and low sec. So it's like I feel like they're trying to like sprinkle more officers into the game. I don't fully know why. I don't hate it. It seems kind of fun. Like everybody likes a unicorn drop, you know. So
Yeah, I mean it's still super low.
presumably they're going to go down in value, but
I'm-
like I don't know anybody who's like feeding their family off of officer drops. So
yeah,
like,
it's
you know,
hard to
fuck it.
say. Well, so because I mean more people are hunting them, I guess, because of this. So because LB was doing a stream and then afterwards he rated Chad Squatch, and Chad Squatch was just basically like doing the whole belt. He was trying to like do the belts to try and get officer spawns.
In
like-
nullsec? Or where was he doing this?
No, he was in high sec doing it, like 0.5s. so-
Well, that's the new. They now can.
I wonder is it a lower chance in high sec than null sec? I would think,
I
but
really wish they'd give us that stat of what the actual.
someone in
rate is.
in his chat was saying that it's a 0.005% chance or something
Zach
for an
Rock.
officer spawn.
Yeah, that
Oh, I must have missed that one.
Good job, Ackroyd. On
good
the
job.
ball. Fuck yeah.
Akaroth laid the smack down.
Oh yeah, fuck that guy. Okay, I just had to mouse over and it shows.
Now there's 50 new
For
officer modules
context, for
added to the
everybody
game.
else,
What Ackroyd's
there was
talking
some
about. Yeah.
fucking
Wait,
view bot
50
seller.
new. Oh
50 new
yeah.
officer modules for the small and medium.
Oh, thanks,
Because
Scott.
you have frigate and cruiser officers now. And
Skyhawk,
high
thanks
and
for
low.
the subscription.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, there's small and medium officer newts. Oh.
Yeah,
That
they
was-
all
Val,
they
that was
added
for the
some fun
kinetic
stuff.
one. Yeah.
Dude,
They
I'm
did.
gonna go get
Like anybody who doesn't like purples, I mean, I don't know what's up with that, but
I'm gonna go
like,
get
they're
an-
adding
I have a
more
hard time
purples.
seeing them. They look great to me, but
I
they
want to
still
get
kick
an
ass.
officer newt and put it on a sentinel and go running around with it.
That's right.
No one will ever see it coming.
Gotcha, bitch.
Well, they wouldn't
Oh.
have, but now you've announced it, so I mean, I think they might see it coming.
Some
You
of
know,
these
this is
though,
the internet, dude.
some of these though, it's like, wait, they never
People
had.
don't watch this show.
They didn't have 425 millimeter autocannon officer mods, like for real. They got officer launchers all over the fucking place. They don't have like 425s or
It was
the.
only
that's the-
large stuff. It was
that's
no
the-
medium and small stuff before.
I think for a long time, yeah, that was
That's
the case.
weird,
I know what
though.
you say.
But
Now
there
they
was
have officer frigates in high sec and officer cruisers in low sec. So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why they
the-
have these new things.
This was the other thing that I was wondering about. So assault damage controls, they're going to have officer mods of those. Now, I mean, I'm assuming it's not going. The officer mods isn't going to affect the resistances since those all just go up to like 99%. But I'm
Guessing
wondering.
duration, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is like, is it the duration or is it the
Cooldown,
cooldown? I
maybe,
feel
yeah.
like the duration would be way better, obviously, because
For the
like-
officer mods, it may be both.
Cause
you
I
know?
mean, like the cooldown, it's like the cooldown's long enough. Even if you get a reduction on that, it's like like if you're waiting on the cooldown to cycle that a second time, you've probably either won the fight or you're dead. So I feel like the cooldown is moot. But what does an ADC normally last? Is it like 10 or 15 seconds? I can't remember.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's I think like between
15?
Tech 2 and or something like that. I don't know. But imagine like 20-second ADC. But
30. Yeah.
and
I'll
so
be able to make it
controls,
back
so
to the gate with that fucker.
I mean, and you could put those on a hack. And I think that aren't there some of the hacks like the AT prize ships that are hacks that are allowed to be flagships in this AT? You think we're gonna see like a heavy assault cruiser flagship with officer ADC? I don't know. Now I'm like getting
Got
to the
flagship.
don't laugh at me, Manic. I know I'm.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm
like
testing some sound effects and I'm having some fun.
I thought
behind the mic
I thought
here.
it was like, yeah, I'm going down a very, very
No,
narrow
sorry.
tunnel and specified like, oh man, I hope this one instance happens.
I'm
but
adjusting some.
I
I'm
just,
adjusting the levels on some sound effects and I'm just playing around with them.
It's like when I get into speculation mode, I get super excited about weird shit. But
I will
It's-
never mock you
it's
for getting
beautiful.
excited about the things that you like.
That's right.
unless they're weird,
It's pure. and
Yeah,
I
unless,
will, you
unless you're
fucking
into
nerd.
like weird shit. Like
Yeah.
I don't even know, man. You're not a furry, are you?
Oh,
No.
why not?
Well, now that you mention it,
not furry, but mascots are pretty cool.
we've lost him, gang.
No.
It's over.
It's gone.
Well, as
It's
we
done.
continue down the patch notes, there's a lot of there's some mining upgrade changes and some combat upgrade
Let's
changes for the new things.
Talk about those things
Okay,
because
uh,
this whole time they're trying to encourage people to engage with the system, but are they making it better? Like
I think
don't
these changes
don't
do make it a
mind.
little bit better. Yeah,
Which
But I
specific
saw
changes are we talking?
The mining changes.
the
They
7 small
changed,
mining
like,
upgrades.
the sites and stuff. But I saw an angry mustache post. I had it and I lost it, so let me find it again. But it was essentially, I'm just trying to figure out like, is it getting better, or is it not getting better? 'Cause
I think
don't
it's moved.
mind.
I think it's moved slightly better. At
I think it's
least
moving the right direction. Yeah, I agree.
I don't think they made it worse in the most recent changes.
I think a better move would have been to lower the costs for the actual the ones they already had ready to go, but this adds a cheaper ability to put in a mining array in a system that has very shitty power possibilities, right? I think it's the right move. It's in the right direction.
Okay, here's the data for the mining sites. There you go.
So they
I
provide one
have
eighth
no
the ore
strong feelings one way or
of
the
the,
other.
existing
Yeah.
upgrades,
Just
and
help me understand.
they don't escalate, and they won't spawn mercoxics. But if you have a system that has really low power sun and maybe none or only one planet that produces power, you may be able to put an upgrade in that system where like the current system before this change,
You
that
couldn't.
that system would have nothing in it because it just didn't produce enough power. Right.
Understood. So this is actually actively making things more accessible.
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay. Cool. Great, great, great. Then
Continuing in that same vein, they've also adjusted the power costs for some of the other stuff they'd already had, right? Some of like the major threat detection's gone down in power cost. Major 1 and major 3, minor 1, minor 2, minor 3, all have reducing their price or their cost of power and workforce. The Ensiplex power cost reduced from 1250 to 500. That is super significant. That really alleviates most of the crying and problems of the new system's cost structure.
which is cringe because Ansiblexes should be nerfed.
I
But
don't
carry
disagree.
on.
I don't
Mm.
disagree with you. This one
Here we
it was
go.
a little bit surprising.
I like the Ansiblexes.
So
Of course you
the
do.
Cynosuppression is reduced from 500 to 250.
Give Ansiblex's jump fatigue and you fix
Uh,
the problem.
I may be
A lot of people are
biased.
saying
I
Sino
may
beacons
be. They
reduced?
used to. Well, the jump bridges used to, but I may
Yeah.
be biased because I can traverse half of the game with
Same here. Yeah.
with my Ansiplex network.
which is why and you rightly so point out your bias,
But
why
here's the
we
thing,
should
though. It's like people are like, oh, you can
allow for
traverse
the
half
other
the game. It's
side of
like
things.
it's still like, I mean, yes, it's like 30 jumps instead of 70, but it's still like 30 jumps. It's like it's not like you can just take like 3 Ansiblexes and you're from Venal to Omist. Like it's not that fast, and you still have to travel through a bunch of space that could. Now, I mean, if you're going through blue space not camped, but it shortens your trip, but it doesn't make your trip instant. So I'm fine with them.
The popular school of thought is that if we had things that actually, nerfed our projection a little bit, we would not have so much swaths of blue space around
True.
us. We would want
Right.
content closer because it takes for fucking ever to get to it.
And
I'm probably in the minority on the Ansiplex thing. I thought until they made this change, I was okay with that. 'Cause I don't think there needs to be a jump bridge in every system, right? There should be systems
I actually
that should-
agree.
I would be
But
fine.
this change makes it so there can be now again.
I would
Not necessarily, but way more than there was gonna be. Like this brings it back up to like 70% or so. I can't remember. Mustache put out a post. How many systems are viable for it now versus how many were before?
So
I think it was
skins.
must-
I was actually just
1,250 down to 500. That's a big difference.
I was actually
right?
just
I'm pretty against the grain of the null brain when it came to these changes. I actually was looking forward to us all having to put together a fucking puzzle to figure out
I
our
was
space.
too.
Just because it was actually a shakeup. Like we've been doing the same shit for years. They're doing a new system. Let's embrace a new system. Not every system's going to be good, just like fucking space probably is. Some places are going to be duds and you're going to pass right by them, whatever. Like it was going to be a little uphill initially, sure, and some people are going to have to move systems and things like that. A system that previously could shoulder dozens of people potentially may not anymore, which honestly this hits goons worse than any other null group. So, I mean, most groups you would think would presumably be okay with it a little bit because it would cause goons to spread out. And a spread out goons is a much weaker goons.
I disagree. I think this hits PanFam worse
And
harder
Frat
than
too.
it hits
I get all three of
Goons.
them.
Because
think
I
it does.
look at my jump gate map and it covers 2/3 of nullsec. And if it doesn't cover 2/3 of nullsec, then suddenly my mobility is limited greatly. And while it is, still a lot of jumps, wormholes make a lot of things possible. So if I drop in through a wormhole to blue space, suddenly I connect the jump gates. And those 30 jumps that were 70, now they're 15. Beautiful days.
the one thing I'd be fine with is if there was a hard limit on how many Ansiplexes you could put up in a region.
That could be
or
interesting.
even a constellation.
So it's like because I
Like a
I
one
like
per
the
constellation
idea
would be
of
kinda
like if you own space, like a benefit of owning the space is that you can fast travel through it. But
So what if you're
I do understand like when you look at the map, especially now that the map can the in-game map can show, your Ansiblex or the Ansiblex maps as well. It's like you look at some of these regions and it's like you can't even see where the actual like normal stargates are because it's just green fucking lines everywhere, right? But what if it's like, okay, each region can have 4 or 5 Ansiblexes. Now you have to be strategic of like where the hell do you place these things to optimize the travel route for your members, like through the space, but all or to link. Obviously you're gonna probably link your if you have a capital like space that you live in, you're gonna probably link that with somewhere accessible, and then have some travel routes. But you can't just like put travel shit everywhere. You can't just make it where like you can go literally anywhere and everywhere super quickly. It's like, what are you optimizing, traveling through the region or traveling to key points in the region? So it makes it to where it's a little more tactful on where you place them, I think. That's an idea.
Yeah, no, I agree.
When
And
my
the thing is, I think with this changes
So
though, they take that
what-
away. Honestly,
what happens when you are like you're invading a space and you go to take it over and someone just anchors a non-activated Ansiblux gate? Can that
Kill it.
happen?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Kill it?
if it's
They
not
would. You
active,
can-
if it's not
If it's not
activated
active,
at all, it would die. There's no.
And it wouldn't count for the limit.
it probably
though?
wouldn't
Well, no, it
count.
count for the limit, but it would not. You could kill it.
Oh, I
it
see what
won't.
you're
It won't have a timer.
Well, I mean, if it's not
Well,
active and it's
if
not
you're-
turned
if
on,
you-
then I don't think it would count towards the limit. But maybe
I
make
bet
like
it
a
does,
timer,
exactly.
like where there's timers to like to deactivate and reactivate other ones. So you can't just like, oh, we're gonna turn this one on, use it, and then turn it off and turn this one on. Obviously, you can't just like back to back them. It's like, okay,
That's what I mean. You can't anchor.
give it like a 24-hour cooldown to where it's like you have to make like actual choices. Like, yeah, you can change them around and maybe have other routes set up, but it's going to take a day or two to like shift the routes around. So you can't just do it to suit your needs at the moment.
Here's the thing too, you can't just deploy Ansiblexes. So part
Yeah,
of how infrastructure works in Null, we're not talking about an Astra House or a Fortizar, things like
yeah,
that. Some of these infrastructure items you have to hold the SOB for I think 3 weeks at a minimum, things like that. So to place offensive Ansiblexes to block someone out while you're invading space, like that's already a feat in itself. That means you've been in their space and you controlled that system for long enough to change out a mod in a SOB hub. You've taken over the system effectively if you're putting up a counter bridge to block one of their constellation bridges or something. Like that means you're there. Like you're not, day tripping into their space or something and putting it up in Ansiblex. It wouldn't work.
yeah.
There's
so-
already mechanics in place for that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean,
my overall comments, though, real quick, my comments weren't necessarily aimed at Ansiblex's red line. My comments were about the entire of Equinox. Like Equinox was trying to turn Null, as in my assessment, into a puzzle, and you had to take, stake of what you had and say, okay, well, I got to figure out how to make the pieces fit again. They don't fit innately now. Before we could put every upgrade in every system. TrueSec was the only real qualifier. Well, there was, let's say, 3 qualifiers as to what makes a system worth a damn. But for a lot of people, it didn't matter. Whatever its like moon climate was, if it had good moons in it and you have any access, or moon and planet, let's say, for PI people and stuff. What its geography as far as actual length of the system and how far gates are and stuff, because a huge system, while annoying to travel, is really great to either rat or mining because you got plenty of time to get off belt, whatever, stuff like that. And then the last thing being TrueSec. TrueSec's always been a recurring thing of what can make a system look better than another system. You can get officer spawn, stuff like that easier, stuff like that. Or more anomalies under certain circumstances, which I think is still the case with Equinox. So a lot of people are going to bitch about it, of course, because change is hard, but like it was kind of interesting to be like, okay, we're going to have to go to the fucking drawing board and we're going to have to figure out a new puzzle to make this work, but so is everybody else. So it's like, it's not that bad. Everybody's going to have to deal with it, but in the future, not every system's going to be able to sustain dozens of people and, et cetera, et cetera. And that's where I was saying it would affect goons more than anything. Goons have weaponized their density for, good reasons. This Equinox is not tenable for the goon model anymore. Like you can't have,
until
30,000 characters or whatever in Delve and be able to actually eke out an actual respectable paycheck or whatever.
And I think until these changes, honestly, I think these changes really are very, very goon friendly. In all honesty.
I see, and that I'm just saying I think goons are the most affected by some of this stuff. But that being said, it doesn't mean like a bad thing. Goons have the capability of holding much more space. They choose not to for very strategic reasons, and that's perfectly fine. Up until recently, you could build very tall and not have to build wide. That wasn't always the case, but it has become the case in recent years. And goons decided, hey, we've been fucked with twice in a row now for having big old empires that, we don't like having to deal with. Let's make a small empire that's, really tall instead of really wide, and we'll, it'll be a lot easier to defend. Well, that's cool, but it also makes a really tough nut to crack. And I think a big important part of this game and having big empires is that you have to sprawl a little bit. That way you have fringe that can be chewed on and maybe change sides and, stuff like that. More
Yeah,
vulnerabilities.
big walls instead of many forts, right? Yeah, kind of what we've gone to. Big walls around our shit, and we don't have as many outlying forts like we used to. And it's
But yeah, I mean, so sadly they've already dialed it back some, and there's different commentary about it. I would have liked to see us have to deal with it and then maybe tweak as we go, but I get it because there's a lot of expense, and honestly, I've seen so many people who are putting in real substantial amounts of work and planning into trying to urban plan regions right now, and it's thankless effort. It's it's a bitch, and then they'll change something which most of us are happy they are iterating and changing on things, but then it's like, fuck, okay, all that's out the window. Let's, bust out a fresh notepad. Let's try again. Now we got to figure out what we can do with this set of, this new rule set.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think that it will be interesting because one thing I was actually worried about, doing our own little, back channel figuring thing was the Jump Bridge network. That was the one
Sure.
thing that was going to have to change a lot, and I don't think it'll have to change as much now. Well, I know
Sure.
it won't have to. Yeah,
Yeah, less so. There will be changes.
there'll be changes. Yeah, because there's still some systems that can't
there will
support
be
pretty much
less.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. My corp is in Slice we call it adopting, but like we sponsor two systems. We're the custodian of two systems. We pay for the upgrades and the structures and shit. Neither of my systems in the new era moving forward, like they're both garbage. They can't turn on anything without getting workforce or workforce transferred from a neighboring system, which presumably those systems want to do something with their workforce. So like it sucks, but we're gonna see.
What about
that.
power though? They have power. They just don't have workforce.
At this point, because of the changes, I have a modest enough amount of power that I could do something if I can get transferred workforce. Here's something that I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work this way. I don't think you can make transfers modularly or like granularly, if that makes sense. So like if my system next door, let's say, has 10,000 workforce, they can transfer to me, but I don't think they can say, I just want to transfer 5,000. Like you're either
really?
transferring or you're keeping it. Like that's as far as I've gathered it so far. I could be wrong, and there's higher paid people that probably know this better.
That would be so silly to me if that's how they've implemented it. Though.
I think you
like,
have to
what?
choose if it's a transfer
Is it
system
all or
or
none? Wow, I did.
keeping it. And again, I could be wrong, and that's a great question for your CSM members or something. I don't know.
Well, if that
That's
is the
how I
way
get
that if you are right on that, and to be clear, I have not paid super close attention to these changes because I'm living in Losec. Letting all y'all out there and I'll deal with this and figure it out, and then I'll come back to Null later. But if that is how it is now, I hope to God that's something they iterate on because that is a glaring omission in my opinion.
I'm gonna have to look that up because I did. You know what? That very well could be. I just never really thought of it. I just assumed you could do parcels.
Yeah, I don't. If you're able to, and I guess it remains to be seen. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Gator. If you're able to, that would, in my mind, that would essentially work around 90% of the things people are bitching about, and that's why I don't think it's the case. And I don't think the mechanics are there for it. I'm sure it's programmable. I don't know how to fucking code, but as far as I know, if you could send a little bit here and a little bit there and a little, whatever, you'd patch up most of your problems between neighboring systems. Most places are gonna, be able to put out fires. I don't think that's the intention, though. I think some systems are intended to not be worth living in, which, in my mind, in a fictional universe of 7,500 different systems you could travel between, some of them should be shit. Some of them should not be worth stopping at. Just like when you drive I-10 through the desert and you're like, I may not see another corner store for 200 miles. Like, that's a thing. Some land sucks. Some places suck, and they're just not worth. They're not abundant enough to live off. And then maybe some places are your Tatooines where it's just difficult to live off of, and people are scratching it out as moisture farmers or whatever our equivalent would be.
So on those systems that you're describing, like if that ends up being the case, right, that there's just nothing you can do in them, do you think CCP should try to address that and make them have something uniquely appealing, or no, just fuck it?
I don't necessarily. I think there should be some system that you just pass through. That's just the way it goes. I also think because that's a scale, it's not necessarily super black or white. Some just aren't going to be able to do much. That's part of how, in the old days anyway, like smaller alliances got their feet wet, was places that other people don't see merit to. You can wedge your way in and start your little sandcastle until everybody dictates down to you, inevitably anyway. But like that was part of it. Space that had shittier TrueSec, crappier geography, et cetera, attracted newbie alliances or much smaller groups and things. That's the pure blinds and the fades of the world that for years and years and years we saw people kind of come up and cut their teeth in those what most people would consider crappy regions, and then over time, they either grow or they get snuffed out.
Snuffed out by snuffed out.
Hopefully not. Those fuckers need to stay in low sec where they belong.
Where they belong, you damn right.
Next, you're going to be saying they should have their own schools.
And their own buses.
Here's the thing. Dom is part of what I'm talking about. They gave those guys a couch the last time. They should have named him Null.
He's from an older generation.
I
though,
voted
so give
no.
him the slack. You voted no?
They came
Don't
out to
give
Null,
people
built a
fucking-
bunch of supers,
bunch of dicks.
went back home. Not cool.
Not cool, man.
It's all
Not cool,
Dom's
bro.
fault too. He is the one that negotiated that deal. I heard.
It's mostly my fault. Usually, most bad
And-
things are my fault. Just a
And
fact.
that's why you lost that carrier. You kind of deserved it.
That's punishment.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
that.
I don't
Yeah,
think that's the
maybe.
case.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you think, man.
It absolutely
the
matters. What I think.
fates, the fates deign differently, my friends.
Redline, you would be impressed by how much of the world is affected by what I think, and it would surprise you.
No, it wouldn't.
Give me specifics. I want to know.
No, I was just trying to say something mysterious and silly.
When Akaroth breathes, the wind blows.
Whoa,
know.
dude.
I had an ex who told me I might be a demigod, so that was fun.
You're not a demigod. Nephilim at best.
You don't know that,
I
and I feel comfortable saying.
make a pretty educated guess.
And I'm sure you got laid that.
Educated on what?
Educated on the existence of fucks to give about this topic.
Yeah, you got shit. You got fuck all.
I do have fuck all, you're right. Anyways, what's next on the list? Zoomed out.
Did we get through the patch notes?
I meant
think
on
mostly.
the patch notes.
I think we're
Um,
making
so
our
there's
way
some
through.
miscellaneous
Still on the
changes.
we're an hour and
Yeah.
a half into the show and we're still on patch notes.
You guys were talking
Well-
about all sorts of random shit in the beginning.
Yeah, let's be honest.
Okay, we're an hour into the show and we're still on patch notes.
So
We're
Skyhook's
22 minutes into the
price to
show.
make them is reduced from 2 to 1 for these acceleration coils. No one cares.
Oh, skyhooks, yeah.
Increased signature radius for the moon drill. Skyhook and custom office from 14,000 meters to 32,000 meters. So I don't care.
So what does the
Super carriers close
signature
range fighter missile abilities are
change?
now apply full damage to Skyhooks. So
Amazing.
Why would you damage a Skyhawk? What?
It's fuck skyhooks, dude.
you know what? He talks a lot of
Whoa.
shit.
You got to
Mm,
shoot them
fact.
to rob them. Like that's an integral part of their mechanics.
That's pretty
So
much it.
real quick, because I saw this talked about on Reddit today, and I doubt actually anybody on this dais knows, but I was under the impression when this stuff was coming down the pipe with skyhooks and metanoxes that metanoxes would also be robbable, and they are not.
No, they
And
never
I
said that.
find that to be a disappointment, and I say that as a person who is currently stacking away moon goo for metanoxes like
They're
in
great,
a
aren't they?
substantial way. But it's like it's easy, and I can set aside my own like personal gain to be like, this is too easy. Like this is going to ruin the moon goo market 100%.
Don't talk about
Isn't
it.
it already?
Don't
I
talk
thought
about
was-
This is
It's
going to
already
ruin the
crashing
tour.
it.
This is
Shut up,
this is
Justin.
actively affecting the moon goo market.
Fuck.
And I say this also as a person
Praise
who's made a
Dave.
lot of money over the years mining moon.
Hey,
Talk about my main money scheme.
Take a shot for Dave.
Drink. Sorry. Oh, I'm out.
thanks.
Damn it.
Why is that one in here?
I don't even know.
And it's named Dave the Crawfish. Who raised this?
Oh, because
He's
we
from
had
the street.
we had Dave the Crawfish at NOLA. He
You
was-
ate Dave.
No,
we
we
set
let
him
him go.
It was
We-
set free.
He was the
He was-
one crawfish out of both bags that we didn't eat, and then we took him down to the canal and dropped him in it.
He was
And
It
then
was
you-
the chosen one.
He was
And
there.
then a little
he was
gator
like the,
came in.
he was very
like the,
large. He was the biggest crawfish in the batch.
I was
and
gonna
we
take
were
a
like,
video of
Holy
him.
shit!
he attacked my camera.
Yeah, that's right. He like we were
I
trying
have
to
the
get a
video.
video
Yeah,
of him,
I was like,
and
I
he
was
like
like zooming in,
swiped
and
a
he's just like,
claw.
"Ah." He tried to like reach and grab. I'm like, whoa. He was very intimidating.
Doesn't
Yeah,
sound
he was like the
intimidating.
pardon turkey, except pardon
Oh, we got another praise, Dave. Sorry.
Dave.
Why are you sorry? This is a great time. Praise
No.
Dave is the best time.
Well, and
I'm
actually,
saying
Oh, bad.
I did it a little bit late.
Oh no, you're perfect.
since we actually have the sound
Perfect
effects
timing.
tonight, thanks to Manic, it'd be a great night. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge for a science question. It's got to be a
Womp
good
womp.
one though.
A good one. I have
Ooh,
a science question.
Um,
So I recently heard that Earth has a second moon for like the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's
For the
the
next
size of
Oh,
a
yeah.
pepper can and
'Cause
weighs
there's
3
an-
baby elephants.
There's an asteroid that has entered into our orbit and will complete a full orbit, so it becomes technically a moon.
it is. I can't remember if it's 33 meters or 33
Yes.
feet.
33
33
meters.
Okay.
This guy
So
didn't have
it's
a headset on for the
small.
science question.
So
if it were to enter the Earth's atmosphere, which it's not going to, it would burn up. It would not hit the surface.
What is this?
If I were to enter the Earth's atmosphere, I would also burn up. So that is
It's
not
true,
an impressive
yeah.
feat from the asteroid.
Wait, which asteroid?
Pretty standard.
We're
The
talking
one, the one that's become our temporary moon.
Oh, like
The one on the left.
a captured one?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
just
captured one.
recent.
The one that's
did you
become
not
our
hear about
temporary
this,
moon.
Drayden?
Was this new, or I know there was one like from a couple years ago that we captured. That
No,
was,
this is
fairly
literally
recent.
happening like
Yeah,
right now.
Like it happened
Oh.
like yesterday, bro.
No, I haven't heard about it. That's cool though.
So
Oh
we,
my
we will
God.
have a second moon for 2 months
Sweet.
before it leaves our orbit.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
it is much closer than the moon is.
Yeah. Well, how big is it?
33
30
meters.
meters.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't be an issue if it came in.
Yeah.
That would.
No,
That would.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
That
It
would
would also
like
burn up.
burn. That would mostly.
Okay, I have I have an actual question.
Yeah.
Because this, when I saw how, because they're saying Earth is going to have a second moon, I think of the moon times 2, like copy paste. But no, this is 33 meters, which is not big.
It's like 100 feet.
But so if 100 feet if 100 feet wide qualifies as a moon,
Mm-mm.
then why does Pluto
That's
not
not-
qualify as a planet?
That's
Ah.
not what qualifies as a moon. What qualifies as a moon is that it makes a full orbit around the planet.
Politics.
So yeah.
Manic,
So
it's all
well,
politics.
no.
It's all
There's an
red
answer.
tape.
There's an answer
Yep,
for
it's all
this.
politics.
Do I need to
That's
get the
the- I
science?
just-
Do I need
No.
to get the code
Just
for this
listen.
one?
Yes.
All
yes.
right,
Just
here we
give
go.
the answer.
Here we
Just
go.
give the
Everybody,
answer.
Shut up.
This is all your fault.
Dre Dan the Science Man. Dre Dan.
The Science Man. Here
We go. We gotta do
That's
the
no
fucking
moon.
thing. Do it. Dre Dan, the Science Man. Oh, we're still going.
Dre Dan the Science Man.
Science.
That's beautiful.
Wow, that
That's
was
so beautiful.
that was aggressive as fuck.
because we had like 5 people talking at
Well,
once.
when
and
he while he's
that
getting
drives me
ready,
up
ready
the wall.
I answered the
Akaroff.
question, and Drayden's like, "I'm gonna get
You-
the
but
science
you
code."
didn't-
You don't
didn't
answer
have
the
the
question.
code-
Drayden
Oh, fuck,
answers
too
the
late now.
question.
That's true. That's fair.
So what makes
Did Dom send my name?
so
I
to
did,
be
but
a
we'll wait.
moon, it just has to be an orbital body that circles a planet. That's why I mean, like Mars's moon. There's like Phobos and Deimos. I forget which one is the smaller one. It's the closer one, but both of them are really tiny. But one of them is like what 30 miles across, which is big, but small for a moon. But honestly, captured asteroids can be a moon. If it's orbiting a planet, it's a satellite of the planet, which is a moon. But the reason why Pluto is not a planet was they did the
They didn't pay
convention.
this off bill.
There, yeah. No, they did a convention in like, was it the late 90s, early 2000s, somewhere in there. And it was because it was when they started finding all the Kuiper Belt objects out there. Because like we knew Pluto, it has this moon, Charon. But then we started finding like Eris and Makemake and there's a bunch. I can't remember all the names of them, but like we started finding like, you know, one, then two, and then now there's like dozens of these large Kuiper Belt objects that are like out in the middle of the Kuiper Belt. They're big enough to like pretty much be spherical, but it's like, okay, but do we now have like 20 planets in the solar system, or what's the thing? So then they're like, okay, they had to define what is a planet.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah.
That
So
makes
they're
sense.
yeah. So they're like, okay, it's got to be obviously orbit the sun is the number one thing, and then it has to be large enough and massive enough that it has roughly sphericalized itself under gravity. So that because that way it's not an asteroid. And then 3, it has to have cleared its orbital path of most debris. And so when they put that basically eliminated all the Kuiper Belt objects, because they're out in the Kuiper Belt. There's tons of shit out there all over the place. But that actually eliminated Pluto, because Pluto has this really elliptical orbit compared to all the other planets. And so like when it's closer, it's actually a little bit closer to Neptune. But the thing is, like, when it goes out into its further orbit, it's like almost out in the Kuiper Belt, and there's tons of shit out there. And so it's not massive enough to have cleared its orbital path. So
I see.
but the thing is, like, they did make a second categorization. So there's planet, which Pluto got demoted from. But then there's dwarf planet, which means that it meets the first 2 criteria. It orbits the sun and is large enough to be spherical under its own mass and gravity. But if it hasn't cleared its orbital path, it's a dwarf planet. So Pluto got demoted from planet to dwarf planet. But then all these other Kuiper Belt objects are now dwarf planets. But also Ceres in the asteroid belt has been upgraded from asteroid to dwarf planet because it's big enough to have met the first 2 criteria. Yep, go ahead.
Is a dwarf planet the same thing as a planetesimal?
Yeah.
I've heard, I'm not asking as a joke. I've heard the word planetesimal a
just sounded
lot.
cute.
No, it's like
It did
there's
sound cute.
planet and planetesimal. I'm wondering if dwarf planet and planetesimal are the same
I
thing.
would say that they can't. They're not mutually exclusive. Planetesimal is usually just a term meant to be like something that's like a planet starter, essentially, or something that is large enough that could be a
okay.
planet. But usually, when they talk about planetesimals, they're talking about things that are probably in early formations of various different planetary systems.
It might be
That they're kind of
one
more
point.
chaotic, and they can like
Gotcha.
ram into each other and smash and stuff. But
Okay.
you know,
Can I
smash
give
or
you
pass.
the
but-
Oxford Dictionary for this one, because I think it
Yeah.
helps explain it? A minute planet, a body that could or did come together with many others under gravitation to form a planet.
Yeah, well, I mean, in
It's
any
basically
dwarf
a
planet,
tiny bit that could become a planet,
Oh,
or
yeah.
maybe used to be part of.
Right.
yeah, and
Okay.
any dwarf planet is you could call a planetesimal as well. I would say.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of like a Venn diagram. All dwarf planets are planetesimals, but not all planetesimals are dwarf planets.
Right,
Yes.
because some planetesimals don't have a stable orbit, and they haven't. They might not necessarily, because some planetesimals are big to where they're like a potential planet, but they might not necessarily be big enough to have been spherical and crush or
Okay.
smash.
I've learned something tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drayden. Thank you,
Yeah.
Draydan, the science man.
I'm sorry, I was
What's up,
like, I
Mace?
wasn't paying attention. I was like buying Plex, so I
Not
could.
much. What was the science question tonight?
Something
Oh, we're
about
just talking about planets
dwarves
and
and
moons
midgets.
and
I don't know.
talking about dwarfs and midgets.
Dwarf
Yes,
planets. and
they
midget
do make
planets.
better movies, as a matter of fact.
Which I was looking over earlier, because apparently I missed that they announced it back in May, or maybe I just forgot about it. But they've got more NASA people and ESA people coming to talk at FanFest next year.
Oh,
Which
I'm gonna be there.
Drayden's
pretty
going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. Dude, it's,
NASA. Drayden is the NASA person.
Oh, he did ask you a
speaking at
science
FanFest.
question earlier. You missed
oh,
it.
what was the science question?
Drayden, submit a presentation to be a speaker at FanFest. Give a science talk.
He's
Which
just about
mountaintop
water.
lies
I'm
farthest
a
from the Earth's
pseudoscientist. I'm,
So
well,
here's-
not a
here's your
pseudoscientist, but
science talk,
I
dude.
don't actually come up with this. I just regurgitate what I've read and heard from other people.
Oh,
I'm
You do a
not-
good
okay.
job.
I'm not doing the
So-
studies myself
You
or anything
gotta
like that.
That's a lot of scientists.
So
You
real
got to do a
quick,
study of like how possible the warping is in EVE Online in real life, and then present that at FanFest.
I
Oh.
So
think
here-
I
Call
think
it warping into the future.
I think Max Singularity actually already did that in 2018.
Yeah,
did
man, I
too, yeah.
love Max's
Um,
speeches.
there are two
Oh.
people that were announced as speakers so far. So we're getting astrophysicist Dr. Becky Smethurst and Dr. Ronald Turner, senior science advisor to the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts, who is also an EVE player.
I
Yeah, I've
am
heard that name,
going
Ron
to
Turner.
definitely watch those presentations and nerdgasm out the whole time.
As you should.
But as they put out,
Uh,
they're looking for players and seasoned veterans.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Like you,
whatever
to
I'm
do
wearing. I
show
mean,
the
wait,
story.
isn't Emmett Smith is selling Depends now? I can just use one of these.
I have met
Sorry,
Emmitt
it's on the
Smith in
Thursday Night
person
Football.
before.
Emmett Smith was doing a Depends commercial. It's like, wait,
Hey, depends are important, right?
yeah,
Let's
they
not
are,
lie
they
about
are.
Hey,
hold on.
Let's not shame people.
No, I'm
Especially
sorry.
Cowboys.
Yeah, no,
I
I
it's
think it was
Cardinals
more
are
of
gonna
a check out how old we're getting. than,
Yeah.
like, people
We-
who
every-
are
everybody is getting old.
Boomers.
I'm
childhood
gonna
heroes
need.
for us.
Speak for
Yeah,
yourself.
so my bad. Real quick though, Nerve Viking did have a science question. Which mountain
How
top
do
lies
Depends work?
furthest from the Earth's center? I mean, I want to say. Here's the thing, though: is Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's slightly ovaled. It's
oblate.
oblong at the equator, right? Because it's rotating, so centrifugal force wants to, it squishes it down a little bit. But the thing is, like the Himalayas are somewhat close to the equator, and I know that.
would you like the actual
Everest-
mountaintop answer?
Well, hold on. I want to guess because I don't know this, so I'll guess, and
Okay.
then you can tell me what the actual answer is.
Okay.
I mean, Everest
I
would
know the
be
answer,
like
too,
the
yeah.
easy answer, just because it is the highest elevation above sea level. But I feel like that's a trick question because there's got K2 might be closer to
I
the.
would've said
It's
Everest.
Drayden, you're gonna
After
be
that.
your mind's gonna be blown by it.
Are we
so-
talking about under? Hold on. Are we talking? Are we including no high for
No,
from the
so
Earth center?
so I'll
I feel
give
like this
you
would be
this
something
hint.
in the north.
Its elevation above sea level for this mountain is 20,550 feet.
Oh, so it's not going to be like any of the big peaks. It's not even.
No,
So it's not. Because I was like, maybe it's not Everest. Maybe it's like K2 or Annapurna, but it's not going to be those then.
What
Pikes
other
Peak?
what force? So think about
Fuji?
what forces are at play on the Earth as it spins, right?
Yeah, tidal forces,
w-
and then
well,
you have,
and-
centrifugal
and-
force.
Yep. And what's the centrifugal force do to the planet shape? We
It
bulge.
squeezes it out into an oval.
Yeah, which is why
Somewhere
this-
in Ecuador has the highest one.
Is
Yeah.
this? Is it?
It's
What's
It's Mount Chimborazo.
Oh, I was
which
like
is basically
Kilimanjaro in Africa, but
It's like right on the equator. Basically.
okay, I was
So
like
it's-
Kilimanjaro is pretty close to the equator, but I know it's
Yeah.
not like one of the. It's the highest peak in Africa elevation wise, but I wasn't sure if
it's basically Earth's muffin top showing.
It's gonna take
Yeah.
a lot to keep me away
Interesting.
from you.
Yeah. Mauna Loa is the highest. Yeah, that's but that's
From
from like
base
base
to
to peak.
summit.
That's prominent or not prominent. Yeah, that's prominence.
It's got nothing
that's-
on Mount
that's not,
Olympus on Mars though.
Yeah, but that's not furthest from the center. Yeah, Mars is what Olympus Mons.
Or yeah, Olympus Mons.
Yeah, that's the biggest mountain in the solar system.
And largest volcano.
Yeah.
Have you
It's
guys
not act-
seen the movie The Martian?
Yes.
I have.
I
Yeah.
have.
Do you guys know they
It's very
based that
good.
on a true story?
I did not know that. Red line, tell us.
So it's
They
it's
based,
a-
it on, they based it on
it's
a book in real life.
No,
a
they
true-
based it on a true story. What do you mean?
it's the future history yet to be written that I
Are-
guess
are you
already was
saying
written.
Matt Damon?
Of no,
Matt
Matt
did-
Damon
he
was
did all
actually
of that.
he was portraying Elon Musk in the future.
no,
Oh,
No,
let's
that was
not bring him
after-
into this.
that was after he got kicked off of Elysium.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Come on.
Well,
All
thanks,
your
I
days
want to
are
see
timeline.
Elysium.
Thanks
So,
to the
yeah,
Martian.
Hollywood has
For a
spent more
long
than
time.
$900 billion saving Matt Damon.
Yeah,
That's
thanks to
probably
the
not
Martian movie,
false. Yeah.
Idaho decided that just cutting potatoes in half and growing them on all of our citizens' poop is the best way to grow potatoes. So
That's right.
now, if you buy Idaho potatoes, poop grow.
They get poop
You're-
potatoes.
you're
They've always
eating-
had poop in them.
Potato.
People
You're
poop.
eating
If you didn't
Drayden's
know.
Yeah, So,
People.
and I live in Idaho, so you're welcome.
I have
All
pooped in
vegetables have
Idaho,
poop.
so
in their-
I there may be
Okay.
some manic velocity poop in there.
You
Yeah.
said you didn't know the regions of Eve, so is the Vossarin Expanse a real region?
Is
That
the
is not a
what?
real region.
The
Expanse is a real
Vosser?
region, yeah.
Vossarin Expanse.
No, it's not.
Expanse is a real
No,
region.
that sounds
Okay.
like water.
All right, it's not. You're correct.
Hmm.
This
The
sucks.
Expanse?
This guy sucks at making up names.
The Vosser and Expanse. That doesn't even sound remotely Eve.
That,
Wait, are
that
you
even, that
using-
sounds kind of
are-
Star
Where-
Trek.
where's
Are you
where's the
using
French? Where's the
which,
French
which,
sounds?
Which model are you using?
Tenerife.
Is it 4 or
That's a
4?
real one.
That's a real one.
I've been there. I've been there.
Redline?
Oro.
Okay. That's what I want.
The Hiding Way. No, that's Star Wars.
That's also
That is
Morelia
the
Verge.
No.
No.
Oh, you're getting longer on answering. That's interesting.
No,
Is it
give
getting
me another
better?
one. Give me another one.
Detroit.
Yes.
Wait,
Better
Metroid?
red.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Detroit. It's
Detroit.
Better
Detroit.
red.
Yeah.
It's Detroit.
It's
It's
the
Detroit.
I is
Detroit,
after the
yeah.
R. I think it's Detrorid. I think it's
Yeah.
Detroit.
Have
It
I
is.
been
Yeah.
reading it wrong?
Yeah,
for
I called
all
it.
these years.
I called it Detroit for like 3 or 4 years. And then someone said it's Detroit, and I looked closer. I'm like, holy shit!
Yeah, it's dead red.
What
It's
about
like when
Esoteria?
shit.
it's like when people say it's aluminium. I'm like, oh no, it's, and they're like, look at the elemental pure
I
table. And you look,
remember
you're like,
using
oh,
that.
you
it's
son of
aluminum.
a bitch.
What about Esoteria?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a real
Yep.
one.
Esoteria.
Did you know?
I'm saying
That-
it wrong on purpose, you fuck.
Did you know that they were originally gonna call aluminum alumium
Ooh.
because they
No.
wanted
You mean
to they wanted to
aluminium?
keep the ium
I am. Yeah.
as the suffix to
They
like,
go
the
on,
consistency.
Yeah, they go on naming conventions, usually in the vertical columns.
What about Kalevala
Expanse is one.
Expanse?
So, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Say it again.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody else
The
says
kale,
yes, so
the
I'll say yes.
Kalevala expanse, that's where all kale comes from.
Oh, that makes
Dude,
sense.
I love kale.
Shut
Kale's really good.
Yeah,
You know
Oh,
what I
yeah.
wish you could do? And
yeah. Even kale decadence comes from there, I think. So
City. All right, ChatGPT is broken, so I'm done. I'm done.
You just
want
need to learn how to bitch slap it into shape.
Perfect. I don't know. It's like literally broken.
I think it's like
not working.
slash bitch
No.
slap.
Don't tell
end
me I just
quote,
need to
or
work
something
into
like
shape.
that.
Like it's a skill
Can-
issue. I don't have any
Can we
skill
bitch
issues.
slap an
fucker.
AI?
If it's a
yet?
skill issue, that makes more sense.
We could bitch slap you.
I'm sure
if
you
we
could
wanted
ask
to,
the
you
AI.
fucking goon.
They'll probably
You
say
would have
no.
to jump to
They'll
get
probably
high
say
if
no
you
and then
bitch
alert
slap
the
me.
authorities for like domestic
What do you mean
abuse
I'd
or
have to
something.
jump to get high? I have enough to bitch slap you.
'Cause
What are
you're
you,
short
like
as fuck.
6'2"? I'm short as fuck. What do you
You're
mean?
short
How
as fuck.
tall are
It's like
you?
arms are long. You
He's
6'5"?
actually he's really tall. Actually, he's almost as tall as I am.
I wouldn't have to jump. I got long arms. Just
Yeah,
reach
that's what
up,
arms are
smack
for,
you,
dude.
dumbass.
Nope, you're a T-Rex. You have short
Unless you
arms
think people
and
are
a short
slapping you
body.
with like their lips or something, which
Mm.
you know.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
open-minded.
down. I'm
Hey,
down.
I don't.
Are you in?
Threaten
are
me with a
you
good
I'm
time.
down to try that.
gross? Or what?
We're slapping lips.
Lip slap.
Ew.
I mean, I was trying
we
to
doing?
disrespect them.
We
With
went
what?
from guess the region
Disrespect
to
a ghost.
Did we talk about the
Ooh.
fan fest?
to like slap my lip up.
No.
Bow,
I'm so
bow.
confused.
This
Nice.
is
That's
something
right.
Dra-
That's
this is something
exactly
Drayden
how
should
the
do,
Prodigy
right?
song
They're actually
went.
asking
Yeah.
for Drayden to come and talk.
Oh,
yeah.
I
Drayden, you got to do it, man.
don't know.
Seasoned
if I could.
veterans.
No.
They want you to
maybe
share your
not.
stories.
Maybe Drayden doesn't have the chops to be a public presenter.
Mm.
You
I know he can talk for 30
Maybe-
Yeah,
minutes.
Maybe-
I don't
maybe
grow it
he-
down here, dude. I just cut it off at the sideburns.
Maybe he stops at vice president.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't ever make it to president.
I
Maybe,
believe
yeah. Oh, with that attitude, he probably.
I
will.
have an E.
he's not going to become president. He's going to sell out his shares. We already know this.
Mm.
I have an Eve
He's gonna
question.
Yeah,
lose all
that's
control.
true.
Me.
I'll still be vice president.
No, an Eve question.
But
Even
with
after
no
you sell your
control.
shares,
I just won't be a
you'd still the vice
shareholder.
president?
I'm still not.
How?
None of us are shareholders. My dad still owns 100% of the shares.
No, this is not real life. This is fake.
He's retired and owns all of them.
Is this just fantasy?
I thought it was.
Can we buy Drayden's company?
Caught in
from
a
him?
landslide, man.
No escape
Thank
from
you,
reality.
Medic.
But the landslide.
All right, seriously, Eve question.
I was laughing too hard.
What? What's the question? I got an
What-
answer for you, goon.
What is a Horizon Siege Point site?
Isn't that the site?
That the
Their
fishing
Horizon
site?
siege points.
Yeah,
I
that's where they
literally
seize the
have no idea.
horizon.
That's part of the Zarzak Siege.
That
event
sounds
going
like
on.
that sounds like an Evo band. Siege the Horizon.
That's a limited time
It's,
event that should be
Siege the
gone.
Horizon.
Siege the
Sounds
Horizon
great.
sounds like an Evo band to me.
Okay, let's be clear.
Absolutely
You
it does.
said that they should be gone soon. They shouldn't be gone soon. They should stay forever.
What I'm
but
saying
they
is
will be gone soon.
correct. Yeah,
They will.
I
be
did
gone
see some
soon.
good feedback on the sites and how the mechanics worked, and people were advocating for expanding that to more types of sites. so I
Hello,
did see
Nerd
that.
Viking.
What's
Up,
special
guys?
about these sites and how they work? Like, what makes them cool and awesome?
Hey, what's up?
I would have to go back and read that Reddit post.
Oh, rip.
I'll find it for you.
I was hoping you were setting up a nice topic.
I was browsing
Oh.
at work, and so I saw a glimpse of it. I didn't retain it.
Gotcha. I know they exist, but I know nothing about them.
Well, that's not the deep flow thing, though, right?
No, this
It's
is
something
This
different.
is
yeah,
the second thing after Deep Flow.
Why do they call it that?
Heavy flow.
I'm here for it.
Yeah,
yeah. Horizon is the one that has
They had
interaction with
deep
Zarzak,
flow
right?
sites that you could do.
The heavy flow month.
And I was like, oh man, are these like is it like Blood Raider sites or?
There you go in chat. That's the
I went there. It's fine.
Okay.
that's a Reddit post about them where CCP Swift says, "Hey, glad you're enjoying it," and it describes a little bit of things about it therein. I'm pretty sure in the commentary.
Very cool. Thank you.
What game tomorrow night?
Iowa State Cyclones versus
Right.
Arkansas State. That's what
I
we're
don't
tomorrow.
I don't watch college football unless you stop. Wait, is there a London?
Yeah, I
game?
didn't go to any of those schools. What's the point?
I'd went to one of them.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
but you're
I
not
don't.
cool.
I don't watch.
Not the one that matters.
I don't watch college. I don't think.
Sure we do.
I think the last college football game I saw was when Boise State was in the championship, which was what 8 years ago, 7 years ago.
Isn't
year was
Gorgonzola
1906.
from your neck of the woods too?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to college football.
It's
at all.
not what it's really called, but there's a crazy name school from,
Gonzaga,
like,
yeah.
up there somewhere.
Oh, Gonzaga.
Gonzaga, yeah.
Gorgonzola.
They're decent with their basketball team. Although everyone, you
They
can tell
shouldn't be because they're a fucking tiny school.
it's like a Christian school in Spokane. But you could tell.
Welcome back.
You can tell when someone's from the East Coast because they'll be like, "Oh, Gonzaga." It's like, ugh. It's Gonzaga. They're like, I mean, I can see why it
Gorgonzola.
looks like Gonzaga if you looked at the word, but it's like, yeah, but they're the Zags. No one calls them the Zogs. But
Zog. Do people call them anything
People
at
in the
all
East don't
outside
like that
of the
school
Final
because
Four?
they keep beating everybody.
the thing is, like, I feel like every year they get seated higher than they deserve. It's like every time, like they had some, they've been in the tournament like every year for like the last 15 years or something like that. So they're a good team. They're never like the best team because it's like Kansas and all these other teams win, but Gonzaga's always there. And then, but there's been a couple. I think they actually got to the finals one year and then they got smashed really hard. But there's been several times where they've been rated a 1 seed and then they just like lose in the Sweet 16. It's like, all right, this. But yeah, it's like I always feel like they don't go as far as they're rated to go, but I root for them because it's like
Goodness.
it's like the only local
Into
team
the
in the city.
microphone.
Yeah.
Really?
Unnecessary.
Who was that? I
That
have
was Skyhawk.
That was me.
Ban that
Skyhawk.
man. Ban that man.
to know. Kick him out, man.
Get
He's
him out of
burping
here.
on the mic. He doesn't like pumpkin pie. Get him out of here.
Just
Pumpkin spice is also crap.
on the
That was
freaking
worse than
for
pumpkin pie.
Skyhawk.
just on the
I say hot dogs and hamburgers and anything else. Like
yeah.
that.
Just
Ooh,
you just gonna
hot
sit
dog.
on the bridge of the
Actually, I'm
executor
gonna make
and
some
just
chicken tendies soon.
I want a hot dog right now. I might go to 7-Eleven, get a hot dog.
Oh,
I have some Buffalo Wild Wing sauces and some.
Ooh, I do
chicken
too. I have
strips I'm
their
gonna
hot
make.
wing sauce. It's really good.
I've got their Nashville hot right now, the honey barbecue, and their Southwest Ranch. Their Southwest Ranch is fucking fire.
I like that Asian zing.
I have stuff to make chicken Alfredo tonight, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. So I'm just gonna throw a Stover's lasagna in the oven later.
I took
Throw
the
it in
last.
It's
5
way-
minutes before you want it though, because that's
I-
how those work.
Actually, earlier tonight, Drayden, I took the last batch from that chicken or from the fettuccine alfredo I made out of the freezer, and that's going to be dinner tomorrow night.
It was like 5 months ago, 4 months ago, but I made a mistake where one night I was like, after the show, I'm like, I'm gonna put this lasagna in here. I preheat the oven, put the lasagna. I'm like, that'll be ready in an hour, and then like 30 minutes later, I'm like, you know what? I want to go on a walk, and I just decided to go on a walk.
No.
Yeah, and I was like,
Came back to some smoke.
luckily no. Although I lucked out. I was like, went down. I was like, and I scared the shit out of this one lady. Because I went down to the old, super hopping, bar area in my town, which is not a thing. Like most of the bars here close at like 11 because like this town's boring. But this one was supposed to be. Google Maps said they're open till 2 a.m. and I went there and the open neon light was on. The door was unlocked, so I walk in and I go in there like all the lights are off. The chairs are up on the tables, and I'm just like, didn't see anybody. I'm like, So I start walking over to the bar. I'm like, are they gonna be closed? And like as soon as I get near the bar, some chick like comes walking down the hallway and she like sees me and she screams like, ah! I'm like, I'm sorry. Your open sign was on. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I turned that off. I'm like, are you closing early then? She's like, yeah, we're closing early. I'm like, okay, see you. Sorry. But I was like,
I
all
think
right,
if
so
if the chairs are on the tables, that's
a clear
the
sign.
sign.
I should have
But
just
how
left.
about
But
if
at the
the
same time, I was
tables
like,
are on the
the
chairs?
door's unlocked and the open sign's on, and it's
To be
within
fair,
it's
I mean,
within
it
normal
could've-
business hours. So I'm like, I'm gonna go in here. My
I
plan was
will.
to-
I've seen restaurants like kind of roll
Right.
the dice and like clean early on a really quiet
You're
night,
like
and just
three-quarters of the
yeah,
restaurant and stuff.
and then
they're
just
probably- yeah,
pray to God that no one comes
I
in and
used to
goes
do
into
that.
those areas.
they
I
were
used
probably
to
just like,
do
it's
that.
not. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying I used to do that when I worked at a restaurant a long time ago.
Yeah.
We'd close like half the place down, like about an hour before
Yeah.
closing time.
And you just hope, it's like
Hope
that.
nobody comes in. Yeah.
It's like that
Yeah,
waiting movie
in
where they're
county
like,
bars.
coming in and someone comes in there. I was like, fuck, in the back. Yeah, I did that. No, Seaman, I did not get my drink because she scared me, and I was like, I don't want to scare her anymore, so I left. But the bar across the street was still open. It was like a super grungy, like people could
You
smoke.
did get your
Burn
drink.
your
People would
food.
smoke inside type of dive bar, and I went in and I got one drink, and then I was like, just kind of wandering around, and then that's when it hit me. I'm like, wait.
I shouldn't be here.
Did I wait? I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure I put a lasagna in the oven. Did I wait? Or am I thinking of last week? I'm like,
And he just envisions the whole building
and then
burning.
then because I'm in an apartment, so I'm like, fuck, dude, if my like fire alarm's going off at like 3 in the fucking morning, I'm like, that's bad. So I was just like, fuck, and I was like, I don't have time to walk back, so I called an Uber and took an Uber back. Sure as shit, I come in the door. It's like, luckily it wasn't smoky inside, but it was definitely like the top cheese layer was like kind of blackened. And I was like, okay. And then I pulled the cheese back. I was like, half of this is still all right. So I ate like half of the, I ate the center of the center part that wasn't burnt of the lasagna. And then I went to bed. And then after that, I was like, maybe I shouldn't be baking after open comms.
After hours.
Hard
Well,
to
it's
say.
not that late when we end for you. It's still legitimately cooking time.
Yeah,
What,
see,
you like
on
midnight
our-
for you? It's
Although
not,
not
like
yet,
2
yeah.
in the morning for me, midnight for you.
Yeah. No, it was when I got back here, it was like 3 a.m.
Oh, that's.
And I
a
put the
little-
lasagna in at like 12:30 to 1 a.m. So
It was extra done. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
yeah, it's just it's disabled. I set a limit on that, Nape, to like once every half hour people can redeem that, because if it didn't have that limit, people would be redeeming that shit left and right, and we would all die.
Yeah.
Or
for
have a
legal-
great time.
Because we
One of the
can't
two.
say
When-
no.
For
when the
legal
shot is
reasons, we have to
redeemed.
restrict.
Yeah, so it's like
we can't say no.
Yeah, we can't say no, but so I limited basically like to four.
It's a verbal contract.
4 shots
don't do
max
false
per show,
advertising.
as opposed because like if you guys could do it like every 5 minutes, we would die, like literally.
Here's a trick around that. Praise Dave.
There-
Mm,
yeah.
that's sometimes.
There used to be.
You can praise
do
Dave all
often
you
do.
Yeah,
want.
you can
Shots
praise
to
Dave all you
praise
want,
Dave.
and that sometimes will
Supposed
bait
to.
one out if we're feeling good.
Not that one though.
Yep, that one. Praise
Yeah.
Dave.
Dave.
That's the one.
There used to be a lot more liquor, like straight liquor, consumed on this show as well. That's worth noting.
There was.
Yeah, I don't do shots anymore because
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's usually when I'm drinking on the show anymore. That's usually is what I do. But
shots.
I
Yeah.
do.
I mean, I
do
see
a
Dre
mix.
do them still.
I will do a mix of them, although not tonight because I was limited on alcohol. So like this is the last of my stuff.
I have no
mean-
alcohol here tonight, and I couldn't go get more because I don't have my car at the moment because my radiator went out yesterday. So rip my
Aw,
radiator.
dude, I'm
Ooh,
sorry, man.
Dang.
I
like
well,
a hole in it or
yeah.
what happened?
It happened at like 11:30 at night. I really wanted a Sonic Shake, so I went to get a Sonic Shake, parked there, and then noticed my car was overheating. Checked the fuse, wasn't the fuse, and I took an Uber home and arranged for it to get towed to my shop this morning.
It wasn't
Just-
the thermostat
I-
thing.
But
Stick-
the shop won't have a chance to actually look at it till Monday. It just got towed today,
just
so I'll find out on Monday.
I always find
I
the best way to
literally-
find a radiator hole or leak and clog it up. Just take some like chewing gum,
Well,
chew it
the
up,
cool
and just
that
drop it in
it
your
has-
reserve tank.
it has coolant.
And,
It's got
hope for the
it's
best.
got it wasn't low on coolant. It's got coolant.
Add
the-
coolant in the radiator.
Yeah.
Thermostat.
It's the thermostat.
But the fan was never engaging.
Yeah,
Hmm.
thermostat.
Probably thermostat.
Basically, it's just not telling it to operate. Right.
Yeah.
It's overheating.
Bunch
the
of
thing-
guys
the
standing
thing
around
that
an
says
open
that
hood right now.
Function.
Fucking, we're working on.
I've done that.
Well,
I've
you know,
done
you
that.
got to make sure that your spaceship is running properly. Speaking
Yeah.
of,
No one
anyone
overheat. That's why we have coolant.
Played Star Trucker, Space Trucker, whatever that game is.
Dude, I want to try that. That looks so fun.
It's free on Game
I-
Pass, dude.
What is
That's
it?
funny.
I
'cause
played
that
Star
Dirk Shatil was
Trucker
talking about
and
that
Eve.
today.
It's so good, but you can go out and like repair your ship, and that it just reminded me of
Yeah,
like
Nate, cheers.
someone going out and like repairing their ship in first person in EVE Online. I think that'd be so funny to do. But
Yeah,
that'd
it's
be pretty
just,
good.
it's completely
Just
off.
do
topic.
like a space engineers thing where you can get out of your ship and just go zooming around and repair shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine being able to walk around as your Eve?
Walking in
character?
Can you
space?
spin your ship in this game?
Can you own?
I
Walking in
didn't
space- you
say
can just
walking
whiz
in
all over the place?
stations. I didn't say walking in stations, but
If
you
you're
know,
already walking, why wouldn't you?
No, walking
Who
in
the
space.
hell would want to walk in stations?
Walk in
who would
space.
want to walk in a station?
That sounds the
huh?
dumbest
Such
thing
a
I've ever heard.
stupid
Yeah, I
idea.
know.
What a bad
Walking
concept.
citadels though.
I hope the sidewalks move like
Walking
Oh,
that.
maybe
Citadels.
Citadels might be fun.
Yeah,
So,
walking in
Oh,
citadels.
actually-
we could have
Like in Harry
WIC
Potter.
clinics and
Speaking of walking,
WIC
around
with
in
the
general,
Sunshine.
did you guys notice or catch, the new addition to Wishlist on Steam this week?
what's
Bro,
Steam?
I thought this was about to be
What?
an EVE Online question.
Yeah.
I was
Uh,
gassed for a
Van-
second, and then you're
Van-
just talking
Van-
about Steam.
Vanguard
Never
is
believe in you again.
wishlistable on Steam now.
Oh, it's
my
been for a
God,
while.
it
I've been, yeah.
was- It
didn't know
was
that.
an Eve question.
I feel like I need a new computer before I can play
And you
Vanguard
can,
efficiently anymore.
You
Like
can
the early game, the early tests I could do fine, and then once they started kind of upgrading some of the graphics and stuff a bit, I'm like, yeah.
Well, you got to remember it's not optimized yet. So
Well, it's
once
not optimized.
better
But also, I
optimized-
have a 1080, which
I was
it's
gonna
like,
say,
and
our
I
computer's
can't
a
hold
little
that against. Sorry, I can't hold it against CCP because it's like you can't
Oh, you
design
can.
new games for like 10-year-old graphic cards. Or you
shouldn't,
can,
at
but it's
Why
like, it's
not?
like
You
I-
should.
I don't
Sure.
expect them to. So like the things like a 1080 card with like a 6700 i7, like those. That's old processor, old graphics card. I probably can't run new stuff, but
Yeah.
once I get a
Can
new
you run
PC,
Crysis?
I'm gonna like just. I am not an FPS player, but I liked Vanguard a lot,
Yeah.
and I will play
It's
the
fun.
shit out of that.
You can also now sign up
and-
for
and-
eFrontier.
I don't
I'm
know
not
if it's going on
gonna-
the list of
there's
games
a-
I'd play the shit out of, but I'll definitely play it with you.
There's so much there that I can't really like there's no point in me even trying to talk about it, but I'm just going to point people in the direction of the announcements channel on the Eve Vanguard Discord server. There's been a steady drip of information from CCP getting posted in there about what they're focusing on with Vanguard development and what they're doing. And there's some pretty cool details in there that fleshes out a lot of questions that we had coming out of the last playtest.
I love that drip.
And it's a very active Discord. There's usually
It
people
is.
in there
It's
bullshit.
very, very active Discord. If you're not there, you should be.
So take that.
Fucking
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Right.
Oh, I do like to smoke shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I
the
should.
only thing that you smoke in your pipe is crack, Dominark.
Not always. Sometimes,
Most-
I don't
some-
think that's true.
sometimes just fucking drywall.
I don't think it's the
mean,
only
what
thing
hell?
at all.
You said fentanyl and drywall.
Sometimes, you never know.
You sprinkle them in at a mostly even
dive
ratio.
right
What's the worst that
in.
could happen, right?
Just make sure it's not laced with asbestos, and you'll be fine.
Oh, that just gives you a little
Yeah,
kick.
why wouldn't you?
Oh, that attitude. Yeah.
Some of you guys are severely lacking in your crack habit at it. You know, whatever
Oh, wait.
All right.
ways.
Don't challenge me. I'm gonna do
You
all
won't
the
even
crack.
sprinkle some asbestos. in
Don't
it.
challenge me.
You
Don't
have no
challenge me.
idea
Don't tell me what
how
to
much
do.
crack I can do.
What is it? Fucking the
Anything you can do, I can
the
do.
Vsauce
better.
guy, was it Michael Stevens? I saw something where he's like, "What's the most dangerous thing I own? Is it this asbestos in a jar?" And then he's like, "This asbestos not in a jar." He's just holding raw asbestos. I'm like, Michael, don't! What are you doing?
He's like, what if he smelled it?
Yeah, it's like, dude, and then yeah.
I had a
Apparently-
dumbass asbestos moment in my life. I bought the current house I had. It had an old boiler in it with and the
A
pipes
boiler?
were what do you call it? Covered covered with asbestos insulation, right?
Sure.
Well, I'm pulling the fucker out of here because I want central air, right? I'm a big pussy and I want fucking central
No,
air.
dude,
So
Central Air. is
You're
the
American
best.
and you
So-
deserve
Yeah,
it.
dude. Oh,
yeah, if I'm putting ductwork in my house, why would I keep the boiler? I'm just gonna put a furnace in. So I thought I'm gonna save myself $500. They said they'd remove it for me for $500. I'm like, fuck that, I'll do it myself. It can't be that hard, right? And plus, I'll have all this metal I can take and sell
Bunch
it.
of copper.
right?
Yeah.
Well, iron, but something
Gotcha.
whatever. So I'm cutting these pipes out, and I realize, wait a minute, this is asbestos going everywhere, and I don't have a mask on.
Oh,
And I'm cutting this first pipe,
dangerous,
thinking,
bro. Enjoy your cancer.
Yeah.
well, I got one
you
pipe.
got
I got a mask
you
after
get
that.
the meso,
I got a respirator
not
after
the
that,
soup,
and then,
though.
then I
not the
took
seep.
I took all the insulation off the pipes before I saw them. Yeah. But anyway, ended up with just over 5,000 pounds of cast iron that I took to the whatever, like the iron,
Holy
the
shit,
metal place.
dude.
Yeah. $86.
Tom, is that for like when houses have?
$86.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds-
86 bucks
yeah.
for
Oh,
how
so
much?
sad.
5,200
Yeah, it
some
sounds
pounds
like it
of
sounds
cast
like
iron.
so in our company when we have
I should have paid the $500.
well when we part out coolers and stuff and we take it down to the place like the prices that metal recycling places will give you is like pennies on the dollar basically. It fluctuates around, but like recently, like when I went there, I think for like scrap tin, which is like most general metals, like scrap tin, and then there's like scrap iron, which I think is about the same price. But then there's like like cast iron, like heavier iron or steel.
It's a better rate, yeah.
Yeah. So the
Radiators are made of pop iron, which is like the cheapest form of iron
Yeah.
there is. And it's like,
Yeah,
it's, like I said, I had to unload that shit twice. Not worth $86.
Yeah, so when we take our cooler frames of like the broken down ones, we part them all out and like take all the stuff off, and we take the metal frames and all that stuff down there, and like we'll take like 15, 16 coolers down there, and it'll be about probably about half a ton to a ton worth of metal. But the thing is, like scrap tin prices are usually anywhere from like $20 to $40 per ton in what they give you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then steel is a bit more, but
Oh,
so
good.
we take we decommission the compressors, and we'll take the compressors down there, which is like heavier steel, and but those are like a bit more. But the thing is, like basically we assume like each cooler we get about $1 per frame, $1 per compressor, and then for the compressor coils, I'll cut out all the copper and take all that and we save it, and then so each cooler is about $1 worth of copper in each one. So we get about $3 per cooler, but
You're also charging the customer to take them out, right? That's where you make your money.
No. This is ones that we bring back to the shop, and we're just parting them out because they're
Oh,
old.
okay.
We don't charge the customer for pretty much anything. We charge
Goodness.
we charge the monthly rent, which covers
Sounds like
all.
You need to be more than a VP.
No, it covers all like service, maintenance, repair, and all that stuff. But the thing is, like, since we'll decommission the compressor ourselves, but the savings though is that if you were to just bring a thing with a compressor, like normally they have to decommission that and stuff, that's gonna if it's a commercial disposal, they'll charge you like probably like $100 per unit to decommission it. So we decommission ourselves, so it's like we're only making $3 per thing, but we're saving about 100 to 150 per thing. So the thing's like, yeah, we'll bring like 15 down and get like, $70, but getting
Because labor's free. right?
getting
All your time's free.
$70 is a lot better than spending like 2,000.
What
to
I mind
dispose
is, of
them.
course, free.
Yeah. So that's the savings. That's like where the benefit is, like not having to pay for commercial disposal of that stuff. So.
Oh, I got another part of that. I was
Dude,
cutting
you
those
drive
pipes
by
out.
a developing neighborhood and you put that shit in the dumpsters that they've got up. Come on, man.
So when I was cutting the pipes
Basic
out
shit.
of my basement, I'm using a Sawzall because that's what I had, and I don't have glasses on, right? Safety glasses on. I'm cutting this pipe off, and I'm like, as I'm doing, I'm thinking, I better put safety glasses on. So I grabbed some, put them on, hit the fucking wall. The blade broke and hit me in the glasses. Like
That's
10
what's up.
seconds after I put the fucking glasses on. I was
I've
like,
shattered
"Fuck
like
yeah."
Dremel drill wheels and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. iPro is so important. I love my eyes.
Oh no, yeah, I don't know why I didn't have them on at first, but it was like
Ear
"Ah, I
Pro,
better put these on."
fuck it. And don't get me wrong, I've worn safety squints plenty of times, but eye protection is not generally to be fucked with.
Yeah, I'd
So
rather
it's
not go
You-
blind.
You need those to see. So yeah.
You can buy new ears.
time to
Eyes are thus far not
yet.
replaceable.
Wait till 2077,
no,
then
they
you can
are.
buy new
Musk is
eyes.
working on it.
Ah,
But
fuck
we,
that
we,
guy.
we take eyes for.
I wouldn't take his eye even if it was free.
2077 will have. Tinnitus. Yeah, I have tinnitus. I wish I could buy robot ears, but
I have fucking been a dick to my ears all my life.
I don't
Just
think
an
you could hear
asshole
me
to
over
them.
the music.
And I don't have
What in your
tinnitus.
ears?
Are you afraid of it?
I've had tinnitus. I've had tinnitus as long as I can remember. It's like, and like during the day and like when sounds are happening, I don't notice it, but like when it's quiet, or if sounds are happening and I decide to focus on it, I can hear it. But like if it's like once night hits and everything
Good night,
goes quiet,
friends.
it's
Leave
like
us.
Actually, I'm
Hey,
gonna.
Mace,
Go
Mace,
watch
before you go,
I'm-
Yes, sir.
go ahead, Oscar. Okay.
I was going to say I'm going to take this opportunity to say goodnight as well because I have to be up early in the morning to catch the bus to get to work because I'm slumming it on the bus.
Good night,
You-
buddy.
Good night,
You
bud.
little snuggle
Good night,
bunnies,
man.
take care. We'll see you soon.
Make sure you wear your bus pants.
me, Skak. See you guys.
That's right.
Dominark, what were you gonna
I was
ask?
going to ask you how your the new job's
I've
going.
got this
You
one.
liking it?
Dude, it is absolutely terrific.
Wait, how do I ban him?
The tit.
It's awesome.
Like,
Maybe, yeah.
I've never seen a workplace have a better
Got him.
team environment.
Hell,
We
yeah.
got him.
You know
We
what I
got
mean?
him.
Nice job.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I mean, because you were a little, finding new jobs always a little stressful. I'm just glad that
Yeah,
it's working out.
Yeah.
Wait.
Plus, like all the vacation time I'm gonna
Uh-oh.
get, like I'm gonna have vacation time before the end of this year,
Nice,
and
dude.
then
Yeah.
and then when January starts back, or when at the first of the year next year, I'm gonna get like full vacation, everything for the full year, like 2 weeks, 3 sick days, floating holiday, all kinds of stuff.
Very cool. And you enjoy doing it. That's the key, right?
Yeah,
you
I
gotta
mean,
find something
it-
you enjoy
like,
doing. Yeah.
It's like my body's having to get used to not sitting on my ass. But besides that,
that's fair.
yeah. Because I mean, I was a truck driver, obviously sitting on my butt, and then I was out of work for 7 weeks, sitting on my butt. So now I do drive from stop to stop, but like I got to get out and work product and lift cases and stuff at every location. So I got to get used to that. And like week 1 was rough. I would say week 1 and week 3 were really rough.
Just not used to doing the work part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Mace, are all your deliveries fairly suburban, or do you have to go really rural?
So, well, Vlad, you know where Sweetwater is, right?
Yep.
Yep. That's as far north as I go. I do around Cleveland, where I'm at, and then I go north from here. So I go Cleveland, like Athens, Sweetwater, Tellico.
Tellico's kind of rural.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's in the mountains, but it's a touristy kind of mountain city.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, how would
I
how
mean,
would we
it's not like
define rural?
Gatlinburg. It's not like Gatlinburg or some shit.
I mean, how
So-
you define rural in Tennessee? If a
I mean,
Walmart's within 30
exactly.
minutes, it's not that rural.
Exactly.
If you're
You're
more
not
than
in
45
Memphis or
minutes from a
Nashville,
Dollar
it's rural.
General,
Yeah.
it's rural.
I'm right outside of Chattanooga, and Vlad is around Knoxville. So we live fairly close to each other.
What's the one about the train station? What's the?
That's Chattanooga.
Chattanooga.
no,
Ginger.
not that one. Different place.
No?
The Monkey song.
On a midnight train to
That's
Georgia.
Chattanooga.
Train to Memphis. Is that it? Wait,
I'm
No.
leaving.
on a jet plane.
No, different song. You can leave in a lot of ways.
God damn it!
I don't know what he's making.
I don't either. I'm done.
I've been to
Move on.
Chattanooga, and I know that one song about a midnight train to Georgia. That's all I got for you.
Nah. But yeah, thank you for asking. By the way, it's going well.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
All right, I'm going to go watch YouTube videos that I cannot watch during the day with my
Whoa.
children because my wife will not let me.
Aaron,
That sounds
Go on,
dirty.
No, it's gaming. It's literally a gaming video, but it's playing Rust. And
Lots of penises.
is that one of those jiggle games that the
you don't
Asians
know
put
what
out?
Rust is? Rust is awesome.
It's when you oxidize metal, I think. But
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
Drayden's surely more qualified for this.
Exactly. He would love
For
to get
wait for Rust.
What
Had a lot of
is
fun in
Rust?
Old school Rust was a lot of fun.
Rust is iron oxide. No, sorry.
I mean, that's what I
No,
needed from
No,
you.
there's
Thank you
this,
for that.
there's this guy I watch on YouTube.
that's what it
and
is.
He does like storylines each Rust wipe, and I don't know. I'm into it. He's a good storyteller.
Clarksville. That's the town I was thinking of. Sorry.
What's the
Clarksville.
appeal
Clarksville
of
is
games?
So that's probably why
way
I've been to Tennessee was in Clarksville.
I'm gonna bounce as well, team.
All right,
Good
see you,
night,
man.
guys.
dude.
Thanks for joining us.
Always a
Later.
pleasure, Manic.
Always
Remember
a
me.
pleasure.
All right, guys. Really, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see y'all next
Take it
time.
easy, bud. Yep.
See you, man.
Down
Dude,
to
we're like
3
barely an
visitors,
after
sir.
show. What the fuck?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of
Oh.
people here.
I mean, no, people in the chat for sure. I just mean like everybody's like being like, I'm going to bed.
Bunch of bitches.
Why?
It's,
Why?
Stinky.
Important stuff
stinky
going on tomorrow.
shitballs.
what is tomorrow?
A football game to go to tomorrow. I'm still here. Come on.
Psh, college football.
It's
We got
9:21.
Nerd Viking here with us. How you doing, buddy? I haven't heard you talk yet.
I'm good. I'm chilling, trying to figure out how to run this ship in Eve.
Dude, Drayden, you need to get this guy linked up on some of those. Oh, it's not Horizon sites. What's the other one that's for high sec?
Eve Academy.
Either
No, not the
I
Eve
gave a
Academy.
link
It's,
for, like,
it's the
Eve-
5-man
Eve-
sites that just
Eve-
print ISK like wild.
Oh,
right now.
I don't-
Home
I don't-
front for high sec.
I've never
Home
done
fronts. Thank
the
you,
high
Val.
sec stuff.
And
I
Doc.
said, oh,
I
I
was
didn't know if you
going
read it. I
to
didn't
eventually
know if you were reading.
funnel him into Horde because
no.
I feel like
Why
that's
would you do that to him?
Let's just throw him to the fucking wolves.
Throw him in
mean,
Horde. He'll
no, well,
love, hate
because like
everybody.
Horde will take newer players and they're blue to me.
You see
so,
that goon? This man he's clearly biased.
Yeah, anyone's
Clearly biased. You should join
Dom's
me.
gonna probably
I hear
send you-
some biasness going on right
Dom's
now,
gonna
Drayden,
pr-
and I'm
Dom-
not sure how I feel
Dom
about
is
that.
gonna probably try to send you Karma Fleet. Don't listen to that man.
Oh, fuck no.
Don't go to Karma
Karma
Fleet.
Dudes are
Multiplex
bad.
Gaming.
Brisk Group Ball is
A
in
lot of
Karma
people
Fleet.
are
You don't want to
saying-
be there.
No, don't go to Karma Fleet. You want to join
Don't go
my
TNT.
corp.
Don't
Yeah.
go TNT.
So,
No.
so
One of the
Nerf,
greatest people
Nerf,
ever.
are you a Warhammer 40k fan?
I know enough about Warhammer 40k, and I used to play it a lot, but
So
I'm
you
no
need to join
longer
the
friends with
Imperium.
people,
There you go.
so-
No. What faction did you play?
Necrons.
Oh,
Hell
good.
yeah.
Then don't join Imperium because they're a bunch of Emperor lovers.
That's true.
There's
Yeah,
so
don't
much
join
40k
dudes.
love in this game, and it blows me away.
Yeah.
I've never played it.
join PanFam. We're all Tau guys.
No. bad.
No, PanFam is chaos.
I'm kidding. Don't. That's a lie. We're not.
Fraternity would be Tau, I think.
This is lobbying.
Yes,
and
fraternity
I love
is
it.
Tau.
Fraternity might actually be Tau.
And then Test are the orcs.
I would. You know who I would have him join? LB. Have him join. What could go
LB?
wrong?
Honestly, adventure-wise, he'd probably have a great time.
Think he
That's one
would
of those
too.
groups that I think you would come up with some real fun early memories if
Adventure
you jumped
Time?
into it.
If you
Wait, what?
join Initiative, you get a free carrier. They steal them from other people and give them to you.
I think you would have like a really memorable time. Like that would create those early game memories of like, scratching it out with some little group that's not like, whatever AB list, whatever the big name. I think also Eve Uni's not a bad idea. I heard LB advise him on Eve Uni on his stream.
Are they
Eve
still
Uni
pretty
kicked
active?
A lot of,
That's a serious question.
as far as I know, I think they're still ticking pretty
I
good.
did give him a link to like the Eve Uni site because I'm like, there's a shitload of information here that will help you like on literally anything you look for, pretty much. But
Yeah, and I've been trying to like go through and like learn how to do stuff because Redline gave me an Armageddon, so like I'm trying to
Yeah.
learn how to like equip it right, use it right.
And you've been
the
playing
type
for
of
what?
file for it.
3 weeks?
Yeah, put that
2
thing
weeks. Yeah, I was
up
like,
and
Put it
don't make
away.
I was like, getting the skills for a battleship
Redline's
is gonna
wrong,
be tougher because like battleships are the fun thing, but the thing is like, there's a lot of other system skills, and fitting a battleship Tech 1 is not as optimal.
Like,
so
I'm not so much worried about fitting it right now because like the cost of it's just going to be astronomical for me. I'm mostly just
but
like,
Redline
what
gave you
can
like
I
a
work
billion
towards?
Redline gave you like a billion. You have all the money to fit that thing up well. The problem is that the skills of like having, because you want to fit it up with Tech 2 modules. So you want Tech 2 tank, you want
Yeah,
Tech 2
no,
guns, you want.
I found
And
a
that's going
a
to take you
guide.
several months of skill training to get into.
Yeah, I found a guide that like this dude's doing a long range like sniper missile build with it. And so like I was looking to see how it is because there's currently no community builds for it.
Yeah,
like,
the community builds are
I'm-
limited on bigger stuff like that.
Yeah, the Armageddon is not. It's not a super widely used ship. You can use it for PvP, but usually for PvP, you're not using missiles on it. It's usually just all newts.
It's usually so newts are the thing. It's like the big suck. It
It's
gets
Mega
bonus.
May.
It gets bonuses to newts. Like you're going to be sucking the capacitor, drive other ships, and it's got drone bonuses. Like you're generally going to be using drones for your damage, and then like your highs are going to be a bunch of newts, and then you're going to have like tank in your lows, and then probably just capacitor and stuff like cap charges, like cap injectors and stuff in your mids to like let your newts just run all the time. But the thing is, like by itself, it's probably not as strong, but it's a really good support battleship in other groups. Where like, if you're in a fleet with a few other people and you have an Armageddon that's just sucking everyone really hard of their capacitor.
You suck them off real hard.
Yeah, like if you're draining everyone else's capacitor and then like giving support damage with your drones, but like the drone damage. I mean, you can build an Armageddon for damage, but it's not as optimal. Generally, it's mainly like a nuding boat. That's like, so you're basically like doing this support where you're like draining everyone's capacitor. And then the other people in your fleet are like, now you're turning off their tank modules, their prop modules, their EU war modules, and then your other fleet mates are killing them easily, type of thing.
Yeah, because
Cool outgrowth.
the build that I've been going off of, or at least this video I'm watching to like just get a general idea of like what he's doing level 4 security missions is what he's using it for. So
Okay.
he's doing it for
You've
just
been playing the game for
PvE
13
stuff.
days?
Yeah.
You're not ready for that.
Oh, I know I'm not ready
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
But
I was
I'm
like,
very much
get to that
trial
to
by
get to that guy's
fire.
fit, you're
Like,
probably like 4 to 6 months of training specifically for that ship alone to get there.
The fun thing is blowing up a few times in the early stages can be fine and fun.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
important, I think.
Gen-
I think that's one of the things they actually did right.
Accidentally
in
shot a
training.
station, didn't know you shouldn't do that, like one of my first days, things like that.
Yeah,
You can't shoot neutrals in
It was in
high
high
sec,
sec.
juice, no matter how juicy they look.
yeah.
You
Generally
shouldn't.
is
Don't say you can't. You shouldn't.
generally is an earlier pilot.
Like, nothing is
that-
idiot proof.
And
It's
Eve,
highly idiot
you
resistant.
can.
Generally, as an earlier pilot, the easier things to get into quickly and fly with decent skills and modules, you're looking like frigates and destroyers, and then soon after that you can go cruisers. Like battleships are usually the thing that, like, unless you specifically funnel into a single battleship, but then you're spending several months of time to only fly one ship as opposed to spending those several months of time in frigates and destroyers to be able to fly a whole line of things. But yeah, so like usually you kind of start small and then work your way up, and then later on you get into the battleship skills, and then
I mean, just like any other progression, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like battleships are kind of like more later game type of ship.
You can get into them fairly early, but like
Yeah.
depending on what your activity that you're trying to do with them is, it determines whether you should. I wouldn't tell anybody, like, in my opinion, look through different ships, fly around space, find a ship that you really like and be like, ah, shit, I want to do that for no particular reason, but then you want to, and then just find out what you can do with it.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is, I mean, I got into
That's
battle.
why I chose the Armageddon, is because like I literally looked through every single ship in this game.
The
and we're just
downside
like,
to this game
is
is how
one of the coolest ones I like.
it not only how old it is, but how formulaic it is. As a result, this is a very min-maxer focused game.
Yeah.
And if you get real tied up in that, like, sure, you'll be on the best path, the most efficient path, whatever. That sucks a lot of the fun out of it, in my opinion, especially in the early stages. And so, like, there's nothing wrong with people being like, well, the Ishtar is the most efficient, just fucking vanilla ratting device in nullsec, and you being like, yeah, but I wanted to do it in a, Drake or what, whatever the fuck. I picked a different ship, and then I made it work, or I didn't, and then I lost one, and it was funny.
I'm a Caracal man. I don't fly
Exactly.
Ishtars.
Like,
yeah.
As I was watching this,
I'm
like,
flying a 2-bill Caracal, but I'm making it work.
I'm just running around in a coercer right now and just doing security missions.
Yeah, and I do agree with Santiago. He said fun per hour is greater than ISK per hour. That is absolutely
100%,
true.
yeah.
In my
There's a
opinion,
time and a
some
place.
people will be like, how can you have fun without money? It's like, fuck that. Like, have fun with the game. Fly what
Easy,
you want.
just have rich friends.
Fly
obviously.
what you, fly what you want.
Sometimes
That's
it's
exactly
getting
what
the
it
money
is. You've
is
got
the
to
thing.
hate
Fly what you want to fly, but at the same time, there are some of the later end ships where it's like you can get in them pretty early, but you're going to be very inefficient flying them for quite a while. And if you're fine with that, that's fine. But I honestly like battleships. I love battleships a lot. But as far as like solo running around or like in smaller groups, I find that cruisers are probably just the most, or even battle cruisers. Cruisers and battle cruisers are probably, because they're nice. They're not
the
like
sweet
super
spot.
squishy like a frigate that you either like, if you know how to fly frigates really well, that's great. But like when I fly a frigate, it's like, I tackled him and then I'm dead 5 seconds later. I'm like, what the hell happened to me?
And
But
in the
like,
cruiser, it's only 15 seconds later.
yeah, cruisers and battle cruisers I find are fun because like they're durable enough that they don't just immediately melt if you catch a bad transversal or something and someone just blows you up instantly. And they do decent damage. They're fast enough. I feel like they're just like a nice Swiss Army knife. They're just a really like they're a solid balance. Like cruisers and battle cruisers are very fun to fly. They're not quite as like beefy as a battleship, but they put out a lot of damage. They're more agile. They have decent tank. And there's a lot of different cruisers that have a lot of different ability. Like because you can get like regular cruisers that have various like some of them are E-war focused, some of them are tank focused, some of them are damage focused, and then there's also the Tech 2 cruisers, which go into even more specialized stuff than that.
Well,
so,
lots of skills. I mean, getting ahead of things.
and I feel like cruisers are a good thing to aim for because they don't take near as much training as a battleship, but they're still they're very fun and are faster to like not just get into, but get into efficiently and like
They're like masters.
competently type of thing.
Well, and they've got they've got a little bit of staying power with some offense to them. Unlike like the destroyers, they hit really hard, but they blow up easy, right? So the
Right,
cruisers
yeah.
just that step where you get a little bit of you can take a hit or one or two.
Also,
hits.
they're a lot cheaper. Like buying a Tech 1 cruiser hull is like 20 million. Buying a Tech 1 battleship hull can be like 200 and something million. So like you
For
can
like
lose
400
like 4 or 5 cruisers for this like fully fit for the same price as like one battleship type of thing. So they're also like more cheaper and recyclable to where you can just like kind of go out and be like, oh yeah, I got fucked on this, instead of like, oh, I got fucked and that set me back $250 million. You're like, oh well, fuck it, I can lose 2 more and still be under 100 million type of thing. So
Keep in mind, some people pay extra for that though.
that's true.
Yeah, for sure.
And some Tech 1 cruisers are better if you're running them with like Tech 1 fits. And there's a lot of battle cruisers that are good with Tech 1 or just Tech 2 fits too, if you want something that's a little more damage but just a little bit less mobile. So you got stuff like the Drake is always good. Hurricane's really good. Brudix. Dracovic requires a little more skill, but it's also really good.
I think, if nothing else, as far as I can tell, all of us, our joint message is don't optimize the fun out of the game too early because inherently you will at some point. And that's my fear with him going towards like a horde, a karma fleet, a whoever. They're gonna say,
That's
here's the recipe.
Yeah.
Which is fine. People need help in the beginning, but like if you just send them down the vanilla fucking optimized route, then they don't have any of the adventure and blah blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah. I think
a
in the
s-
early years it was,
Make
it
your
was
own
way less
decision, buddy.
optimized. And it was a lot more fun as you stumble through things. Sure, at some point of efficiency, you're gonna chase the best ships for such and such task, or you know, the better ships or whatever, you know, like but like in the beginning, it's like, I don't know, that's part of the adventure, is playing around and fitting, that's you know, trying to make something work.
I'm glad you went with the Mars ship though.
Yeah,
The
I
lasers are
will
the
say
best.
if you're looking
are
for
sweet.
a smaller group, like Ackroth has a point there. If you're looking for like instead of like just the big, you know, like recipe cookie cutter giant alliance that has everything figured out for you and they don't let you figure. Like, there's like tell you like here's what you do. Honestly, I would suggest LB's Corp. What could possibly go
Those guys
wrong?
are cool.
Yeah, LB's a good dude, and they Kazaroth is a good dude, and there's a bunch of cool guys in Wrong, and they don't take the game super serious. They're not going to be ones like, oh, you lost this, oh, our fucking kill board. They don't give a shit. Like it's like,
Or you showed up in X when we called for Y, and
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
like they
I
are
brought what I had,
literally-
and they'd be like, okay, let's go.
yeah. So the guy that you did like the recruiter friend thing with,
Yeah.
so that's his corporation, an alliance. What could possibly go wrong? And they're a cool group of dudes. Take
It's
everything
their shtick
super
is to be, like,
they're
casual
yeah,
and
they're super
fun.
laid back, casual, and they're all about the fun per hour over the ISK per hour, basically. So that might not be a bad group to
I 100% agree with that.
look
yeah.
into.
Yeah,
And
and they're actually doing their own little fun adventure down in Pravi, as far as I know. Sky.
Yeah,
probably
they start
Well,
taking
in
some space.
Zarzak,
into this,
stuff,
but-
yeah.
Yeah, but LB,
But, like,
LB
I'm sure
still
they wouldn't
does-
rust you to null, but like there's fun small group stuff that those kind of guys do that you're not going to get those kind of experiences if you join one.
Yeah,
of the big
and
players.
LB's doing stuff in Zarzak with faction warfare for Garistas and stuff. And I guarantee that if you were like, yeah, I want to try that, like there's various PvP involved with that, but also just some fun mission stuff to do as well. So I would not. And obviously, he could get you into, because I mean, like I know I'll be like, hey, this is a friend of mine. Like
He's their recruiter.
he's looking to
He'll absolutely get you.
he's a new wave player, and he wants to go the wrong route. You know,
That's right. That's right.
he'll probably get you there. I'm gonna create this
It's the
skin.
wrong
I don't know if there's
decision.
many people more stand up than LB out there. I mean, there's,
Yeah, he's a
like,
good
I mean, you
guy.
talk about
Yeah,
crib
LB's
and things
gonna
like
fucking
LB's a
suck.
stand up
It's
dude.
gonna take 2
He's
hours. to make
literally
the
a
skin?
national hero.
I was gonna,
Literally a national hero. Yeah.
I was gonna give this skin
But he
away
doesn't like to talk about it.
tonight.
We talked about that earlier. I'm not gonna try to pronounce it.
Hey, Dumb, since it's a little quieter now, have you saw the skin in the drop campaign? Yeah?
Yes.
Mibubu or whatever the hell they're calling those. Have you looked at them?
I have not. I'm claiming it right now.
They have a fucking stock ticker that goes across them. It's an
No.
animated skin with some sort of stock ticker on it. I'm like, why are you doing this
Damn,
to me?
CCP
Now I
all in
want
on
a
the
bunch
crypto,
of them.
bro.
It's
Okay.
really just fun. I like animated skins, so
I do
like
too.
that it exists. I'm gonna maybe buy the Anshar one, and I might buy one for a Deluge. I'm not gonna buy the big multi-$100 pack to get those skins. I'm gonna buy them off other Eve players who made that decision. But
So
I
you
don't
can buy
know.
the other ones. I've not seen them yet.
So there's been various tiers of packs that unlock more and more and more, and then there's a couple that are coming from Twitch drop campaigns. Like what's tonight is or what's going on the last couple days is the Squall, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I
And a
got
lot
the,
of
I
people are
just, I
flying
just,
Squalls right
yeah,
now.
I just got it. Yep.
There's a Deluge one that you get from the pack. I was looking into it at the beginning of the show, and I asked around, and nobody said anything, so I googled it, and that was how you got it. Is you had to buy some sort of pack. Every once in a while I buy those, mostly for like a timbre thing, more than just like, hey, I wanted some skins. But these are also pretty expensive packs for my
Did buy
taste.
one. I got the Buster, Epithal, and Tara.
Yeah. So I
didn't
kind
realize
of
that
want
was the
one
same
for
one,
my
yeah.
Deluge, and I kind of want one for my Anshar. They got fucking stock tickers on them. They're neat.
That's fantastic.
Anyway, sorry, I just forgot to talk to you about skin stuff.
I appreciate it. No. And I had a question for you earlier, and I don't remember what it was now. God damn.
Oh shit! Can I help in
said
any
your
way?
name. What were we talking about? It was super important. Don't know. That's what.
While
Drones are
you're
bad,
pondering
kids.
on that, where's your deployment clone set to?
One. What do you mean?
Have you deployed, Mr. Dominarch? You should be.
I gotta look and tell you where they are.
Look into where your deployment clone is, if you would.
Well, if I tell you and you kill me, I don't like that. I've got
I'm
one.
not trying to
EX
kill you. You're gonna be in a clone. You're gonna be in a station.
4TAC-O, EX6, and UTEC-Q.
Are any of those in catch?
Yes.
Okay. I'm working on moving you a legacy rigged Archon from low sec down to catch. Well, actually, to curse. That's the kicker. You need to come over to an NPC station, pick it up, and then jump to one of y'all's friendly stations. That's as close as I can get it for you. I can't do that part.
I started a giveaway.
Curse? I can do curse probably.
It's right next to catch. I'm headed towards close to catch. Let's leave it there.
All right, so I started a giveaway. This is for a skin that I
Now
just,
I'm dead. Of course,
This is for a skin I just designed. In the Skinner.
Nobody watches the show. Somehow I'm still gonna.
This is
die.
a skin for the. I just designed this as a Skinner. Apparently I forgot it takes time, so it's gonna be like 2.5 hours till the skin is done. So I can't send it when
Right away.
But when I
will
draw
make
the
a
winner,
6 skin?
when I draw the winner, I'll find out your in-game name and I will send it to you when it's done. But
Did you make a 6 skin?
I'll show you. This is what it looks
Screenshot
like.
it. Yeah, bring it up.
Oh,
on
I'll just put it
stream.
on the stream. So that it's this one. So it's for a caracal.
Ooh, snap!
It's got like kind of like a frost like swish looking thing on
Yeah,
it.
it looks like it almost looks like a blizzard or something. I don't know what you'd call it.
Yeah. So I mean, this is
Sweet.
kind of cool. Looks
Can you rotate it a little bit? There you go. Yeah. I like the color scheme. It's pretty fun, man.
yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong
It's
with
like
that.
got the
And you
the
named
blue.
it Swash.
Yeah, I don't know what I named. I named
No,
it
that's fine.
Swash.
Name is Swash.
Swash.
I'm looking at my screen. and
Yeah,
that's-
so
that's what
I'm printing this. It's going to be like 2 hours or so, I think, right?
Very
Wait,
cool.
what's
I've been
this?
saving up my ingredients that I get through like the little
Wait, is it
events and
two-
shit like that.
Wait, hold on. Is this the time till the skin is done, or is this the time until I can do another one? 2 days?
No,
and
no,
7
just
hours?
until that skin prints, essentially. So you can do more skins now. You can create more skins.
Wait, so this is 2 days and 7 hours to print?
It's
or you
basically
could pay
worse than
75
building
bucks and
actual
complete
ship.
now.
Or that, yes, correct.
Why is there a time to print skins?
Did
have
you not
75
listen
bucks?
to us for like the last
No,
3
I
months?
know, but like,
So you
why
have
the
something
Wasn't
to
this
pay
what you
fuck.
were complaining about? Yeah.
Dude, I'm buying a skin. Give it to me now.
I want it now.
Yeah. If I go
So
to
wait, real quick.
Mako to have my car painted,
Let's
it's
circle
it's
back.
instantaneous.
Why are the
Let's-
skins okay? I'm glad they let us
let's
play with the
circle
stuff
back.
that you don't own yet, but like, why the fuck are skins not instant? Like, here's your skin.
Here's the deal,
That
because I didn't hear it
I
mentioned.
get it. I can pay 75 plex to finish it now, but fuck that.
Real
That's
quick,
Let me
stupid.
tell you the key. No, real quick. Let me tell you the key behind it. Okay, it's because the only thing that can be monetized without people throwing a fit is time. That's it.
I don't agree with that necessarily. I think
Yeah,
this
No,
is something
I'm
that we have
throwing a-
asked
I'm
for
throwing a fit
years,
right
which
now.
was
Like, I
monetize
don't
us
wanna
on
have to-
skins, but nothing else.
I don't want to have to pay more money to have the skin
Here's the
now.
deal.
I bought the skin.
didn't-
Give it to me. That's
We didn't touch on
stupid.
this earlier. There are changes coming down the pipe for how Skinner works, as far as using it within
But-
your corp and your alliance, things like that. You can get roles for like people. You can actually now they're iterating a ton on Skinner with the patch notes, and I didn't hear anybody touch on it.
Yeah.
And that does disappoint me a little bit.
It's like, and so you can't just flood.
Was
What,
it in the patch notes? I missed it.
flood the market
It
with
was.
skins you own, like the skins that you
So-
created. If you want to flood the market with a skin that you created,
I don't
that's
think
fine.
the emphasis is to not flood the
And
market.
if you flood the market, it's just gonna make you're just gonna devalue your skins and not make enough ISK on them or whatever the currency they sell for.
Is that somebody's concern?
75
No, that is-
plus.
So
Yeah.
it's
You're
like it's like
complaining about
hey,
75
if
plus. I just
someone
wanna make
wants
sure
to
that's- I'm
flood the
getting it.
market with a skin that they created, I don't care.
He said it's $1.50.
Let
I don't
them
even-
let them flood let them flood the
75
market.
plex for reference is about what is that?
No, it's like
500
$8,
mil.
$8, something like that.
No, it's less than that.
500 mil.
I'll tell
Like
you.
how much?
Oh, I
is
don't
it in
wanna-
the-
I'm look. Hold on.
500 plex is presumably
I didn't buy-
$20
I-
on some level.
I didn't buy this Plex with ISK. I bought this Plex with money. So how much
Doesn't matter.
money did I spend on? I don't want to
Doesn't
spend.
matter, dude. Doesn't matter if you bought it with money or if you bought it with ISK. You bought
So
it.
anyway-
now it's worth ISK. It's not worth money anymore.
Right, but it came out of my wallet, so it cost me money.
Yep.
So I'd rather.
It
I
sure
just
did.
I don't know. I think it's silly. Don't
Okay,
put
so
a,
they
don't,
are
put,
making-
don't put a time gate on the fucking skins that you
Okay,
custom create.
How
That's
much
stupid
does
as
500 plex cost?
shit. Like
At lowest value,
$25
$20.
bucks, $25 or something like that.
25
like
bucks
that, yeah,
for
actually, yeah.
500 plex?
Yeah,
Something like that.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
dumb.
yeah. Because
Ew.
$20 gets you a month, but 500
75
gets,
plex is
to,
worth
buy,
5
to,
million.
buy,
isk.
to buy
Yeah.
500
Why
plex
wouldn't
is a
I
month
RMT
worth,
at
but
that
it's going to
point?
cost more than a straight month. So it's probably like 23 to 25 bucks for 500 plex.
They don't have a 25 bucks. Sheesh. Okay. Calculator. So
Here's the thing.
$25 for 500 plex. That's
One more
no-
time though, this is
That's
fluff,
5
and
cents
this
a
is where
plex?
we have told
Times
them for
75?
ages. that
$3.75.
We're
I don't,
okay.
I don't want
yeah.
to spend
This is
$4
where we
bucks.
accept getting poked
I,
at.
I don't
we
want to spend
accept-
$4 to speed
We
a skin up.
absolutely do.
You do.
No, I don't.
Braden. You know why? Because if they don't do this, then they sell us ships out of the ether. Which would you
100
prefer?
plex
I would
costs
prefer them selling
$4.99.
ships out of the ether. If I buy a skin, I want it now.
That's less than a 4
Sorry, like every other game I buy a skin on, I get it immediately.
Well, you're not buying.
You're not buying a
are
skin,
you?
you're making the
one.
skin.
Okay, but like I'm paying.
So
You're
if you make ammo, does it
I'm
not? Is it
paying
instantaneous?
I'm paying. Yeah, but that's a
It's
construction
still a
mechanic
thing.
in the game.
Still a thing. So
If
is
I'm
this.
paying to create a skin, a cosmetic, if I'm paying to create a
Do
cosmetic,
you think Da
it should-
Vinci just showed up and it was done?
Ammo
Or like
has an in-
Michelangelo or something. I
ammo
don't
has
even
an
know.
in-game effect. Cosmetics have no in-game effect other than just looking cool.
Yeah, that's a
Cosmetics,
fact.
Which
It's
is
gonna
why who cares that
Cos-
it takes 2 days?
Because what if you wanted to like build a skin and fly it now? Like what if you're like
Then
we're
you
about
pay
doing it.
75 plex.
What if we want to look
Fuck
cool
that,
now?
that's stupid. No, that's stupid. I'm sorry, that's
Yeah.
stupid. When it comes
So
to
as
in-game
someone that
effective
plays
modules,
games,
Wow.
as
nice.
someone that plays games where cosmetics are purely purchasable, I would rather play a long-term game like this with my own custom ship that I feel proud of designing, that I think would look cool, that I could potentially, make, sell to other people for ISK, or, whatever method I need to do. If they want it quicker, they can pay me quicker. Like, I would rather pay that $3 or $4 to have my own custom feel to my own ships and feel like, hey, I feel like a badass doing this, than like having to go with just the generic shit
Well,
everyone has access
Boom!
to.
From the guy who's been playing for 13 days, Drayden.
No, hold on. What he just said, he doesn't
It's what the
understand what's
kids
going
are
on. So
saying.
I already
He does
paid.
understand.
No, he doesn't understand the time thing. So here's the
No,
thing.
I understand the time thing. I play fucking Warframe, dude.
Well,
you
no,
think
no.
I don't understand the time thing?
No, but here. So I paid Plex to build this skin and print it, but now it's going to take 2.5 days to print it, and I can pay more Plex on top of that to get it sooner.
So your main issue is
So
the
it's
fact
like
that you've already
capitalism.
I've already paid
is
for
that you've
this
already
skin.
paid
I've
for
already
it once,
paid
and now you
money
have to
for
pay for it again.
I've already paid money
If
for
you
the
want it
skin, but if
faster.
I want the skin now, I have to pay more money, or I can wait 2.5 days to use the skin later.
Okay, I kind of agree with you on that. Of like,
Yeah, like the time
if
should be
if you
stupid.
have
like,
to pay for just building it,
yeah, you
like,
have to
it
pay to
should
build it,
be-
and then pay if you want it built instantly extra.
I agree that they should have a time frame to build it, but I don't think it should be over 2 days. Like it should be like
I
an
don't
hour.
think
Well, he can
building
up his, he
skins
can up
should
his
be a time
skills
frame. I
and
don't
make
think it should
that
be a
go
time
down,
frame.
too.
As a workaround, what if the first one doesn't come
Eve
with
is
the
not
added
going
fee?
NFT blockchain
And I'm
now.
sure that's
a
not an
separate-
option they
That's a
would consider,
separate
but-
game. Matza. The blockchain thing, that's a separate game. That is not gonna. That is in the Eve universe, but it is not related to Eve Online.
As far as
the game
IP.
it's a developed by CCP, but it's a separate project over on the side. If they want to do
Separate dev
NFT
team,
and blockchain stuff
separate
over
investment.
there, I don't care. Don't let it touch Eve Online, and they're not. It's separate from Eve Online. It's not straying attention away from Eve Online. They have a separate dev team
Yeah,
working on it.
that's-
So Eve Online
They were given
still
the
has all this-
budget from an investor.
yeah, it's
to
like
do that
dev
side
dev
project.
teams. Okay, I don't care if NFT stuff is in the Eve universe.
Drayden, you're getting lost in the weeds, bro.
Well, I know. I just like the guys coming in saying like we're discussing skins
Well,
when
let's
NFT
get back to
blockchain is
Skinner.
coming into
You
Eve.
know,
It's
there
like
is an
NFT
option
blockchain is
to
not coming into
ignore
Eve.
him.
Let's
NFT
get back to
blockchain is
Skinner.
coming into some side project that the CCP devs are doing with a different dev group over there, I don't care. They can do that
man,
over
that's
there.
all
Just
three
don't let it
left.
be in Eve, and I'm fine with that.
So let me ask you a question, Drayden, when it comes to Skinner thing. I'm going to paint my car. So I buy the paint to paint the car. So is the car now painted?
That's
This is the
okay.
this is the correct.
Is the car now painted? No. Now I got to paint the car. So I'm not going to do it myself. I'm going to have to pay somebody to paint the car.
But that's
Or I
because
gotta-
Now,
or I gotta
when
do
I
it over the
decide to do
weekends.
that,
I gotta
is it
spend
done?
some
Is
time
it
on it.
immediately done?
But in
No.
this case, you are, as a matter of fact, not painting someone to make.
Yeah.
We are.
You're not paying someone to
The
paint the car.
real
Paragon
You're
Hub, but most
painting the car
certainly.
yourself.
here's
No,
the
you're
thing.
not. The Paragon Hub is doing the painting of the skin.
No, but hold
Make-
on, Dom. Dom,
I bought the paint.
here's my argument
Yeah,
for
pay
that.
them to do it.
My argument for that is that there is no possible way in the real world to just instantly have your car painted. Someone has to physically do that.
Yeah, the Paragon
in a
Hub is doing that for your
in a
skin.
digital video game, they have the ability to, like, I've designed the skin. It's right here. You can see it on the screen. That is just there, and they have the ability with the programming to just apply that to my ship. They chose
and they
to
will.
But they're
make,
trying to make this as
they
part
basically
of an
chose to
industry.
make me wait for the
model.
skin to the reason for it is because they know that they can make more money if they're like, oh, if we make them wait for it,
Which
but
is
they have an
what
option to
Skinner
pay
is.
more
or up
money.
your skins. Yeah.
If they have an option to pay more money to get it now, we can maybe make a little more money off the skin if they pay for it instantly as opposed to waiting. That's the only
Dude,
reason
that's
this is in
the
there.
point.
This is
That's
literally
What it's for.
This is
It's a
literally them
profit
to-
for them.
this is literally
It's
a
okay,
money
that's what we
grab
asked-
option.
It's what we asked them to do. It's what we asked them to do. We asked them to monetize us with skin and cosmetics, and they did it.
Yes, but you can
welcome,
monetize
frankly.
this. They already are monetizing
Bro,
the skins.
Bro.
You have
let
a
it
choice here,
go.
Drayden.
The
You can
building-
either,
the
you can
build
either pay the
time
money
is-
or don't pay the money.
The build
Let
time
it
is
go.
stupid. I'm sorry.
Let it go.
You will
Just pay
never
the
convince
Plex.
me that the build.
Just pay the Plex.
No,
You're right.
no,
pay
it's
the Plex.
stupid.
Pay it. Pay it.
Not
It's a
out
long
of
time,
principle.
Nate.
You
Yeah,
have
so
to.
so you won't get your skin until Tuesday afternoon.
Two
Or
days,
Tuesday
7
evening-
hours,
Tuesday
And I'm
46
gonna
minutes.
fucking wait for it because it's fucking stupid that they're charging extra.
Yeah,
When you're
and then he has
buying-
to add an extra day on there for the dumb tax.
CCP is the only fucking developer in the universe, like the actual real world universe right now, and I'm including alien civilizations we haven't even discovered yet. They will not charge you time for cosmetics. This is
You
stupid.
don't know that.
This is
You don't
stupid.
know that.
This is fucking dumb. Like,
So
sell me
welcome to
sell
the
me
last 6 months,
don't
Drayden.
sell
I
me the
can
skin
tell
and
you weren't paying
don't-
attention when we
don't-
discussed this.
No, I know that they did, but it's like, don't sell me the skin and make me fucking wait for it when it's available right now.
But it's not.
Fucking-
They're trying
Because
to add
Dom is
a
correct.
Yeah, add some-
Vote for me for CSM.
People
I'll
have
get
to
rid of
paint
this
it.
shit. Like, I will.
And when you-
fucking
Make it.
die
Raymond,
on
when you
this
say
hill.
that there's no environment where you could have that instantly based on throwing money at it, the real world actually does work that way. You can have things almost instantaneously if you have enough money to throw at them.
right,
People
but
will pull off damn near miracles in this world we live in if you can throw enough money at it.
I
And
know,
that's
I'm
a
going to
reality.
ship you something. I can either choose
It's
3 to 5 days, 2 days,
stupid.
or overnight. There's
If
differences.
you want
pay
something
more,
painted
you get-
in
yeah,
your
faster.
driveway and you're driving off to your dinner party tonight with a brand new paint job, like, we can make that happen. It's not a great idea. There's better ways to do this for, the quality of the job and things. But if you throw money at things, you can move mountains. That's how things
I just
work.
find it silly that it's like, here's a cosmetic you can design yourself. I'm like, cool, let me buy that. And they're like, all right, we'll give it to you in 2 days. I'm like, wait, but I just bought this thing. Nah, if you want it now, you got to pay overnight shipping for this
So
digital.
what you
asset.
did was you designed a
It's
T-shirt
a digital
and then you
asset.
sent it off
give
to the
it to me
printers.
now. You have the ability to give it to me now, but you're gonna put me behind a time gate with money? Fuck that. That's stupid. I'm sorry. Like, it's fucking stupid. CCP, you
I
greedy
guess.
fucks.
I guess.
I hate
If
it.
you,
Like,
I'm not saying you shouldn't
How else could
lobby
they
for
do it?
them
Time out,
to
time out, time
front
out,
load the
time out.
cost and not give you a timer.
I
That's
think
the
that's what hit
alternative.
on the head. The T-shirt's a better
Like,
analogy.
I know there's skills to reduce the time, but I don't care
Don't
about
talk
reduce.
to
The
Millen,
time should
talk
be
to me.
0. The time should be
What
like,
else?
I buy this skin, I have this skin.
Drayden, what
It's
else
stupid.
would you have them do to monetize
Give me the
it?
skin right now. Like, that's what I'd have
So
them
just
do.
make it cost 75 plex more by default,
Just
and
front
you
load
have
it,
this skin
essentially.
instantly, but everyone pays 75 plex. So you want to greatly increase the price of plex in general? You want to crash out a whole market of people who
I'm not even going to
Honestly,
go down the
who
rabbit
play
hole.
the game to
Yeah,
pay for the
honestly,
game.
yeah, that would
Just because
upset me
you don't want
less.
to wait 2 days or pay 75 measly plex.
It
Are
honestly
you
would
rich
upset
boy?
me less just
You're a
on
rich boy?
principle that they're charging for time. That
Oh,
actually
come
like
on.
the
That's just the
principle
way it
of
is.
it makes me
What else?
upset.
What else would you like them to charge for? What else can they charge for that's acceptable to you in this system? What else can
Not
they charge
time
for? But Drayden,
Which-
stop
what-
telling me what they
what
can't.
else?
Tell me what they can.
for the
Tell
fucking
me what other
skin.
option exists. What exists? What other option is there?
Which ones do you find palatable?
Charge me for the skin. Don't charge me for fucking time.
So
Okay,
then you're
charge
saying you would
everyone
prefer
ever
they
for the
front
skin.
load it.
I would rather them
Because
front load it. Yeah.
If their
Just front load
preference
it.
was, let's just say, and I'm trying to make even numbers. Let's just say the first process, you developing this skin, good old Swash. While you were making Swash, you spent 75 plex.
Nah, I spent more because I had to
And-
buy all the
wait,
colors and
wait.
patterns and stuff too. But
Just follow me because this
Yeah.
will be fun. And then you put it out there. They say 2 days, 2.5 days, whatever. You get to print it. So the alternative is pay another 75. So we're at 150. That's why I'm going with just let's keep numbers simple.
Yeah.
So are you saying maybe instead of that, just 150 right out the gate, and I fly Swash today? Like I don't have to deal with any of that shit. I just want 150 Swash. I want it. That's the only alternative I see in this scenario, because obviously they have an idea of what the minimum viable, not minimum viable product, but the minimum viable like return that they're looking for from all this. I don't know if it's actually based in reality on dev time or how they would calculate it, but I'm sure somebody who's paid something that sits at a desk figured this out. Or they know some people will say, I want to be the one guy in fleet tonight of Caracals that has Swash. No one else will. Literally, no one will. It's it's not impossible, but it's uncommon or unlikely. So
Because I'm not selling it.
well, yeah, but I'm just saying other people can get the same textures. They can, it's not impossible for somebody to design the same skill if you knew what went into it or how you position your shit or whatever. I haven't played with it enough to say. I just know that you can't, to my knowledge, make like inherently rare skins until they make like some really rare drops, which I think is pretty cool if they do go that route with like officer drops and shit, but like Skinner ingredients to where it's like, oh shit, you got that, platinum chrome whatever, but like there's not many in the game, so if you see that on a skin you're like, oh, that's it's like genopods or whatever, like little kind of semi-limited or exclusive items. But long story short, I mean that's the only alternative I see from what you're saying is you front load it, and then I guess that's the workaround.
the thing's like, if you front load it, it's like now I know I'm paying for the skin. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm gonna get the skin. Click, and it's like, wait.
If you front load it, you take away the
Now I have to
ability
wait
for
2
anybody
days unless I want to
to
pay more.
save that money.
That's kind of like,
Right.
it's like, oh, this is what you have to pay. You're like, okay, and then like after you pay it, they're like, yeah, but if you want it now, you have to pay this
Hey.
extra fee and like this, like here's a tip cost. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? Just
love
tell
you
me,
guys. I'll
tell me
see
what
you
I need
on
to pay
game
for the
night
skin.
Sunday.
I want this skin
Take it
now.
off?
What do I need to pay
Yeah,
for?
I'm leaving.
See you,
All right,
see you,
bud, have a
Red
good
Light.
night.
I
Be
can't
safe, Red Light.
I can't stand this anymore.
Well, we could stop
Aw,
talking
sorry,
about
buddy.
it anytime.
Oh,
No,
dude.
I meant I can't stand being awake, honestly.
Uh,
Okay.
It
We're
is
at-
what it is. I might just stay right here.
should just stay right
Well,
here.
good. I don't
So,
know. We love you, buddy.
I'm here, so you should
Whichever
just
way
stay
you
right
go.
here.
I dropped Millington to the channel, which was was
Hello.
gonna be my like,
Illumination,
you know
it
how
is on the
like
visual, yeah.
when you're like walking out of a
Smoke
room
grenade?
and you fart. That's what I was gonna do. Is like I was gonna drop
Crop dusting.
I was gonna drop the fart and then leave, but I stayed. So now it's pointless.
I don't get it.
Sodium and water. Mic drop of sodium.
A fart.
Now I get it.
That might be from Drayden. I don't
That
get
was-
these jokes.
That was funny.
Good timing.
So, like I said, 100 plex, $4.99. Get over it.
I was
Get
literally
over it.
I was literally typing it. It's not the amount. Like it's like
It is.
it's no, it's
I
not
just
the
said,
amount.
I just
It's
read
the-
it. It's $4.99 for 100. That is
No,
the
I know,
amount.
but it's not the amount that's making me upset. It's the principle of the fact that they are time gating, time/price gating cosmetics that they're selling. That's fucking stupid.
Giving people the choice.
It's so
Pay,
stupid.
pay or wait.
Like
pay
I,
or wait.
no,
You rather nobody have a choice.
You
than
have
pay.
no other game.
Yeah, you
out-
have more freedom
no
right
other
now than
game-
you would have
no-
otherwise.
Zero games
You
out
have
there
more
right now
freedom
do
than you
this.
deserve.
CCP is the only
That's
one
true.
doing this dumb shit. You buy a skin in any other game, you get it right then.
Yes, but
This
you're not
is
buying a
stupid.
skin, Drayden. You're making a skin. There's a
Doesn't matter.
difference.
That's semantics.
Does matter.
You're
Does
buying a
matter.
cosmetic, whether you made it or
You're
they
sending
made it.
your book to the publisher.
Whether you made it or they made it, you're buying a cosmetic. That's what you're doing. And they're like, oh, you could buy this cosmetic, but if it's a cosmetic you design instead of us, now you are time gated or price gated. It's just
Ackroth had the
You know
best
what?
analogy ever.
the
with
principle
t-shirt
of it
thing.
bugs me. I don't
Design
like
a
it.
t-shirt. I have whatever the fucking place that makes t-shirts. They're gonna make it for me. I get a choice. I can have it
Yeah, like-
tomorrow, or I can have it in 3 days. Right?
I could have it today
Yeah,
if I throw
depending
money
on
at
the
it.
price.
Dave,
Exactly.
They'll
It's-
set aside their
Like I
other
said,
jobs
Dave,
if I pay for it.
It's not the it's not the cost. Like I have the Plex. I could buy this. I have this to buy it too. It's just it's the principle of the matter that is just
And now
bugs
maybe
me
pay for
so
your
much.
Fucking
Like
charity
it could
case.
be one Plex and it would fucking bother me that they're doing this.
Clearly.
I get that, and Drayden, I'm not saying you're inherently wrong. I'm just saying I don't think it's worth it. Like I can rationalize it away easily enough because this is literally what we spent 5 to 10 years saying is like, hey,
We wanted to be able to design
We-
skins, not design skins and wait to
I'm-
get them.
No,
or
hear
pay
me out.
more to
It's
get them.
not even about designing skins. It's that the only places that we don't think are gross or egregious in this ecosystem and this crazy little like economy simulator that we have, the only place that we don't think it's gross to actually try to stab us for money or try to get what you can out of it is things that literally just don't affect the game. And so this is something we advocated for. Now, granted, maybe this isn't the execution you would have preferred, and that's fine. Like I said, the only alternative I could see in this scenario, if they envision either a 75 to a 150 plex potential, is that they would just front load it, and maybe
Yeah,
that would make you
front-load it.
happier. And maybe that would make you happier, and maybe
If
you
they
should lobby on that.
front-load it,
You are part of a
that's what I'm
huge
saying.
block
It's-
that has CSM members.
It is the principle of the thing. Like if they had just front loaded the extra 75 on there, I'd be like, oh, okay, it costs 150, and I would have bought it. Like now I got my skin, and I know I could. Like, realistically, the steps is just one more step, and I could just do that. But I
thing is,
hate
too,
that they
Drayden,
made this
you
a
happen
thing.
to know-
I hate it that they made it a thing. And yeah, it's a patch of it's like it seems like I'm upset because it seems like a hidden fee. It does kind of feel like that. It feels like, and it just
Except
adds,
it wasn't hidden. Yeah,
it adds an aspect of like it just feels more greedy. Like if they had charged me the 150 up front, that would, and rather than charge me 75, like, oh, you want it now? Need another 75. That just
would just
it
be-
just
it would
gives
change your
more. It
mentality.
gives more of a concept of just like greed, and I fucking hate it. I don't like the. I know. I'm.
It's
I'm
literally less
I get it
greed.
now.
That's
I'm
the weirdest
splitting-
thing.
I know I'm splitting hairs, but I don't like it. It like
Because
This
you
is-
wanted it now and you don't get it now unless you pay for it. And that
just
makes you mad.
because I'm so upset. This is the last skin I
And
will
that's how
ever
overnight
design and
shipping
build
works.
myself. Because fuck the whole Skinner thing now. I don't like it. I'm
So
that-
here's the thing, though,
I'm
Drayden,
that mad
is
at
let's-
it.
let's
I'm
get
that
positive
mad
now.
at it, and it's stupid that I'm that mad at it, but I am.
Drayden, let's get positive for a moment. Not only are you in a huge block, which does have lobbyists for, all intents and purposes, you also happen to know one of the most prolific skin makers in the game and somebody who does work hand in hand with CCP. Lobby for your
Timber.
beliefs, dude. That's a yes, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me. My bad. I was gonna say
I
that's a really
appreciate
nice
that, though.
thing to say about
I,
me.
I appreciate that. I like that you
That's a nice thing
thought
to say
that,
about
'cause
me.
I do think nice things about you, Redline. You're a pretty sweet guy, from what I can tell.
No.
He is a pretty sweet guy.
But
I'm
yeah,
a vessel of
so
but
nothing
rage.
that exists at this moment exists forever, and that is triply so for EVE Online. They've iterated on this. They just recently iterated on this a bunch more in the patch notes, which I don't think we covered in their
I missed
entirety.
that.
We covered the patch notes pretty well.
We
I
did.
think
We didn't cover multiple things, so
Oh,
I think
I
maybe
saw
we
that,
missed some
sorry.
stuff. But it's not a big deal.
it's been.
It's
an
too late
hour and a
now.
half.
It's too late now.
It's never too late
But-
to go back. Can always go back.
Too
We don't have to be
late.
we don't have to be a fainting goat. We can stand proud and go back.
But here's the thing. I mean, if you want to see change, lobby for it. Like, this is an actual environment where I think you can lobby for change. And if you have good ideas and you bring something to the table in that regard, there's a fucking gate to Stain now, and the dude was a meme on Reddit for like 2 years. So like, you're not. This isn't the most ridiculous world for you to actually lobby for your interests, speak, and try to gain steam for your ideas. Like, this is one of the most democratic games that we've ever played.
And
it was not headliner. I don't think.
Nate just
Here's the thing.
Nate just contracted me 75 bucks.
I knew he would, because he wanted to solve your problem, make you feel good about yourself. He's a nice guy.
Such a
Thanks,
bitch.
That's funny. The thing is,
And
we
he's just
did
feeding the
complain
machine.
about
He's
this
actually
system,
the enemy right now.
but they say they
this is the way
changed
to
the
be.
system based on player complaints already. So I mean, it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility.
can
Not
evolve.
complaints, not
Yeah.
complaints. We're not complaining. We're
You're right,
offering
right. Feedback. Correct. correct.
Oh, okay.
That's safe. That's a good.
So the only thing
No,
I found in
I
patch
did
notes
check 'em.
about
I
Skinner
probably did.
was fixed an issue where structure Skinner licenses were not being displayed on corporate admin page. What
I
did you
could
see?
swear within the last week, maybe two, because time is a blur. I'll be honest, and you know a lot about this stuff. You know, I think they did do some iteration recently, some like pretty substantial iteration. I wish fucking Tamber was here because he'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, here's a
they
bunch of the
did.
shit that they
They
did."
made it to where you could look at things without purchasing them.
There was a lot more than that, but yes,
Yeah,
that
I
was
mean
one of
that
them.
was the primary thing though,
Where
and I
does,
think they they may have updated some of the skills, but like it wasn't huge.
Where do
There
I,
was quite a few line items on
No.
it, so
All right,
there,
so
I believe there was. Can you link it if you know what I'm talking about? Obviously,
I
It
know
was
what you're talking
828 was they had a whole
I've
bunch of
rushed-
stuff.
'Cause I don't remember where it was.
He just said 828.
828. That's
Start
yeah,
there.
a whole bunch of stuff.
so I rushed the skin.
Start
Where does
there.
it go? Where do I get it?
In your
Okay, it's gonna
inventory.
show up in your. Gonna show up in your.
You
Check
got to
your
fly.
inventory.
Now you have to fly to a Paragon hub, pick it up, and bring it back to where you want to put it.
Does
on.
he really?
Wait,
No,
for
no,
real?
No, it's in
Your
collection.
That would actually crack me up pretty
Your
hard.
skin inventory.
He's like, I can't pay enough extra just to fucking drop it
Wait.
off in my drive. Like, what the
It was
fuck is
just
this
funny watching
world?
fucking fly. I should have said yes.
Wait, is it in like
Dude,
the,
American exceptionalism.
Is it in the
a
redeemable
brand.
items?
No, it's going to be Studio, Paragon Hub, go to Collection. It's going to be in activated skins or unactivated skins.
Wait, Paragon
On
Hub.
unactivated
What,
skin.
what the fuck is the
Yes.
Paragon Hub?
Go through your agency.
Listen,
Agency? What the hell is the
I
agency?
don't think-
I don't
even-
know that it's an agency.
He's
it's
never
just-
even opened the fucking agency. When
I
they were-
never opened
I don't
the
think it's an
agency.
agency. I'm just messing with.
I don't.
Yeah,
I've never
Ucom-
opened it.
You go to
Paragon
your
Services.
your drop down menu. It's its own fucking line.
Someone grabbed the new player guide.
Paragon
Oh,
Services.
Oh, Paragon
It's its own line,
Services.
Paragon
No,
Services.
all I have in there is Ship Skinner.
Okay, and then go
Okay.
to Collection and then Skins.
Activated skins and unactivated.
This is
Oh.
this is a veteran of
Unactivated.
EVE Online that we're.
This
I've
is,
never used the Ship Skinner. This is my
I'm
first
just
time
messing
using
with
it.
you. I haven't either, so I'm just messing.
Wait, it can activate. I don't want to activate. I want to sell it.
Are you trying to
Okay,
sell?
if you sell
You
it,
spend extra to sell it?
No, but wait, can I just redeem it in my like have it as an
you're
item
using it for the giveaway.
in my inventory?
they haven't yet quite done that yet. That's the problem. We're kind of
Oh.
hoping they'll.
So I'm gonna have to
iterate on it.
sell this to whoever wins the giveaway. Can I sell it for 0 plex?
You charge them
Mm,
5
yeah,
plex.
Yeah, trolling.
You can
would be
you
correct.
can you can figure it out.
So what you will do is you'll make. Never mind.
What the hell is this system? Holy shit!
You
There might be
just wanna-
There might be some things, but part of that patch note that I'm referring to that is a mystery right now because Redline has not searched it for me.
Bro, Dominarch said where it was,
I did.
and you won't collect.
Is
your
that
own
they
patch,
mentioned-
patch notes from 8/28.
I don't know if it's
24.
the right one, dude.
It's got
Go
new
look at
features,
it and
sharing
find
saved
out.
designs, drag and drop skins, link icon for saved designs, opening shared skin.
Maximos wins.
They
Design
mentioned some
ownership
roles.
display.
There's some role changes to where you could be like a corpse skinner or whatever, you know, a person where you can make exclusive skins for your own group, and I think there's some little workarounds that are involved therein.
All right, Maximus. What I'm gonna whisper you.
Not
Give
seeing
me
it,
your.
no. Looking
Hold on. Actually, you might already.
Oh
have-
shit! He just got a Caracal skin. That trade and fast track. If he
oh.
needs Plex, we'll figure him out.
No. I got it.
Once we figure out
Nate,
how
Nate
the fuck
sent
you
me the
contract
Plex to
these
pay.
things.
Maximus, you have whispers turned off, but I need your in-game name.
You piece of shit.
Incredible. Pick a different person. This is unacceptable.
Nah.
Unpreparedness is not
ridiculous.
acceptable. You join a giveaway with whispers turned off. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
I want to
he
add. I
probably
need to
hates
add
us.
the.
Did
the
he even
bot-
really want it? You
No,
know
I
what
need.
I mean?
I need to add
Do you
the
even want
CCP. I need to add the.
Contact you.
I need to add the IGN CCP bot thing into this channel.
You do, yeah. You need to apply for partner as well. Have you done that yet?
No, I need to do that.
Did that 4 times
Yeah.
last week.
You still haven't done that?
I keep
Yeah.
forgetting. And then when I'm told
Why
about it,
don't
I'm in the
you-
middle of watching football or something.
Yeah, why don't you go to the website and do it now?
Do it now.
Right while we're on stream all together, eh? Make it official.
Question.
What?
Mhm.
Long group.
I just got a shit ton of loot from one of the missions I did, like a bunch of
Amazing.
like guns and stuff. Should I just sell this stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's stuff you want to use. I mean,
No, just sell it.
don't sell it
Yeah,
and then buy the
just-
same thing later for more. That'd be dumb.
You will do that. You will absolutely do that.
A lot.
It's,
Yeah, you will.
It's not dumb. It's just how it works.
A lot of
Well,
people
it
like
is
to put
dumb,
a
it's just we're all
station
dumb.
container.
Embrace it. Embrace it. It's fine.
A lot of people like to use things like station containers or enormous freight containers to make like a cell can and things like that, so where you can kind of divvy through your stuff. Hangar organization is an area that we would love to see more iteration on over the years.
I would love to see folders for my items that don't require me to have a container. That
Maybe they should do 1,000 unit limit needs to be raised.
Yeah, they would have to. Is I think part of it. And
they
like I
just need to
said,
make
that's-
Eve 2. They just need to make Eve
that's
2
tied-
already.
That's tied to postcode, so we maybe not.
Wait.
Just make Eve 2 already.
I
They
don't know
are.
if I
Eve
can.
Frontiers.
No, kill me, and kill that game.
I don't know if I can give this away.
You can try.
I
You
think
can try
there
your
might be
best.
some silly things there. If we're gonna complain, I think this is the process that we should complain.
Yeah, it's like, how do I give this to someone?
It's
All I
like,
can
how
do,
the fuck do I just
it's like,
give this thing I paid extra money
Yeah.
for to give away?
It's like I can activate it myself or list it on the open market for anyone to buy. That's the only thing I can do.
Yeah. Well,
There's not a
maybe you
direct
should just
contract?
list it on the open market.
Okay, I'm gonna list it for one ISK. Refresh right now. We're gonna count down this thing.
No,
But you
that's
know what?
literally
They
how
have
you're gonna
not
have to do
activated
it,
that
though.
portion.
Well,
of
I was
it.
like, I would like be like, what if I just list it for $1 billion and then just give them $1 billion to buy it with?
That was my initial thought, was make a contract where it was like you will receive, but you will get.
then there's a
like, you will
par-
get enough plex.
There's
to
a
receive it.
Paragon. There's a Paragon
Jordan,
Hub
if you did
vendor fee
that-
of 20% though.
Bro, I saw the skin. I just keep the ISK.
Goddamn. He's talking straight, and he's talking shit
You're
about
talking
Swash
Shit about Swash?
or
The
whatever
Swa-
it was. Was it Swash?
Swash is not great.
What are you talking about? That was cool.
It looked fine.
It could be better.
He took a mad shit.
What? Dude, that's a
It
cool
could be
skin.
better.
That
Just
was
to
the
have it on the
official
screen?
Open Comms giveaway skin.
Yeah, but
There we
you
go.
That was
can't
the
even
only
do
one
it.
so
Here,
far.
listen up. Listen. Another update is coming very soon that introduces the ability to share your saved skins.
Yeah, but that just lets
It hasn't
other people
happened
have
yet.
the designs, but they'd have to pay
Is
to
that the
like,
only other
build
thing
them.
that we missed?
No,
Well,
this is a
and
while
you-
back, so I'm just running.
Yeah,
through
no,
the
that
things.
that just lets you share the design, so you can like,
How do
hey,
you
here's
know?
the design, but then they'd have to pay to
You
print it
never
still.
used this system until today. What do you know about Skinner, dude?
Because I know how sharing works. Like you don't get a. They're not saying share the finished skins. They're share. You can share the design. You can save a design and share the save that you have for it.
I think that that's probably not true.
What?
I think that you could probably share the skin file, the skin as well, like the skin itself, as as an item. You know, like a
Haven't
regular
done that
thing.
quite.
That would
That
be,
would
they would
be-
call that trading, not sharing.
I mean,
All
it's
the
not
other
too
all the other
great.
sharings, all the other sharing things that they've used the word sharing is for like overview settings, broadcast settings, things like that. So sharing is like a
So the ability to no, you can sell them already because I bought one.
yeah, you can sell them,
for contracts.
but I can't just give
Can,
this
you
skin
can't
to
contract
someone.
it though, right?
No, because it's not
Yeah,
an
you
item.
can't
You
contract
can't
right
redeem it as an item in the game.
Yeah.
All I can
That's
do is
one of the
list.
things they're
All I can do is
more
list it on the
people-
Paragon Hub as like a skin for sale.
What I'm saying, if we want to be up in arms for about half an hour, this is the thing to be up in
I
arms
would-
about, in
yeah.
my opinion.
All right.
Like, look, I paid the fee and then the extra fee, and now I just want to give it to my alt or my
Yeah.
friend or my etc. Like,
I just want to do something.
this will not
with it.
stand. This aggression in Iraq.
What can I do?
will
What can
not
I do
stand.
with it? Iraq? What?
That was a reference to Big Lebowski and also like Bush. But yeah,
Yeah.
this will not stand, man.
It won't.
And it was based off a friggin'
The
press
rug
conference
really
that Bush was putting.
tied the room together.
Exactly. If we're gonna complain, I think this is the item.
Well, it's a very new system.
I
It's
jumped
only
through
been out
your
for,
hoops.
It's
Well,
only
and
been
that's
out
fine.
for almost a year, so
It hasn't though.
how long has it
But
been out then?
6-ish months. It
I
came
think
out around the
it's
same
even
time as
that.
Equinox, didn't it? Which was like the beginning of the summer, I think.
In November, it would be 6 months, so it's not even 6 months.
It's barely
Equinox.
3.
Yeah, I think it's fairly new still.
November is when the next update is. Right?
Expansion.
Expansion, yeah. So it's 6 months.
They haven't even
It's fairly
finished the current expansion.
And
What do you?
their goal is to have
Which
it
is
done
fine.
in November.
Alright.
Yeah.
I think they're
Well,
gonna
there's
just do more expanding in November. That's my hope.
They're gonna. Okay.
I want space to get
Cool.
expansive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, that's not right.
Not expensive.
No, I want to say
I see what you did there.
I wanna drive my car.
Oh, thanks for noticing, Time. Okay, we are all at TwitchCon. That's right.
Are we? Yeah.
Who's at
Yeah, yeah.
TwitchCon?
Drayden's at a hotel room. Dom brought actually a green screen. I brought a faux green screen, which is why it doesn't work that way.
When are we going to set that up?
I'm actually in
s-
hospital, apparently.
That's the
Streaming
curtain for the
from-
next person over. Yeah. No, but earlier on, I know I'm advertising somebody else's stream, but Imperium's Twitch, Life Shifter, and somebody else, they were streaming from TwitchCon.
All right.
That's cool.
Live from San Diego.
Is Maximo still in chat?
If he's not, just let me know and I'll poke him. He's one of my duders.
Okay, yeah.
You
Poke him.
rigging the game, dude.
I'm rigging the market so that he
Whoa.
can buy it. But I'm
Rigging the
hoping.
game.
I'm
dude,
just
for
hoping
your
there aren't like
buds?
bots set up to like look for cheap skins and just buy
There
them
are,
immediately.
so it's EVE Online. I mean,
Yeah, you're
there's
gonna
bots
lose
for
the
everything.
skin and the scan the flex.
Yeah, and it's gonna be great, and I can't wait to have it happen. And guess what? You're gonna complain about that too.
Here's the
I'm
thing,
I'm gonna
Drayden.
be here for it.
I mean,
Let's put a pin in it.
I'm sorry,
and when
Red
we
Light,
find
but
out
the
that
whole
this is a
system
thing,
here is kind of shitty. Like
It is.
everything
We'll
about this
figure it
system
out.
is kind of
Right.
shit. Like I'm absolutely stoked that they allowed custom skin creation in this game, but the execution is fucking dog shit in my opinion.
and,
even
and they're
after-
working on that.
Even after the whole thing of like, oh, you get to use all the colors without buying them first. That's great, but there's like obviously still like way like
The rest of
terrible. Yeah, the rest of it's still fucking awful.
And we're working our way through that, Drayden. Like,
And I know, but
you
it's
build
just-
a tool,
it's
and
like,
mistakes will be made,
how
but
do
at
you
least that
face-
means decisions are being made,
How do you
and then you
face
find the
plant
mistakes and you
so
fix them.
hard on something? Like, it's such an easy thing. Like, just make people build skins, give it to them in the redeem queue, like you would. Like, you already have skins as an item in the game. Let them redeem it as an item in the game and put it on the fucking ISK market, like you would everything else in the game. I don't know. It just
Well, I
It's
think it's also
so
a prompt
weird.
too,
But that's where you're wrong.
someone and mimic. If someone like some of the skins you can mimic too, because some of the components are fairly close. And there has
Okay,
been some
but-
discussion. Oh, yeah, but even then, I'm like, it's not that big of an issue. Even then,
But if people mimic it, then that's hey, people are gonna mimic it. That's fine. I mean, that's part of like allowing custom skins. I mean, if you allow custom character creation, people are gonna make the same characters too. Like it just, I don't know. It's like, man, it's like they tried to make it so complicated when it really could have just been really simple and easy. It's like they overthought it too much. But
well, but I mean, it's like if you have older games like old Dawn of War, or even Dawn of War 2 had better, creation systems, or customized, personalized units. So it's kind of funny because it feels like we're kind of going backwards in time a little bit.
Well, hey, I marked
Feels
that one
good.
off my bingo card. Millen talking about time travel. Pretty cool.
I like time travel.
Most people do.
But which time machine though?
Shut up.
H.G. Wells, or are we going with Adventures in Odyssey?
Whichever one is experimental and never mind. I'm not going to say mean things. I said I wasn't going to do that this week, but I lied. I lied.
all right, Maximos.
And Drayden, you also have to do skills in order to actually keep some of your skins. So in order to expand your library, you have to skill up.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's I knew there's skills in there, but I was like, I'm just gonna print this one thing. I was like, I don't want to like train a bunch of skills to print one.
So
thing.
do you
That's
know
fine.
what your skills are? There's 3 different skills that increase or decrease the amount of time it takes to do it, right? I've got the first 2 at 4 and the third one to 3. And it drops it down to 1 day, 9 hours. So basically not even, I
Yeah.
don't have it maxed out, but only take off a day.
I'm assuming there's probably
pretty close to-
also there's probably also one that reduces the Paragon Hub vendor fee percentage.
There's one of those, yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
There's also one that allows you to do multiple skins at once. So it's like you.
This
can
is
do-
a V. Sorry.
Okay.
So I should go with a cruiser, right? Is what you guys were saying?
I think cruises are a solid one to go into early. I mean, a lot of people
We were just
might
saying that's a
argue,
good natural spot to aim for.
Yeah, like frigates and destroyers are the easiest, quickest things to train up into. But I think if you're looking for like bigger ships, cruisers is a solid like compromise of between battleships and small ships. So
I
So
ran
co-
out to nullsec
where?
real quick early in my Eve career, and I flew with a group that was way above my weight class and skill class. And I flew interceptors for about a month, or no, about 6 months rather, which is a frigate. It's a Tech 2 frigate, and like everybody else around me was flying Nano, Ishtars, and Vagabonds and things like that, and having a great time. Just you find a ship that's fascinating to you, figure out whichever activity you want to try to, dick around with, and then make the pieces line up. That's kind of what we were suggesting. But like, instead of saying like, oh, well, I want to fly an Armageddon or whatever it was, an APOC, I can't remember what you said earlier, like right away, which certainly aim towards it. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of those skills will translate and you'll stair step kind of towards it. Find a ship that's in the pathway, maybe, that you also like, and then find some activities that you want to do for either money or content or, learning the game, and then, build off of that.
Yeah. I'm looking at either the Arbitrator or the Mauler.
To do what with
Those are
what do you
both
thinking
competent cruisers.
Yeah, what are you thinking to do with them?
Probably go do like. I'm probably not gonna do a ton of PvP unless I'm fucking around with people. So like I'm trying to finish my air career program thing. So like my Soldier of Fortune missions and my Enforcer missions, which is like go kill pirates and shit.
Okay.
Arbitrator will give you
Arbitrator
drones, which are
probably-
nice
yeah.
skills. Mauler's going to be more gunboat.
And it's a little more tank to it.
Mauler's
It'd
going
harder
to be
to kill.
tankier. Arbitrator's going to be a little bit maybe more agile or faster.
I've been wanting to play with the drones, so I think I'm gonna go with the Arbitrator then.
Drones
Both
are
are good
nice
choices, yeah.
for doing PvE related things. In most parts of the game, there are some parts of the game that have evolved past that, and things shoot your drones a bunch.
What kind of
but
drone skills do you have right now?
Oh, that is a great question. Let me look.
He won't need a ton initially, anyway. Like enough
Need
to
drone
field
and
some
light
lights,
drone, yeah.
maybe some medium.
That's 2 skills right off the bat, right? Before all the other ones.
I would say do them towards the end. You can put
Um,
you can put guns on the Arbitrator.
Yeah.
So I have just the drones skill at tier 4, navigation, durability, avionics tier 3, light drone operation tier 3, medium drone operation tier 1.
That's pretty good.
You won't need mediums with an arbitrator, right? There'd be lights. So
Let me check real quick. You're probably fine with lights. Just check what its bandwidth is.
Yeah, I was kind of just leveling up skills that seemed really cool for the ship that I wanted to play at, and then I got given the magic 14 skills to level up, so now I am like 95 days of training time.
He could do mediums. He's got a 50 megabit whatever drone bandwidth and
Yeah, he could, yeah.
150 bay. So you could field 3 waves of mediums actually if you wanted to. So
definitely have
that's-
at least one wave of mediums in there and go with the lights at first, and especially on like the level 1 and 2 missions.
Oh
Yeah.
But as you work those, get that skill a little higher. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, that thing's got like Vexor level drone bays damn near, so you could actually have some fun with it.
You can update. It can upgrade and do weird things with it. Don't have to.
But yeah, now you've got an idea of where you're going as far as your career missions. If you want to shoot for a ship that you're not already flying, Arbitrator is a fun one. Mauler is also a fun one. Both will find plenty of utility later. Not necessarily that same ship, but like the skills you've skilled while you were getting to that ship. So
Yeah.
like I said, I don't know, just fly what looks or feels fun, and then, in my opinion, anyway, I think a lot of people derive some enjoyment from just playing around with fittings in this game. I hope anyway. That's part of the fun for a lot of people, is just sitting there and trying to like theory craft and play with your fittings and figure out what might work better or what might have fixed whatever you did wrong, or patch up a hole.
I would honestly, to start off with, I'd go with the Omen, because then you got both. You have drones and you have guns. With the Arbitrator, you got some missile slots and some gun slots, but not very many of either one. So you're gonna be
Damn
doing
it, Dom! It
missions-
sounds like you're trying to optimize the fun out of this.
Well, I'm trying to help him out.
Mess
The only problem with the Arbitrator is if drones are fun, but when that's your primary weapon system, you've never used them before, you're gonna struggle.
And yeah, you could be debilitated really easily. I mean, at the same time, they're not going to be pointing him in high sec or something. So like,
I don't do
that's
missions in high sec. I don't
Whatever.
know.
Like,
Yeah.
lose an arbitrator, you learn.
The only problem with
something
the
helpful.
Arbitrator is if you lose your drones by simply warping off without them and not realizing where you were and can't get them back, you don't have a lot of weapons on top
Right.
of that.
Yeah. No, yeah, and that's fair. And that's the thing, he's gonna learn over time, but like I don't want to like try to push him too hard in any direction, because
You're right. I'm being a jerk.
just fuck with it and then
Yeah,
you'll
stop
pick
bullying
things
me,
up
you
along
jerk.
the way.
You know what? If you don't do like an Omen, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, shit.
You know what? Now that
Omens are
now
pretty
that you
good.
mention it,
You know,
since
where are
you're
you
being
at?
a
I'm gonna
jerk,
come
should
hit
give
you with
him
my
a-
boop stick.
You should give him a billionist right now.
I
just
gave
for
him
being a
500
jerk.
million just a little bit ago.
I gave him 2.5 billion the other
I'm
day.
not
I
rich like
think.
you.
Oh, why not? You're a
No, I-
goon.
Yeah, but I don't do any. I don't
Those
mind.
war bonds
I
picked up.
don't
Neither do
mind.
Yeah,
I.
you should have been
I don't
getting
do
interest on free
PvE.
money.
Neither do I. What do you mean? What do you think I do?
I'm not. We didn't see any of that money.
Dom,
kidding
did
me?
you not prudently invest in war bonds?
No,
I
of course
did
you
not.
didn't.
They paid interest, bro. I don't know how much, but I assume they did.
Well, hopefully.
They paid drama.
Oh,
amount.
You know what they got from me? My time and expertise, worth way more than a.
Oh, did you put that in there?
What did they wear? What
You brought that to the table?
did
in
I
the
gave him?
offering
Yeah,
plate?
fuck yeah. They didn't listen to anything I said.
The war
but, yeah.
was full swing, and Dom just walked through the door and he goes, "Look, I got some things to teach you guys.
If you listen to me,
Oh,
we'll
thank
win.
you,
I got a little bit
Right
of
here.
time. I got a little bit of lessons for everybody at this table. Shut the fuck up and listen."
The fuck up and listen. You're
Do you
doing
know-
it. You're doing it wrong.
Do you know how I got my chest so hairy? It was a secret.
Let me tell you. Asher's
Well,
chest
come
has never
on,
been
how?
hairier than after that meeting.
There's not anything more to that. That's all it is. What do you mean?
Oh, I got a science question for Drayden. I forgot. What's the
Drayden's
first
dead.
animal
Look at him.
to go into space?
A monkey.
it kitty cat?
There's a dog.
Was it a puppy dog?
It was the Russian
You are
dog.
both wrong.
What?
It was a cow and it jumped over the moon.
Oh,
Oh goodness. Good night.
It was the dog. The real answer is the dog.
Same day, the spoon
in
ran away with the
Russian,
plate, right?
In the Russian
13th
ship.
reason right there.
What was the name of the dog? It
13th
wasn't.
reason.
It was
Laika.
What was it?
Laika.
Laika.
You're not
Yeah.
listening to
Like
me.
the
is it?
camera.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
right. Cow.
Yeah, Laika. That's what I was thinking of. I was like,
Apache,
there's an
you can
actual
suck my
answer for that.
dick.
They did send an
Whoa.
animal into space, and the dog died, and then the Russian government lied. They're like, oh, look at she's back, and they just had another dog that looked the same, but the actual Laika dog died on reentry. It fucking got too hot in the capsule coming down.
Poor pup.
But didn't catch on fire like our people.
No, but or I don't know if it like got too hot in the capsule or if they didn't, if it like just had issues in space.
They forgot to send dog food.
Yeah, no, just whether it. The poor dog, because it's like they're like, "Oh, get in here, dog," and then like I'm sure the launch was terrifying for the dog, and then
Yeah, damn
in
dog.
space
like,
was probably
dog's
terrifying
fault.
if it didn't die in space first, and then the reentry is it's just like
Probably made it back and they shot it so it wouldn't tell the secrets.
Whoa. Probably. though.
Maximus got the skin. we did a thing. I listed
You
it.
figured it out?
Well, I listed it for 100 million and then sent him 100 million to buy it with.
You
you can
did
list
get
it as
bought?
is?
Nice, good deal.
Yeah, you can list it as ISK.
Nice.
Yeah, you sure.
But
Well done, boys. I knew we would find a
no, don't
workaround.
send the ISK back, Maximus. That was well, like that's the thing. I got the so when you bought it, Maximus, I got the ISK back. So that's why I sent it to you because then you're gonna buy it from me and I get the
Then it
ISK
would
back.
translate to free.
Yeah.
It was like Yeah.
The
Yeah, I
weird
mean,
thing-
it's there's like a percentage like listing fee, but that's like minimal, so don't worry about it. It's like
I mean, Nape is out 75 plex right now.
Nape
so,
is out
like,
75
There's
plex.
still injustices going
Yeah,
on in this chat.
yeah, but
Injustices.
yeah, no, I got
Don't you have
pretty
any of the
much.
skins I've sent you?
I
Any
got
left?
most of that ISK back, so don't worry about it.
That's what I was wondering is
Do you
why
have any
not just
skins
use
that-
one of those?
Yeah. Do you have any skins that left, or have you given them all away?
Yeah, there's a
Give
few.
Nape one for the 75.
Oh, give
bucks.
Nape one? Okay.
And then I'll send you one right now.
Well, yeah, there was a few. I still have a few that you've sent me.
Should I prefer less secure, boys? I gotta drive through a lot of mean looking systems if I do that route.
To do what?
To move somewhere far away from where I am with my trade alt. I can
Well,
either
you
go
can activate
prefer
skins from
secure
anywhere,
or
though.
less secure. And
What
I
ship
don't
do you
like it.
fly,
No,
Nate?
no.
Oh, you're talking about what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, different thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to act. Yeah,
I know what you're
different
talking
thing.
about.
I think
Nate.
for you.
Nate, what ship do you fly? If I've got one of those skins, I'll give it to you. Monitor. I do not fly it.
That's a
He's
monitor.
Nape's an FC.
I don't know that I've got a monitor.
What do you fly? I got everything.
Well-
Oh, I don't got that though.
Monitor is
Monitor.
pretty niche. Just
yeah.
to be fair.
I mean, are there a lot of skins for the monitor? There's
I
a
don't
few,
think
right?
there
I'm
are,
in
yeah.
I'm in Jita
There
right
are
now. Let me
2.
look. Let me
Two?
look.
Okay, yeah. I didn't think there was that many.
Firewatch and a SWAT skin.
SWAT's
if you're an
pretty
FC
good.
and you don't have both, then you're a shit FC. It's simple as that.
The SWAT one's pretty good. What was the other one other than SWAT?
What? Am I wrong? Tell
No,
me
you're
I'm
not wrong.
wrong.
You're not
Say
wrong.
it to my face.
I mean, you can't use both at the same time though.
No, but you should have both.
But you
anyways,
could
that's not
alternate
what's going
between
on.
them in a battle, which makes you look even more
So
badass.
like, you use the Firewatch when you're attacking. Use the SWAT when you're defending. It's kind of simple.
You're incorrect.
Wouldn't
There's
that be
the
the
Sorrow
other
Black
way? Wouldn't it make
and
sense
the
the other way around?
Firewatch and a Capsular Day.
The Sorrowback is the SWAT.
Oh,
Like,
SWAT.
is it
I'm
like
sorry,
SWAT attacks? Firewatch is like firefighters. They defend. That would make
There's
more
a
sense
third
to
one
me.
now though. Capsular Day 21.
Oh,
I do
No.
not see a third.
SWAT defends. What do you mean?
what?
Protect and serve. SWAT. Hello.
Yeah, but Firewatch they protect people from burning alive. SWAT goes.
They
and,
watch
like,
fires,
attacks and
dog.
take
What do you
attack and take
mean?
people down.
They're not firefighters. They're Firewatch.
That's a whole different breed, Drade.
Whole different
Well,
ballgame,
here's the
buddy.
difference though is the Capsuleer Day, you're holding the banner.
I'm gonna hold. Never mind.
Well, hold your tongue, sir.
Yeah, facts. Having fun.
This is all fun. Just silly games.
I did need to
Always
go to sleep though.
So,
I'm trying to move
Nape,
mobile.
is that your real name in game? Whisper to me.
Let's see what we got. Oh, are you sending him a skin?
Yeah, monitor skin.
He solved the problem. He said,
I
"I,
can,
fixed the glitch."
Bro, that's
I'll do a
those are
drawing
worth
for
way
this
more than
Worm
75
Empyrean
bucks.
Outlaws skin. That's actually
Yeah,
a really
that's
cool one.
that's worth about 250 plex.
Nope.
Yeah, This is a Tamar skin, right? The Empyrean Outlaws.
Ooh,
Oh, is that what?
they're
yeah,
sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steal the Future. It's got
The
it on
worm
a
one?
Yeah, this one looks good.
And they got a hologram on them. If you kill shit in them,
Yeah.
it comes off of your ship. It's a hologram.
Is it
Nape, if you could hear me, I just whispered you.
If you can hear me, I just whispered you.
If you
That's the you've got shown.
That's what it felt like.
Make fun first, make fun again. Yeah, that's fair. I like
Yeah,
fun.
like
I
regular,
like
but
fun when
yeah.
it's fun.
I don't know if I ever stopped.
So it's
making
got the
fun.
Steal the Future. Like that's a pretty cool skin.
Nape, is that whole thing?
It's got on the wing.
So if
too.
I'm not mistaken, Drayden, once you get some kills, that Steal the Future little skull man or something like turns out into like a hologram that emanates off of the
Okay,
ship.
thank you. The first one or
That's
second
cool.
one?
Little drill sergeant skull man.
The one here or the one on the wing here, or probably both. I would think. maybe.
Probably both. That's a Tampa question. I don't.
Oh,
I
there's
don't know.
one under
But
here too. Whoa.
But I do have them because when Tamper was like, "Hey, I made these skins."
Yeah, I was like, what are
I made
kill
these
marks?
skins.
What are those?
Oh yeah, I hear you. There.
I think I've only gotten a couple ever.
Just be thankful you don't have to deal with the ones like we have with our silly
They can't be showing intel channels. Ah,
The ones in
Minotaur
what?
ships. Minotaur ship ones. They're like a dot, and they're always like in weird spots. So you
Dude, they're all
mistake
super
them for-
tiny and hard to find.
Yeah.
Not all of them, obviously, but yeah, I mean they should be
They're
more
easy to
visible.
figure out.
I used to play World of Warplanes, which is part of the World of Family, as I'm sure most people are familiar with.
Failure.
And the little marks that you would either get on your tail or like right under where your cockpit is, like in actual World War II kind of shit, where it was like, you know, little plane icons for how many people you shot down and stuff. Like they were pretty easy to locate. It was a good system. They just put out like a general guide to like there's a handful of different I'm not gonna say races, whatever, nationalities in that one, you know, versus like whatever we'll call them in Eve factions. They just made a guide for each one. Sorry, go ahead, Dre.
Giveaways up! Exclamation point ticket to enter for that worm skin.
I don't know how I ended up with 2 of those, but I did. So fuck it.
Oh.
I'm gonna try to win it just so I can deny it to one of these plebs.
And then trash it, throw it away.
That's exactly right. I'll literally wad it up. No, I'm not.
I know how to give these ones away.
I won't accept it if I win it. I just like there being more tickets in the pot. I'll give it back to Drayden. He'll have to run a whole new giveaway.
You do it again. Yeah.
There's another button called draw another winner. I'll probably just click that.
You bastard!
Oh, he got us.
I would
had a whole
I'd
plan.
go the easy route.
We could have wasted 30 minutes on this project.
Oh shit!
That's fucking funny. So I do have a monitor and I've never used it because I don't FC anymore.
Yeah, that'll happen. Did you use the FC, Tom?
A long time ago. Yeah.
For TNT?
No. Some for Bastion, a little bit for what was it, Fountain Core, but mostly with Red vs. Blue.
When we were all younger and had better backs. I get it.
Yeah,
Do
I
you,
can actually carry a lot of people. Yeah.
Is there a special skill you need for the monitors, or is it just a cruiser skill?
No, it's
You have to be flagship. Get the
There you go,
cruiser
yeah.
5.
Okay, I was like, I think Titans and monitors might be the only 2 ships I can't fly in this game.
Oh wow. I can't see what your total skill point is because there's little icons covering it. But I bet you got a bunch.
218 million.
Nice.
What an old man.
Yeah. It would be higher, but I think there was probably between several hiatuses. I think because I just decided to leave.
I think that's every one of our stories.
Yeah,
Drayden.
but I think I decided to leave my account subscribed, so I was paying for Eve, not playing it, and had my skill queue empty the whole time. So it's like, you know, like
that's not everyone's story.
high
That's for
value.
Could have petitioned those skill points.
So I think there's probably about anywhere from like 6 months to a year worth of skill points I just missed out on. But
There's easily a couple of those kind of years for me from back in the day when we didn't petition for skill points as well. But there's also like the first 15 or so years that I played where I just didn't use implants because I was like, I just die too much. Like, why would I ever do that? And it's
Yeah.
like, you could easily have been doing
I
that.
take it back. The
I don't use
freighters.
implants anymore.
I can fly the freighters on my other
Yeah.
character, but on my main character, I cannot fly a lot of industrial. I can't fly rorquals.
You're
or
Look at this
freighters.
little purist. He's like, I'm in PL now. I would never.
Yeah, I can't fly freighters or industrials on a bunch of stuff, and no Titans. But what was it?
If I'm training jump freighters, that means I can fly a freighter, right?
So I was
You
like-
be able to fly a freighter.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
right.
Eden Comp.
Dude, I want to
Battleship.
get that
can't-
Anchar skin with the friggin' ticker.
I
the
can't
friggin'
fly.
stock ticker.
Was it Thunder Childs? Is that the battleship?
Oh, I don't know which one's which. I haven't
I
played
think it's a
with the
Thunder
Eden
Child.
Comps yet.
I can't fly that. Damn.
But do you need to?
Flag cruise. Yeah,
I mean,
can't fly
VFL will
that.
be doing it in like 3 months, and you're going to be behind. So get on it.
Precursor. Oh,
That's happened
the-
to me so many times where I like train for a ship and then they literally change it as soon as I can fly it. Yeah,
Oh
like,
shit! I
that's
can't fly
that's
Squall.
That's the story of a lot of Eve.
I know.
player
It
base.
used to piss me off so much.
I can't.
I
fly
loved it when
Squalls.
people complained about Rorquals though, and it was like the 4 years before that. Like, come on! Like, if you just scaled up your Rorqual operation or whatever, and you're mad, like this has been egregious for a way long time.
For a while, yeah.
Just the way she goes. God, I'm loving these high graphics. I'm not trying to be shitty to anybody, but I don't do this much, so it's real pretty.
Oh yeah.
So what
these-
does this new skin do? You said.
Interactive graphics now.
What did
Have
you
you
say,
seen
Dom?
all
I'm
the
sorry.
new-
I heard about the new graph. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Have you seen all the new like warp mechanic light ups?
For everything or for skins?
I'm not sure I have.
Because like a lot of the ships they've added a whole bunch of extra fluff. Like Hell have now new warp light mechanics. They have new warp interactions. They'll have colors that come on and off. Like you'll go from like blue to red. Or
Kind of interesting.
Well, some of the skins do that too, right? So they added
Sure.
that just to ships now.
I think that's what he's kind of referencing, maybe.
Cool.
Yeah,
I know there's like things like the MOA and whatnot, like that would tuck their little pieces down as they warped and stuff like that. God, I'm a sucker for that shit.
I am too. I fucking love that stuff.
Moving
So you were
pieces.
saying that the new
Who would have thought?
skin, the one for the Anchar you're talking about, right?
Oh,
What does it do special?
It's one of those Mabubu or whatever
Yeah.
that line I was talking to you earlier. It's got the friggin' stock ticker that goes across the side. I don't know why. It's just fun.
Only when it's in space.
I assume the ticker moves always. It's not a real
Oh,
ticker.
I see it
from
now.
what I'm
Never mind.
told.
Yeah, I got it.
Like it doesn't track real Eve items. It's like stock ticker looking. It's got little ticker tags.
Well, that's
but it's like
bullshit. This should be covering like
fucking
some
cool.
price of trit.
I want another trip price and the Orca price and whatever you showed me when I was in Jita the other day.
Hell yeah.
At the bottom of my market window.
How broken would it be if it actually showed you the Jita price while you're somewhere else?
That'd
Be
be really
awesome. That's not
entertaining as a
broken.
workaround to like external game tools. That would be one of the neatest things I'd ever heard
Yeah,
of.
like it would be really handy, but at the same time, I feel like it could undermine some of the people selling stuff out on the frontiers because they're, oh, I'm gonna sell it for an increased
Well,
price.
ban
People are
right
like,
now is worth 68.
people are like, well, it's not Jita price. I guess you could still be like that. Okay, then go to Jita and get it. And they're like, okay, fine, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I don't know if that materially changes anything because
Yeah,
like
probably
we all
not.
have Janice or Eve Mark,
Yeah,
whatever website
everyone
somebody
knows
used.
that unless you're in Jita, Jita's gonna probably be cheaper than wherever you're buying it at. But where's LB? LB is out at like a.
Oh, I wish this was.
He's out at some like kind of not a convention, but he's like some thing for work. So
He's soldiering.
he's soldiering, soldiering at a dinner event thing. I think. Also, I'm gonna be drawing this skin. So if you've not entered, exclamation point ticket for this worm skin. If you haven't gone into it already.
If you're not familiar with these skins, Tamber made them all, and they're pretty fucking sweet.
They
They
are
do have
really
a
cool, yeah.
holographic effect that happens after you get a kill mark or after
Yeah,
you get
really
a kill.
so.
I don't know if it's a kill mark or if it's just a kill. I don't know.
I think it's the kill marks. So you have to be like the final hit, I think, I would guess.
Possibly. But then your skin's gonna do
possibly, yeah.
extra cool shit. That makes it
Yeah.
even better. That's
And a worm is definitely a ship you can do that in.
that's not often seen in this game. There are a few ships. So like I don't know if anybody here is Dom probably is. Dom may be the only one here who's familiar with them. The Gila Abyssal skins. Are you familiar with those, Dom?
Oh yeah.
They've got like one that has like lightning going on, and so like there's a paint job of like lightning or whatever, but then there's also like some friggin' electrical pulses that'll come off of it every once in a while. There's one that like smoke kind of emanates from the hull and stuff. Like they're pretty sick for just like pretty simple effects.
They're really
And
cool. Yeah.
I wish they just did that with way more shit. And again, I don't mind that they charge money for it because this is bullshit that doesn't affect anything. It's just for
Yeah.
people who like bullshit. Like
According
me.
to Drayden, we should. He wants to be. punched
I
in
should
the
have
face.
bullshit yesterday.
No,
I tried to
thought
get
of
that
it.
yesterday. I
I'm
looked
fine
at it
with them
yesterday. I should
charging
have
for
it.
cosmetics. I just don't like getting time gated for cosmetics. I know I got a little more salty on that than I should have, but
No, it was
it
beautiful.
was
You're not
just,
wrong.
It was
It's
just one of those
funny
things
that you
where it's
thought
just
about
like-
it like 6 months after we talked about it.
No,
because we
I
talked about it
knew
when
that
it
there was
first
a
hit.
time. I knew there was a time thing. I just didn't realize
Like,
it was that long. I thought it was like an
Manic
hour.
was super disappointed about it, but
I
like,
thought it was
you
yeah.
didn't
Like,
know yet.
no, I knew it. I knew there was a time thing, but I thought it was like 30 minutes to an hour. I didn't realize it was days. That's crazy.
Yeah, so
Days is pretty
the
crazy,
Abyssal
if we're being
Thunderstorm is one you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's,
Then you
it's
have
like
the Firestorm, the
You guys,
Exostorm, Darkfield.
just
after-
to add some actual like real serious talk real quick for a second. Do you guys remember when Jump Fatigue came out?
yeah, it was silly.
So initially when Jump Fatigue came out, it maxed out, if I'm not mistaken,
30
or
days.
it minimumed at like 5 hours and maxed out at 30 days or something. Not
30 days for
maybe
the
better,
blue
but-
timer, but your red timer, if you were at 30-day timer and you jumped, I think your red timer
You're
would
right.
be
Your
like,
red timer would be like 5 hours.
It
or
was
something.
no,
Yeah.
no. Your red timer would be like 3 or 4 days, I think.
At first,
Maybe that's
yes.
what it was.
At
Yeah.
first.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so-
well, yeah. At first it was hours, but like yeah, if you maxed your blue timer out at a month and you
Right.
jumped, it was like 4 or 5 days, I think, for a red timer. Maybe 3 to
Yeah, I
5
think
days,
you're-
somewhere
you're
there.
probably right.
It was basically, oh, you jumped, yeah. Well, you're not using your capital. That's your gate. Well, I don't even know if you could gate capitals back then, but it was basically yeah, maybe you could.
Could
But
not, could you?
You could not know.
Yeah. So it was
So
basically
what
like,
if
it's
what
like
if
you're
we
gonna
see
dock
some
this shit up
iteration
for the next
that's correct?
week before you can use it. It was pretty bad. And then you wait a week and it's like, okay, well now your red timer's gone, but you still have like 20 something days on your blue timer, so you don't want to jump again because your red timer's gonna be days again. So it's basically it's like if you were basically pretty much restricted you to like only doing like 2 jumps at a time, and then you have to wait like a couple days for your blue timer to wear out. Because if you
Right.
didn't, you would just
And
it's like
real
you
quick
start
though,
getting to the
let
point
no
like in a
one
month.
forget that Pandemic Legion, Drayden's Alliance, is the reason we all got fucked with jump fatigue.
I wasn't.
But that's
There were,
that's
there were
aside.
two. There were two.
That's
groups.
aside. That's not your
I
fault.
was
You
in
know,
the
you-
Imperium back
you-
then, so
Imperium,
I
I
was not a PL dude. I was a
know, I just thought
TNT
it
guy
was
back
funny.
then.
I think it was PL and BL. Honestly,
Well,
Those were
I
the
don't know
two
if I was either
groups.
TNT or CO2 back then, but one of the two.
So here's the thing. We had that. That's where it started. It was a you know, when you have a problem and you counter steer too hard, right? That's obviously
Yeah.
what that was. They developed a mechanic to curb some oppressive elite tier groups or groups that punched well above their weight. Hey, some people won, I think.
Elimination.
Ah,
Um,
congratulations.
And then over time, though, they dialed it back to where actually fatigue is not the craziest mechanic at this point. Like, I will say, if you're slamming capital moves, you would notice it, but that's how capital moves should kind of be. Like, that was the intention, right? So, but if you're using like Anshar or, you know, let's say jump freighters or various bonus tolls that are like for logistics, you really don't get affected so much. You know, like you can watch your timers go up, but like it's really not punishing you where you would walk away from your computer or something. Maybe if you're moving capitals a quarter way around the galaxy for a big war or something, maybe it's not a one night op, and it can be if you do it right. But
Yeah, movement.
what if
it can be
what if
done,
we
but power projection is harder. It's perfect
Right.
right now. Yeah.
so what if we see some evolution in that direction, and maybe we should advocate for some evolution in that direction? That like, hey, I get it if like it started out kind of big and you thought this was a great idea. I'm sure, and it wouldn't be hard to lobby on this side. I think that like you haven't seen the uptick you'd like. You would love to see more uptick, if nothing else. Which anytime you make something a little bit more accessible or convenient, you're gonna see some uptick. Maybe if they start dialing back those timers to where it's like, hey, you know, if I don't want to touch the button, then it's 5 hours. But like if I do want to touch the button, like it's now, you know, or whatever, like instead of days kind of thing, you know. And so I could see some merits of dialing it back in such a way like that.
What would be the cost though? There'd have to be a cost associated with it, right?
I mean, fuck, I don't know. Keep similar costs, keep lower. Like that part, I'm not an economist, so I couldn't say.
But if you're
I
going
don't
to allow
know. I
them
don't know
to
what
do
their
something,
target is.
right?
But I do
wouldn't-
think
yeah.
that days is egregious. I do think that because there's never, if we're all being real with ourselves, there's never going to be a super vibrant, healthy, competitive skin market unless there's a lot of reforms, which is fine because hopefully there can be. But like what sits today, it's a very niche thing. It was already going to be a niche thing. So like making it a little bit more accessible, a little more logical, a little more palatable, whatever. Like there's plenty of merits in that. Versus like, hey, you know, we're creating this thing, which in our best vision is, you know, Manic kind of talked about it early on when we were talking about all this rolling out. He wanted to be a skin designer. He wanted that to be a thing, make a business, be a, you know, whatever, have your name on things and people seek out your skins and stuff, which on the surface sounds really cool. Doesn't seem like quite what we see the execution of, which is not a huge deal because it's not a big, it would never have been a big market thing. But like you could make a name for yourself on some level, I'm sure, if you did some pretty fun stuff. But either way, like it's not hard to think that there is some reform warranted when you see things like multi-day production times and stuff, when it's like Drayden, like, you know, your situation there where you wanted to give it away, even if you just wanted to keep it, that's a very real situation where people are like, I just wanted to make a skin for tonight.
Yeah, it's like I wanted to design a skin. I figured I'd design a skin, print it, and then give it to someone.
or whatever. Like I wanted to make a thing now. Like I wanted to do it now. Like that
Without
was
having
the
to
fun.
pay. Yeah. So with max skills in those 3 skills, right? If you max them out to 5s, you still only get 45% reduction in that time.
So it would have been
So
like
if
a
it's
day
3
and a half
days,
instead
it'd
of
be a
2.5 days.
yeah. Or maybe a day. I'm not sure.
It would have been a little over a day.
What the base is. Yeah, a little over a day.
It was 2 days and
That'd
like
be the
8
best you could
hours
get it, yeah.
initially, so it would have been like a day and a half probably.
Do you have any points in those skills though at all?
No, I don't have them injected because I don't really.
Okay, that was,
I
that's
didn't plan
that's
on
why I
like,
wanted. That's why I asked. All right.
Yeah, I didn't plan on doing.
So you
much
could never get
with the-
below a day, even with max
Yeah.
skills and those skills.
Yeah, even with max
it's
skills, it would be like
45%,
it would be like a day and a half with max skills on those. And it's like that seems a little long to me.
I would
Also,
agree. I think Aquas hit it on the head. I think you're right. I think
yeah,
this is something that they do need to look at.
yeah. Also,
you're
I
right.
kind of wish
A
there
little
was a
time
way
is
to
okay,
like
but
just
too
give
much.
someone one of those skins, like instead of having to put it. Your only options right now is activate it for yourself or put it
Yeah,
on a
that is
public
kinda weird.
market. But it's like,
But
what
I
if
think
you're
there's
like,
been
I
a lot
wanna-
of clamoring about
yeah,
that.
like what if you're like, oh, I want to like design a skin, like me and the boys are going out roaming, and like I want to design this skin for like me and the 4 dudes I'm gonna go roaming with. All right, everyone, let's all like, this is my new haircut. All my friends have the same haircut. One of those
Mullets
things. Yeah,
all day.
like it's like you get a bunch of skins, but it's like what you gotta like put it on a public market and hopefully they buy it and. Like I was saying before,
So that I do
it's like
remember
there's
from
probably
this recent
bots
patch
looking at
note
the
thing that
market
we
and
don't
buying
know.
cheap skins, so putting skins on there for like a one ISK, they'll probably get bought up immediately by bots. So like you'd have to put them for a bunch, but then there's like,
So that is a workaround that they are developing because I
Okay.
did read this somewhere within the last few days. I don't know what the patch note is. I'm not in the condition to go look for it. I apologize. So
I tried and I couldn't find
this
it,
is
but
all
I
I
think
can
you're
give
right.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
But
like
I
a little
did
bit
see
of a
something
change on
about
it.
an exclusive like group esque role based thing with skins. They're evolving in that direction to where you can have like somebody who's like a skin manager or something, and I think it does degrade some of these things that we're complaining about, if I'm not mistaken, or would it decrease?
That's for larger groups of audiences. So, but then for the individual, that's where there's been a lot of talk of that eventually going to the point where they can basically download, basically purchase it, make it, and then pull it out, and then give it away, contract it, whatever they wish.
Yeah, I think they are addressing some of this. I couldn't point you in the right direction, and I apologize for that. Maybe tomorrow in better shape, maybe I could. But I can swear I read some of these things within the last week or so with some of these new changes that are coming down the pipe. Because of course, most of what I'm paying attention to is the Nolvaros are crying about this, that, or the other. Because the fucking sky is falling every other day or something. Whatever they hate like. And
Well, there's a role called brand manager, and it
Right,
says
yeah.
can purchase and manage personalization options for the corporation, but I don't know what that entails. I gotta figure out.
Another giveaway. Dom gave me a Crusader police skin. So if you
Ooh,
want
the
to,
police skins are sick.
if you want to whoop whoop,
Get 'em.
Oh, Tamara was
I know there's
actually
only
saying-
3 of you here now, but put your exclamation
Yeah,
point
put your
there.
exclamation
get in for a skin.
Amber was actually saying they're going to try to patch the police skins so they actually have flashing lights now instead of the.
Which ones don't
goofy-
have flashing light?
Yeah, this one's got flashing lights.
Well,
That
no,
flashes
they're
the
doing
fuck
where
out of those
it's-
lights.
Say it again.
Yeah,
Matt.
they're trying to do where it's more active.
There is a pause on them. I will say that, but it still looks solid though.
So you want them to flash and also oppress the citizens? I
Yeah,
get
it should be like
That's
real
fine.
police lights. It should be like blinding, like
I want sirens. Come on.
epilepsy warning levels of flashing.
I did my
they're look-
stressful situation, please.
Well, they are looking at there was some sort of bug when they brought out the Republic fleet, the Imperial skins. So like the Republic fleet stabber had all its lights flashing all the time. And supposedly it was a coding error. Well, when they changed it all over and fixed it, it turned it into Caldari State, which barely get a beep beep, and sometimes you don't even see it when it's coming out of cloak on a gate. So they're trying to make it where it's more active all the way, but we haven't heard anything beyond some basic discussions on it, trying to fix it.
They should just use like the European or the London ambulance sound. Where it's like,
So you're talking about the
people
new
would
ones,
fucking
right?
hate it.
That makes sense because they're a little different.
Yeah.
And then
Because originally there was the state. Was that the original ones? No, federal
Yeah,
police
the
were the
state-
originals, weren't they?
Yeah, federal is the old ones, and they're still the most stable, and everybody likes them. Cero also has stuff. Alpha
Aegis,
Plus had
corporate
lights all the
police,
time.
federal, imperial, Republican state. I've got them.
Yeah. but the Imperial, Republic, and State, they have the weird blink, and that's it. And there's no application beyond that. Whereas Cero, Recruiter, DD Recruiter, Plus, Alpha Plus, and then Federal Police, they're always got their lights on, blinking and flashing like a normal police would.
I also like the ambulance Logi skins too.
Yeah.
Oh, those are really cool.
Yeah,
I wish I
like
would have
the-
gotten more.
I always use the now when it comes to
The Tech 2 version is better than the Tech 1 version.
yeah the like the scimitar.
I
You
don't
gotta
think I
go.
got
You
it
gotta
either.
go with like the ambulance scimitar. It's excellent. And I'm trying to think.
There's 3 different ones, isn't there?
There's a scimitar one. I think there's one for the basilisk, but I think I might use the I can't remember if I used the ambulance with the basilisk or if it's or the what's the Tron one, the Ergo
Yeah, something like
Vital,
that.
Vital Shift Ego. I think I used that for the
yeah.
basilisk because it's
That's
so
the one that
good.
changes colors when you're
Yeah,
sitting
it's like-
still.
it
It's
has a
like red
tracer
and
light or
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, it's like
warp
I
is
can't remember if
blue
it's
or
like
vice versa.
red and then blue in warp or vice
It is,
versa,
yeah.
but it's yeah.
Combat Medic is one of the ones, and that's for the Tech 1 version.
Some of them were Twitch drops, and I got a couple, but like they did more than I got, which made me sad because I like Logic.
Then the Emergency Response Squad, Combat Medic and Emergency Response Squad were the first 2 of the ambulance styles, but then they did add some other ones later.
Yeah.
Emergency Response is the Tech 2 version of the Logic. I can't remember. I'll find the other one. I'll start with it.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, were the emergency response ones for the Sisters of U ships?
No, that's for the
Like
Tech 2
Stratios and stuff
Logic.
like
It's
that?
for the
Was it
no,
for
it's just for
something?
the Logi ones.
Oh, okay, I might be thinking
It was
something
like
else.
scimitar.
First responder or something.
I don't know if did the Orneros have one. I know the scimitar had one. That was really good.
Bassi, Deacon, Guardian, Kieran, Ornero, Scalpel, Scimitar, and Thalia.
Okay, yeah. So all the Tech 2 Logis.
There is another group of them. I
What
can't
about
remember.
the Nestor? The Nestor almost looks like an ambulance anyway, but that would have been nice.
I'll find it. Hold on.
Although I guess they do get rep bonuses though. Like same like the Nestor. Does the Stratios and the Astero get those as well, or is it just the Nestor?
Just the ones I listed for the emergency response. But it was
Yeah, but I
another
mean
group
like
of
repping
skins.
bonuses though. Is it just the Nestor, or is the Stratios and the Astero get
Oh, I
repping
don't know.
bonuses? I can't remember. I know they get scanning bonuses, laser bonuses, armor bonuses. I think that's
Well,
it.
it's for Pulp.
And then
Yeah, it's got roll
co-ops.
bonuses, but it's only for 100. It's only for armor repair.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't get the range bonuses like most other Logis, so it's like, but like that's why the Nestor works because you're generally taking that into a battleship fleet, and the battleships are going slow enough. Like you're just going to be on top of them anyway. You don't have to like be hanging out like in a Logi wing somewhere.
Because if you did any other of the Logis, you're looking at about like 300% range on some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the other one. There's another group of them they gave away.
They should make one for the Zarmast, but then again, I don't know if Treglavians have emergency services.
No, they're dead anyway.
Whoa.
They are the emergency.
Yeah, they. I am the danger.
Yeah. Well, actually, it would be
I
kind
don't
of
know.
cool.
Now
if they
that there's
actually-
Deathless, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Zyga
Hey,
Papa
Zyga won.
Seal. Zyga winning the police skin. Whoop whoop.
Congratulations.
I'm just
Hey,
dropping
Santiago.
slicers.
Oh
all
yeah,
over
there it
the
is. Santiago said Frontier Safeguard. There it is. That's the third one.
Yeah, that's like the firefighters, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah, I
like
guess
the-
they are. Yeah.
I don't know if they're either firefighters. They almost look like road construction vehicles as well. They're like, kind of like an orange.
Oh, the Frontier. Yeah,
Yeah,
the ones that were designed for the Australian
yeah, the fires.
fire issue.
Yeah, so it's like they almost look like a firefighter, but I wonder if maybe it's like European firefighters because I know in America it's much more like just red. They almost look like a contractor or like road construction vehicles, like road
Well,
Department
we
of Road
have like
Vehicles.
in America we've got red is usually the typical one, but we have white, yellow, lime green.
Oh, I've never seen that.
There are some oddball ones here and there. And where I'm at, I've got lime green.
Oh
I'm
man,
thinking these are probably like fire trucks because they do have
is that
lights on them.
Seattle? I feel like Seattle's like the lime green city. not to. You don't have to answer. You don't have to like dock yourself. But
Whoa.
No, he's
The prob- the
demanding you
problem
dock
is-
yourself.
Well, we have like 3 different colors we use in my area. and it's between the different municipalities.
He said it's called
like-
red, white, and blue, motherfucker.
Oh, it's Emerald City. Okay, yeah, it's like I just know that, and I was kind of bummed because like lately the Seahawks have been playing this season with just they went back to like their like '90s just navy blue and gray uniforms. There's no green on them. I'm like, dude, where's the electric neon green? That's like that was the highlights they started using for a while. Now it's not there.
Sloppy Joes and navy beans.
Well, they say that a lot of emergency vehicles will be moving to yellow lights because people can see them better. I don't know how true
Don't
that
we
is,
see
but-
green the best? Why aren't we using
No, no,
flash?
when flashing blue and flashing red lights, people have a tendency to space them off. Where the yellow, they don't for some reason. I don't know.
Well,
Fuck
they'll-
that cop.
The problem is,
And they just keep
well,
going.
well, the problem is the blue. Blue actually can cause seizures if they have
Oh.
a particular bar. Like if they actually like one of the problems we have in our area is that they use a solid bar. When they're driving, it's solid, but then when it flashes, it's so bright you can't even drive straight at night because it's like it will actually disorient you.
Yeah,
You should be pulling over anyway.
I have.
Shouldn't be driving.
Yeah, but I have noticed.
You're not even-
Be pulling over.
Like less so with the ambulance and stuff. But I definitely have noticed like if like even if they're not even pulling you over, if they're like coming the other way, and there's a cop, coming down the other way with the lights on. Sometimes the blue and like white or blue and red flashing is just so. It's like it's so fucking bright. You're just like like just you're like staring at the bottom right corner. Like I just got to make sure I don't go off the road. It's like it can be
Take a drink,
very
Pull
very,
over, Drayden. You're not supposed to
I'm supposed to be
continue
driving.
drive.
Yeah,
Well,
pull your ass
you're
over.
pulling over, but it's like it's so bright you can't see shit. And it's like it just
That's
blinds
the
the hell out of
intention.
you. But
Yeah, pull
you don't-
over, asshole. Get out of the way.
No, you do want to pull
Emergency
over, but
vehicles
it's
are
like you
coming through.
still need to be able to see to pull over. Like you don't want to just be like, I hope I'm pulling over into the like
So I had one night
not
where
into a guardrail or something, you know?
flying down like a separated 4-lane like not interstate but a freeway. About 2:30 in the morning, we're responding to a CPR in progress, and they're like calling on the radio, hurry up, because they're freaking out. They're like a volunteer service, little tiny town. We're fucking flying out there to get there and help them out. And I'm in the left hand lane. I'm coming up on like a Budweiser truck, like big truck, like not a small one, like a big semi one. And he's in the right lane, I'm in the left lane, and I'm coming up on him. Right before I get to him, he pulls over in the left lane. Like literally, like pulls right in front of me, and I darted to the right lane. I bet I missed him by an inch. That's people not paying attention. All of a sudden, like they see the lights and they fucking freak out. So it's anything to make people get off the road is a good thing. I just about hit that fucker. That was hauling ass.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, I get it. Like, you should pull over, but the lights don't have to be blinding to make you pull over. They just need to
they
be.
do.
Now people don't
Brayden,
pay attention.
In
Yeah, I'm telling you.
America, if you do not blind people, they will not pull over. That is part of our
But
problem.
All they have to do is like if it's flashing blue lights, you know it's a police, and you know you're supposed to pull over, and you will. So if they're not pulling over, it's not because people aren't going to pull over because like I'm gonna have to pull over because I'm blinded. It's like there's a cop coming, I'm going to pull over, but you should be able to see while you're pulling over. You don't need to blind people for that.
If you're blinded, you have no choice. You have to get the fuck out of the way.
Like it's not.
I think
Yeah, see, that shit happens a lot.
I don't think so. Like
further away. I think the sounds work better because you can hear further away, but the lights are.
What if
more
you're deaf?
people-
You can
It's
drive.
like if I'm not blinded but I see a cop coming, I'm gonna pull over because I'm like, oh, it's a police officer or
Unless
an
I'm
ambulance
unless
or a
I'm
fire
in town
truck.
in traffic, that fucking siren's not on. Because you know what I never want to hear again? A fucking siren. Telling you, if you're driving an emergency vehicle, unless you have to have a siren on, you do not. It's so fucking annoying.
I usually only see them use the sirens if it's like I need either one, people are
Traffic,
not if
yeah.
people are not getting out of their way and they're in traffic, or it's like it's an emergency I'm going over that way to respond to, and I need to haul ass, and I need people to know to get the fuck out of the way. They'll put their siren on, just be hauling ass. That's the only times I've ever seen them use it. If they're just like pulling someone over, they generally won't use the siren unless you just keep driving and don't pull over. Then they'll
Well,
like,
I'm talking
whoop,
about,
whoop, and
I'm
they're
talking
like,
about
"Hey."
fire trucks and ambulances, not cop cars.
Oh, yeah, those I usually only see they use the sirens if it's like a
Intersections, they
holy
hit
shit
the
emergency.
phaser, the brrrr,
Yeah.
and then hammer on
You
the
gotta
fucking
do it.
horn.
You gotta
Yeah,
do it.
just make sure that, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Just like a train at a crossing, but
Yeah.
you don't want them laying on the horn the whole fucking rail.
No,
right?
just
Like,
do
come
the
on.
intersections. Yeah, you change
Yeah,
the,
exactly.
you change your siren style as you come to an intersection. So it's a difference. So people can like that'll kind of like make it. If you're hearing one sound, you get used to it. All of a sudden, it's different. Yeah, and then we have a thing called
Noted.
phaser, which like does it sounds like a and
Yeah.
go through there. So
And it's worthy because I've had loud music on before that it's hard to discern. That one is not hard to discern. It's usually pretty.
usually we don't hit it until we're right near people.
It
right?
breaks
Yeah.
through rhythms.
It does. You're right. Yeah.
But here's the thing, Drayden, and I hate to say this, chat seems to be on my side. Get the fuck out of the way.
I'm not saying don't get.
You
out of the
gotta
way.
you gotta blind these fuckers because if not, they're just gonna stay on the road. And they're just
Who's
gonna stay in
staying
the
on
way.
the road when emergency vehicles are going on?
Lots and lots of
Assholes.
people.
Wait,
We
really?
live in a country full of them.
Oh my God.
Well,
you'd
maybe
be
they don't do it
surprised.
up here. I've
Tons.
never seen that. Like, if they have emergency vehicles, they don't even have to be blinding lights. Like an ambulance doesn't have blinding lights. That's got the lights on. Everyone pulls the fuck over and gets out of the way.
They're supposed
Yeah,
to.
Drayden,
but they
you live in
don't.
a
Yeah.
you live in a petri dish with 18 other people, dude. I'm sorry about
Mm.
that, but like that's how your little corner of the country is.
There's tons of asshole drivers up here, like massive. Like I've driven.
You
in
say
lots,
that, but apparently they all get out of the
I've
way
driven
for
in lots of other
emergency vehicles.
places, and I feel
Now
like
imagine worse and larger.
I feel like in this area, people are
population
like
center.
the biggest shithead drivers ever. But everyone gets out of the way of emergency vehicles. Like if a cop
But you
or,
always you get that one guy who's
or
I
an
don't have my
ambulance?
siren on, just have the lights on, not paying attention. You know,
I
like
was playing
zoning out,
NWA. I didn't hear it.
whatever, texting on their phone.
It's
I mean,
for the
it just-
children.
it's for the children. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the other thing too. Is like my area, we actually have a very unique set of things that go on because each fire department has a slightly different system, different colors, and so like you know which area you're in by who responds to you. But also one of the
Whoa,
weird
that
things
sounds
is
like
we have-
segregation. I don't like it.
well, we
Does
also
everybody get
have-
equal? And it's equal but fair, Gakrath.
They
Oh,
got different
especially-
systems for different
equal
colors.
for
Yeah,
sure.
that sounds like a slippery slope, buddy.
just you should just blast the Ludacris song on the loudspeaker. Just move,
Oh,
bitch.
loud?
No, move, bitch.
okay.
Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch.
Sometimes
We only roll out
sometimes
when you're
late
leaving
at
the
night.
parking lot of the fire department.
Sometimes late at night when we respond to stuff like in town, we would use the PA and make our own siren sounds. Like woo woo.
Yeah.
I had a
woo.
buddy who had one rigged up in his truck on one of my first jobs, and he had like a pit bull or a boxer or something, and he had like trained it to speak or whatever, to speak. And then he would just hold the little friggin' mic up to it and just have it bark at people as he drove around. It was really pretty entertaining.
I had a partner one time yell at somebody next to him because they didn't have their kid in a car seat. She grabbed the PA. She's like, "Get that kid in a car seat right now!" Their fucking reaction was hilarious. I mean, obviously, they're surprised and jumped, and then they pulled into like a quick trip right next door. Fucking laughed my ass off.
Wait, did they have one in the car and they just went?
Yeah, the kid was on the front on their lap in the front seat.
It's not a jungle gym, kid.
No, it's not. That's fucking death. And they get it's tiny accident. That kid dies.
People launch their windshields real easy. It's impressive.
Guess what? What you're a big and fat person.
had a problem
You
here
in the in the dashboard. Not a good thing for that kid to be in between.
Sure.
Even slamming on the brakes, you're gonna hurt that kid. Right?
Hmm.
I mean, like the police in our area now, they're experimenting with new color schemes, and the problem is it looks just like the security cars. So, like, there's some of the security cars in our area, they look just like the police, and I'm like,
a security
I'm not
car?
sure which one that'd be.
Like private
Like,
security,
what do you mean
by
like
security
mall, like mall
Oh,
security.
oh, security, like private security. Okay,
yeah,
never
they
mind.
look like
So
cop
in-
cars,
I
but they're
get it,
not
yeah, yeah.
actual police.
In Texas, they restrict the colors that you can use for emergency lights so that you never have that kind of situation. I'm not
Yeah,
in Texas
same
anymore,
here.
but that was
Same
one
here
of
in
those
Iowa.
things.
Yep.
Yeah, same here.
North
If you have-
Carolina has a bunch of fun fucking lights that people use for their headlights and their little whatever, just express yourself lights. Texas was
See,
like,
and
if you use these colors, we'll fucking pull you over and throw you in jail because you cannot use these colors. Like
Yeah,
these are lights are only for us and emergencies.
Yeah, flashing blue and flashing red up here. If you're running with those, if you're not an emergency vehicle, you're getting pulled over, and
Yeah.
you're getting
Used to be
that's
in
that's.
Texas.
I
For good
had
reason.
actually had blue lights in my personal car because I was a firefighter. We had a special light not license, but it's like a little certificate we had to carry with us in case we got pulled over for them, show that we were allowed to have them. But you only use them going from like work or home
That's
to
reasonable.
the fire station. Yeah.
Or to speed through a light, if
Oh,
you're
I
about to
fuck
miss
yeah.
it.
Well, our ambulance and fire trucks had stoplight intervention. So we
The
could-
little switches, yeah.
well, it's just like a strobe
it
light.
swap.
And it strobes a pattern. and it
That's how they
switches
do
light.
the friggin' cannonball runs, right?
Fuck yeah, it's awesome.
You gotta swap the lights when you need them.
On a call or not, that fucking
important.
intervention thing's on. I never stopped the stoplight.
So Dominark, I'm almost in place. I need you to make sure that you have either a character or a jump clone in cache.
I'll go there.
Preferably as
Cash
close.
or curse?
Cache.
Wait,
is
are you
fine.
actually bringing in that
Catch or
carrier?
cash?
I'm gonna grab him that carrier because I found one that has legacy rigs.
Well, cash and catch are different.
shit.
No, cat.
Catch.
Okay, yes, thank you. Sorry, catch.
Okay. Phew.
Preferably near Utopia, if you get the option, which is like P3 dash. I'm probably wrong. There's a name for it. You guys probably have a system in
Utopia.
your station there or something.
Completely blown.
Utopia's in Curse. Curse right next door to
okay.
Catch.
Anyone that wants to gank a
Correct.
legacy for no. Like,
Nah, I'm not doing it.
That's my thought process.
I'm gonna be lighting a sino at this station at this time.
Like I said earlier, it's very important that nobody watches this show.
Yeah, nah, no one's gonna gank you.
As
And
I
also,
die.
it's like, I mean,
Not
like,
him. They're gonna get me.
if you like the sino, you'll be able to jump.
No,
and dock
you're going to
up.
be in safe space. You're surrounded by goons. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you just like jump and dock up.
I'm
and then,
putting in the risk.
Yeah, they might kill the carrier, the sino. Not if he's lighting it though.
What I'm saying is I'm going
Can
to
you
bring it to
whisper-
an NPC station somewhere in Curse.
In
and then
Curse, okay.
I will hand it off to you where you can show up there, undock, and show up somewhere where you have friendly stations, essentially. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's no problem. Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm definitely not there waiting for you guys. Not at all.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Me and my little baby destroyer.
Look for the good in humanity. It's all around us.
It's everywhere.
Nobody would ever shoot, a poor little person who is in an unfit Archon.
Unfit.
With-
Ooh.
you got fuel in it?
It's got some legacy rigs. I mean, I'm not trying to come on. I don't know
Oh,
what
shit.
their
That's
doctrines look
That's
like.
all the armor you need. The armor rigs, right? Watch them be like capacitor rigs or some shit.
They'd be fucked, but it'd be pretty funny.
But what is the yay nay on all the new officer bits that are flying around now?
Oh, I brought them up earlier. I think it's really interesting that
I'm-
they're introducing so much officer, but
Yeah,
I think it's cool still. People love purple,
Yeah,
and I'm
what-
about it.
This doesn't really affect the current officer modules because these are for
Right, they
small
new.
and yeah,
They're new.
Yeah, and they don't
Yeah,
run
they're all
big
new
ships.
stuff.
Yeah.
I like it. I know when I first started the game, when I found out that officer mods were a thing, I just assumed that there was every single module had an officer, just like there's always faction and Dead Space modules for everything. I assumed that there was officer modules for everything. I didn't realize it was limited, but so I would be down with there being officer modules of everything, including Doomsdays. Why not? Fuck it.
Do we all know about
Actually,
the throw some purple on it, 8-bit GIF or whatever? It was one of those pixel art things. It's an Abaddon that's scrolling across the screen like in space. The background's moving. It's pixel art, and it's throw some purple on it. And it's got a little gas fuel gauge looking thing, and it's purple, and then adding mods to it or something. I'll find it. Hold please.
Well, we'll see how it goes because I'm wondering if they'll change the AT rules for any frigates that have officer equipment on them.
Well, the AT, you only put the officer modules on flagships. I don't think there was any frigates that would qualify for flagships. There's battleships, and then I think some of the Alliance, the AT, ships, the cruisers. There were some AT cruisers.
And those would qualify as
Yeah, they
flagships,
were allowed to, and not all of them. There was I think they listed a few. Now I don't know. Maybe there was
No,
some
buddy,
frigates
thanks for
maybe the
sticking
Frecky counted. I don't know. Maybe you could have an officer like Frecky or something. Although I don't know anyone that would really use that. That would die. I feel like it would die fast enough. But there were definitely some cruisers that could be
I thought it was very
flagships.
interesting. I thought it was interesting when they had the engineering officer pieces. That was the kind of fun little moment for me. So I was like, "Ooh, what do we got going on here?" But I think it'll make it a little interesting, particularly for places like faction warfare, because they're going to have to now consider the fact that they may have ships now that can probably hit easily 400, 500, and other stuff. It gets up to 700 and higher, depending on how they fit them. decide to do stuff.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
I said.
just wondering because like I mean, it's a lot of speculation with the AT stuff because now with some of the flagships because the commentators this year were in the feeder rounds were constantly like the Balgorn's bad, and like I mean there's a few Balgorns used and some it was hit and miss, like some did well, some didn't. But regardless of the commentators, always like I think for years now they've been saying like don't use a Balgorn, but you just always see them, so that the tournament teams think otherwise. And there's been several Balgorn battleships or flagships. Now that they're gonna have officer newts. Oh wait, no, they already had the large officer newts, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So-
and yeah, they've already had access to those.
Well,
Never mind.
it's blue.
I was thinking that those were new.
It'd be interesting to see what the like a list of all the past flags have been and which one's been used the most.
Oh, the event teeth. No, they just have the players. They don't have the ships used. That would be a man.
Did
That would,
anybody
I
click
think
on
I
the-
saw something like that before though.
Did anybody click on the link that I posted?
would you
Twitch
post
chat?
it?
That's the put some purple on it link, and
Okay.
it'll show you the whatever the 8. I keep calling it 8-bit art, pixel art.
I think
Of it. The top 3 comments, I was not aware of this context, which is real fun to find out. Somebody says, "Wasn't this stolen from the best looking scam site in existence?" The next comment, "I think it was commissioned by them. I vaguely remember the guy who made these postings, blah, 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 blah." And then somebody posted who may have made it, or I don't know. He said, "Yep, I made it for a dude who was operating a scam site, and he was terribly nice, but I wasn't sure what he needed it for. Not sure if it ever worked out for him." But just the idea that this was made as like an ad for like, hey, people finding Eve Media, like buy some more perps,
He
kind
was
of thing.
he was trying to
Yeah.
sell those worthless.
Yeah,
perks.
like that's so
Yep.
neat to me 15 years ago or whatever in the meta, because this is a real old piece of art. I don't know. It's just really funny to me, like thinking about
But no,
somebody
he-
commissioning this as like a, hey, I sell officer mods. I want you to make a, or I scam maybe officer mods or something. I want you to make a bit of artwork for me or an advertisement.
That's
of sorts."
awesome. Yeah. If you scroll down, it tells you what he was doing. It was like basically, you pay for it now, and I'll get the module for you, and then never deliver it probably.
Oh wow.
I know there's a few officer mods that are worthless. I mean,
Oh,
compared to-
absolutely. There.
And,
That's
and I know that people scam those. Like, oh, it's
we
an
talked
officer
about
mod.
this
Like,
last show.
Did we?
So the margin trading. We talked about this last show, and that's where at this point I've played Eve for 21 years, 19 years. I don't remember what it
Damn,
is.
since the start.
It took
You
me
started
a long
yeah.
time. No, not since the start, but pretty close to the start. It took me about 8-ish years, just thinking back on my foggy memories and how that works, to think of the first time I got scammed, which was a NG to local, which is why we tell people like your friend Nerviking, never read it because there's nothing of quality there.
Oh,
I
now
got-
you can completely.
And they're
Wow.
all
I got-
scams.
Are
I
you
got
saying
dragged
shouldn't
over
click
one of
this
those
link
things.
to buy ISK?
And it was one of those things that was like, oh, holy shit, can you believe somebody did this? I can't believe, like, I wish I had the IS to act on it, 12 years ago or something. And it was some Brin's modified thermic hardeners or some like low tier officer passive module that like nobody fucking ever used or found or sold or anything because it was garbage. But they, we again, we discussed it last week, but they created their own market volume and a little bit of trade history, and then they social engineer you into it, and that's the scam, right? Between the skill of margin trading and the social engineering, they convince somebody to be the next bag holder or whatever. And it was brilliant, and it worked on me. And I was just like Drayden's, did in his situation, if I recall. I stubbornly sat there and long sold it. It took me like 2-3 years to finally get rid of them. I bought 2 because it was like you could buy 1 and sell 1, but you could buy 2 and sell 2.
Right,
kind of
yeah.
thing. Like, look at this market opportunity.
Yeah, because they
And
had,
of course
they
you
had a buy
fucking
order for 3 of them.
You
You're
do
like, oh,
it
yeah.
exactly. It was brilliant, and I don't fault them for it. It was brilliant.
No, it's a very smart scam. I just didn't like it because it was
Sure.
But they
generally
immediately pull those
right.
off, right? Is that how they
yeah,
do it?
every other
Right, yeah.
scam in
shouldn't
the
have been
game,
able.
you could find it, you could see the scam, like, oh, okay, like they're saying in the chat that
If
this
you knew
contract
you
is for
could.
they're buying this thing for or they're selling this thing for 100 million, but then you look in the contract closely, like, oh no, they're selling it for $1 billion, and like things like that you can catch, or like, oh, they say they're selling a Charon, but then you look at the contract, like, no, they're selling a Carbon. Things
This
like
looked
that. If you
mostly on the
if you aren't
level.
paying attention, you'll miss it. Or just trust things like, oh, I'll double your risk, give me money, and I'll give you this, or I'll move this stuff for you, let me have it, and then they just keep it type of stuff. So it's like, it's usually stuff like, if you pay attention closely and don't trust people to just, on trust, you shouldn't get scammed. But the margin trading thing was like, you could be as diligent as possible. If you didn't know that skill existed and what it did and what they could do with it, you would get scammed through the actual in-game market itself, which, like, I did.
Well, and the reality is, not even knowing about the skill or what it did, knowing about niche markets. That's what it was. You could know the first two and not even know what the trade volume should look like for a Brin's Thermic Hardener, because nobody fucking uses them. And they created their own market history because of, it was social engineering, and it was really brilliant.
Or a dark blood medium,
and that was one that I
laser.
caught. But again, it was like 8 years in or something, so I was like, everybody gets hit eventually. That's one of the Eve things, is you're gonna come across a scam eventually, and you learn more about the game. I moved on. I made money. It didn't break me.
I
But,
actually have never fallen.
but it did in the moment hinder me, because I did, like, that was the whole bit of the scam, was like, you could do this for a little bit of money, but you could do a little bit more for a little bit, like it really let you, encourage you to dive down into the rabbit hole.
The thing is like,
but now with the new changes they've done to basically how local channels work, that may become much harder to do.
Yeah.
Well, then they also removed those skills. That
They
allowed that to
removed
happen,
margin
didn't they?
trading
Yeah.
because the skill allowed you to basically scam people through the market, which,
despite the other cool things about margin trading, which again, we spoke about last
that's
week.
the
Margin
fact,
trading is a phenomenal way for new players to get into trading, but it's also overshadowed a little bit by the fact that people got scammed over the years.
it was a really nice thing for like market, like full-time marketers, because I mean, and the things like, there's margin trading stuff like that in the real world markets, so it kind of like, and Eve likes to reflect real world markets as much as it can, so the fact that it existed was a smart idea, but players will find a way to manipulate things, and there was a way to, essentially manipulate the in-game market to turn it into a scam itself, and I don't think the
This
devs
player
wanted
base
that to be a
definitely
thing.
has that skill set.
Yeah.
Right. If you can find those little edge cases,
Yeah, it's like, I wasn't
debatably
new.
you deserve them, but it is not unhealthy for them to try to weed them out over the years. And I get that. Like, I was part of the fallout of it. I never scammed someone. I was on the receiving end of that scam, but I was also on the benefiting end of, one time I decided, not one time, for a few years, I decided, instead of doing like, orbiting havens or whatever the fuck people do for their money in nullsec and stuff, I did a trade alt, and I leaned into that for a couple of years, and it was actually its own play style. It's really unique and fun and entertaining in
But
its
it's a
own
lot
right.
of work, isn't it? I mean, really.
Oh, absolutely can be, but just like anything else, well, not anything else, because Ishtar writing is not a lot of work, but I'm just saying it was its own little career class, and it was fun and different and something to lean into. And it's something that skill was hugely beneficial for, because that was one of the few instances where I could say, like, even though the big fish could benefit the most, because margin for somebody who has trillions of ISK is much different from someone who has billions or hundreds of millions or whatever. But margin trading benefited everyone in a big way. So, like, if you were on the beginning of it, it was going to help you with your come up. If you were on the top end of it, it was going to help you with, I guess, maintaining an empire or something. Like, I didn't, in a different way from like PvP money or like old money in Eve, I didn't find that it kept me from playing in the same pond as a lot of people. Like, it actually let me get into the pond as a lower tier and lower ISK player. Those people, sure, they still use the same skill, and they used it at a much larger scale, because that's how it worked. It allowed you to leverage ISK further. But
margin
One of only a
trading,
few things I've never dipped my toes in.
the margin trading
but you're
scam
still
wasn't
limited
much.
by market slots and things like that. So, like, there was safeguards that kept it from being you know, the Oz Eve or the Angry Mustache or something, and being like, well, I fucking own Eve because I understand and I have access to a bunch of capital and I, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
It was like, well, there's still some workarounds, and little guys can still find their little thing. You know, there's thousands and thousands of items that you can, you know, make a market for in this game. So it, I don't know. I thought it was more benefit than it was
It
detriment,
was.
but I get that they removed it over time.
But-
Like
and-
it does make me sad because I like trade, and that was one of the things that made lower tier trade actually viable, in my opinion.
And it definitely wasn't. I think margin trading scamming was a very small niche because one, it took time to build up. But the things like just the fact that you have these trade hubs, even like smaller trade hubs like Dodixie and you know Rens and stuff like that, like there was enough common things in volume there that like you can't do this on a commonly traded item. It doesn't work. You have to do it in like these
100%.
off side
Yeah.
items that no one ever hardly
It works on the
buys.
Bren's modified thermic
Right,
passive
and
hardener.
like-
It doesn't work on ballistic controls.
Yeah, and like
or
what I
whatever,
got caught
you know?
on was the dark blood medium laser turret for bosses. Like no one really
Yeah.
bought those.
It
like,
has to
ever.
be something super niche.
Yeah. So and the thing is like, so it was such a small amount of scamming going on with that method. So yeah, it definitely was much more of a benefit to the thing. But the thing is like, again, when I got scammed with it, I wasn't a new player. I had been playing for like 4 or 5 years
what I
at that
said too,
point.
yeah.
And- yeah, it's like I had been playing for like 4 or 5 years, and like I was like, I know this game, and I know, and that's why I was like, I looked, I was like, there's no way, like, because I saw it, I was like, this is too good to be true. Like I initially, I was
That's
like, this
exactly.
I was like,
it.
this
If
has
you
to be
can
a scam.
literally say it. That is
Should
it. And
listen
that's
to
what
you,
it
Jack.
was,
I know.
though.
Yep.
That's what it was.
But that, well, I know, but the thing's like, I didn't know that skill existed and
Me
how that
either.
worked, and so the things like I was looking, I was like, there's no way, and obviously the fact that someone's broadcasting it in local, I'm like, this has to be a scam. But the more I looked at it, I'm like, it can't be though, because
it looks.
it's
so
right here on the
fucking
market.
good.
Because like as far as I'm concerned, like when there's a buyer order on the market,
Right. It's all legit.
it will go, and when there's a seller on the market, it's there. And I was like, this person is hoping to like my thing was I was like, this person, like the second they see it sell, they're gonna try and take down the buy order. I'm like, if I'm
That's
fast,
exactly what I thought
that's-
happened too.
that's why I had
That's
the-
what you think happened when it happens
yeah,
to you.
I had it
You
ready.
assume they canceled the order after you bought the product.
Yeah,
Not the case.
I had it ready. I was like, I just had to be super.
It's so brilliant.
Because that's what I thought the scam. I was like, that's the scam. They're gonna cancel the
Right.
buy order the second I buy this. So I'm like, I just got to be fast because they have to. I was like, maybe they're hovering. I knew I could get burned. I'm like, yeah, but if I'm fast enough, I might be able to beat them on it.
Fast enough, yeah.
So that's what
This
I was
is like revoking docking or tethering access like 10 years before.
yeah.
Like
And then
you remember, I don't know if many people remember, but that was a thing for a little while when Citadels came out. People would make courier contracts to structures where like were public, and then they'd revoke access and things like that. Like there was a
Yeah.
little bit of counterplaying and scamming and blah blah blah,
Yeah.
and that it was a very similar, I guess, progression as to how you
Sure,
get to
yeah.
that. But
Yeah, and-
but way before that was ever a thing. So it was like Drayden said, like 98% of this is on the up and up. It looks like sure it shouldn't be, you know, like you do should, you know, listen to your gut, but it was like, but it's all right there in front of me. Like
yeah.
I can look at it. I can see that like it should work.
Well, and that's because I was like the way they could scam me on this is if they see as soon as they're waiting for the sell thing, and they were two different characters, but like it's they're all, I'm like, as soon as they see that sell, they're like
Yeah.
ready to. But I was like, but if they're
We
sitting
all
there,
thought that.
if they're sitting there trying to run this scam all day, I'm like, are they really hovering over that cancel order all day? Like, are they really doing that to make a couple 100 million? And so I was like, if I'm fast enough, I can do it. And
Right.
and I was like, buy, sell, and then as soon as I sold, it disappeared. I'm like, fuck, because I knew, like, I was like, I had the money. I was like, okay, I expected like to get scammed. So when I saw the buyer disappear and I didn't have the money, I'm like, fuck, they beat me to it. So I was like, okay.
And then the worst thing is, then you go, maybe it's a bot, and you
Yeah.
assume the worst when it had never. That was the downside to it.
yeah, but then the guy
It looked like
convoed
multiple
me
things that
immediately.
it was not at all.
Yeah, he
was
convoed
just
me
the skill,
immediately and
right?
was
Yeah.
like typing to me. He's like, hey man, and I was like, this is a real person. Are you really that fast? Maybe. And then I found out the margin trading thing. I'm like, you
Did
don't
they tell you
need
about
to-
it, or did you learn it later?
I learned it later, and that's how like me getting scammed this way is how I learned the margin trading thing. And I'm like, you didn't need to be fast enough. The mechanics will do it for you. So I'm
Yeah, it
like,
was
oh,
automatic.
okay. Yeah, so I
It
was
would
like,
look
all
like
right.
a bot. It would look unworldly fast, whatever. Because
Yeah.
I too had similar thoughts going into it. That's the thing, is like it's
That's
it
why
was
it worked. Yeah.
it was so
Yeah.
brilliant that
It's
I
really
can't
smart.
fault it. I got burned by it, and I felt super salty about it, and I long sold both of those friggin' Brins modified
I
thermic
did-
hardeners or whatever the fuck they were. I never made my full money back, but I made most of my money back because they created the market history for me, and so there was already like a slight precedent for like this sells for a not
Whatever it was, yeah.
not 100,000 ISK or something because it was a bullshit mod that nobody literally cared about. Like there are officer mods that like are worse.
Do you remember
than
why it was shitty?
T2 and stuff like that?
The fitting on it was shitty, right? It didn't really give you that much.
Something about the it wasn't more beneficial than like a T2 or something, and it never went through like a
Pure
side
side, yeah.
or something. Yeah, exactly. So like it didn't, back in that era, I'm thinking probably 2013, 2014 or something. It didn't, there was no
Pure side probably
patch
hadn't happened
to
yet.
fix- Exactly. So there was some things that were just garbage, but they looked at a glance blingy. It looked like a deal too good to be true, but when you looked at all the things you could find from an educated shopper or whatever, when you looked around, you were like, I can't find it. You have to press the button to find it, and then afterwards you sit there and you scratch your head for weeks while you're like, how did it happen? And then people start to slowly explain to you things like margin trading, but not only just that, like I don't know. Like I said, there's layers. There's layers to it.
I should have asked.
It was
layers.
right?
I should have asked my guys in my alliance because I'd never done trading, so I didn't know like 3/4 of the trading skills in the game. I didn't even have those injected, so I was like, I didn't know anything about it. And then after that happened, I was talking about it. I was like, I got burned because I wasn't fast enough, and I started talking about it. And a market guy in my alliance back then was like, no, that's a margin trading thing. I'm like, what does that mean? And he started telling me about it. I'm like, that's fucked.
Like,
but
how?
it's smart, but that's fucked. That's the
Yeah.
thing. And so it's like I should have asked them first, but like in the moment, you're like, this is like, it has to be legit now. And they do that. They build a sense of urgency because you're like, if I don't do this now, someone else is. And this is a free
That
200
was
million.
part of the
ISK.
social engineering. Yeah, right. They
it's
said,
like,
"Oh
yeah.
shit! Like I can't believe this is on the market. Like I wish I had the money right now to do it." And then you
Yeah.
click it, and you're
It's
like,
they're buying it for
oh,
100.
shit.
They're buying it for 100
Like,
million ISK more each
who
than
else
what they're
is
selling
looking
it
at
for.
this
So
right
like,
now?
it's like I could just make 200 million ISK right now, and then
Yeah.
Because it was just expensive enough to believe that, but not so expensive that somebody wouldn't buy it.
right, yeah. They were
If there's
selling
10,000 ISK, no one's going to go, of course I have that much.
The other
you
thing
know,
is like I
yeah.
was in Dodixie, so I couldn't necessarily like really quick. I didn't have a G to ult, and I didn't know
Yeah,
about the access to.
okay, yeah,
So it's like I wasn't able to see what because I'm sure there was other of these modules in the Gita market, and I would have seen that. Oh no, those are selling for like 6 or 7 million, not 300 million each. So I would have known, like, oh, don't fuck with that. But I still have them. I have 2 Dark Blood medium laser POS turrets that I bought for like 200 million each.
I think the closest thing I've felt
I will
for
keep them
scams is
forever.
I bought something and it ended up being a camp station to get it out. But that was I guess that's technically a scam, I guess, yeah. But I got it eventually because I'm fucking lazy. So I waited and waited and waited.
Yep. I am a little hungry. I might go make some
fucking one
food
drink
and
left
then wind down for the evening. So we went
Yeah.
2 hours extra. I think it's a good time to.
I think we did. We covered most everything. We didn't talk about Zarzak. We can do that next week.
Oh, I thought Zarzak we talked about last weekend.
But there's an update. I think it's ending. There's a resident claims siege may break.
Oh yeah,
soon.
the siege. But then they have like the. I thought we talked about it last weekend with the.
That was the
I
start.
think
of
like when you
We-
go
we
into the
touched on it,
gates.
yeah, the
you go into the
beginning, the
gates and
siege.
you're.
It says it may break soon. Yeah.
Yeah, what's the Oh, that it might break. Okay, I was like, what do they call it? Like the residence thing? Like when you go through a gate, you can only go back through that gate unless you wait in there for like 5 or 6 hours.
polarization.
They
No,
call it
that's
something
that's
like-
wormholes.
It's
It's
for
evis-
wormholes. No, it's
evisceration?
the same effect.
the same. Well,
Oh, they might call
Kind
it
of.
something different. I don't know.
kind
Sorry.
of. So a
That's what I
wormhole,
mean.
you have to go through once, and then when you go through again, you're polarized for 5 minutes. This is like once you go into Zarzak, you can only go out that one gate unless you stay in Zarzak for like 6 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
But
yeah.
then you can immediately you can jump back and forth as much as you want. But once you jump into Zarzak,
Right,
unless
right.
you wait 6 hours, you can't go through any other gates. Unless you
Which
are
honestly-
part of the Guristas, you can use the Shipcaster anytime you want. So
you're
people that
part
live
of
in
the group,
Zarzak,
yeah.
they can, use it to shoot out wherever they want. But yeah, which is
They,
nice.
they
'cause-
don't mention the name of
I don't
that fucking system at all in this fucking article.
I'll leave it alone. But real quick, Dom, I wanted to say not,
jumps
not
out.
lazy, patient. That's what you want.
Oh
Mm.
yeah, that's a better word.
They
for
set
it.
up something
Yeah,
for you. You weren't lazy. You were patient, and you
Patient.
waited your time, and you got it out.
I
Because
did.
fuck
Biding
those
his
guys.
time.
And that was a real proper fucking game mechanic. Fuck. Margin trading, I think, did a lot of good and had a little bad. And I get
Yeah.
why they removed it, but it had a lot of good, in my opinion.
Yeah, like honestly, it was mostly good.
When
I
when
just
Citadels came out, there was just such easy scamming with, hey, take or pick this up from a Citadel that you have no access to or will soon have no access to, and you're fucked.
yeah.
And so, like at this point, like I'm about to be moving some stuff right through Iridia, right into Delve, if anybody's tracking me. And
Taking every gate. Yeah.
and exactly, I'm gonna take all the gates and make sure you track, hashtag
We
Akrov.
need like one of those apps,
Like and subscribe.
you know, like the Taylor,
But,
like where's Taylor Swift's private jet tracker? We need like one of those, like where is
Yeah, yeah.
Akarov's like legacy
You can
carrier
use
right
locator
now?
agents on me. I'm
Oh, that's
findable.
true. There is a thing like that, huh?
I'm kind of a big deal. No.
Look at it.
I definitely don't have a web trap waiting for you.
Hey, don't worry.
But-
I'm just gonna web you off the gate.
But at least
Yeah,
those
that'll
things
help.
were more like widespread. Like they were more egregious, in my opinion. Like
Well, the
margin
one I
trading.
fell for was before Citadels. It
did
was
so
in a
much
low
good.
sec station. They just
Oh,
were
wow.
camping it. There was like
Okay,
30 of them
so-
camping, so I couldn't
and
undock
probably a
and
kick
walk
out,
away, yeah.
I'd imagine, because that used to be a big thing, right? Like kick out stations.
Mm.
I believe it was a kick out.
Yeah.
But I knew it going
'Cause
in.
I've struggled with that myself. Like
Yeah.
when you go to pick something up and then you come out and it's like, and I got a broadsword and a blah blah blah, and it's like, okay, well you like can't warp out from this unless you have a an insta undock. So like you're gonna redock and you're gonna be fucked until these guys fuck off.
Well, if it's a kick out, you might not be able to
That's-
dock. Yeah.
Yeah, hope for the best. Exactly.
It's
Yeah.
like
Which station?
It's like fuck. Back in the day, like when I first started doing jump freighting, there's a friend of mine in one of my old alliances that he was like asking me to bring some stuff to him, and I was like, yeah, I can bring you some stuff from Cheetah, but he wanted it in a different system than I normally would jump to, so I didn't have any sinos there. But he's like, I have a sino I can light. I'm like, okay, you know where to light it on? I didn't even look what station he was gonna be. It was like the old NPC stations. Back this is before Citadel, so like player stations were like the
Did he light it like
outposts.
on the edge?
So it was like a kick out station to start with, which you are bad for lighting sinos on anyway. And I asked him, like, he's like, yeah, I've lit a bunch of sinos, I know where to light it. And he lit it like literally right on the fucking undock. And so I jump in my jump freighter, land on the station,
3,500
just-
off or something like that.
But like and,
Slow, but
like when you jump in on those, like now with the Citadels, you can dock up like right away. Those old stations, you had to wait like 4 or 5 seconds, and I was like zooming off at like 10 kilometers a second, like bounced. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, why didn't you dock up? I'm like, you said
I'm
you
too
know
far
what you're
away.
doing, and like
Yeah.
Luckily, there
you
wasn't.
fucked me. That's what happened.
Yeah,
you
this
fucked me.
This was in like I don't remember what system it was, but there was neutrals in there, but they must not have been paying attention. I bounced off and I was like,
That's
I need
the beauty
to
of this game.
I need to warp off somewhere. So I was like warping at 100 to like a random customs office and in a jump freighter full of shit. But it took me like freaking a minute and a half to align and actually like warp off.
Yeah.
And then I had to warp back, and then like luckily I was able to dock up. I'm like, I don't mean to be mean, dude, but I'm never taking a Sino you light ever again. Like never
And
fucking
that's the
again.
proliferation of alts.
Yeah, I was like, I will never take your Sinos ever again. That was awful, dude. I almost lost this shit.
Well, it's one of those things. That is it. On different stations, there's different spots, right? And if you
Right.
don't know what you're doing, you can fuck somebody.
Yeah, this was a
like, yeah, you
station.
get
I
fucked.
should have looked at like where he was. I was like, I didn't even look at it because if I
You
had,
know that now, but
yeah,
like,
it was
it's
one of
easy
those.
not to.
It was
For
like one
sure.
of
That's
the.
the problem with a game like this is like you have to, for all the advice we've given your buddy, I don't want him to ever fly capitals outside of the blocks or somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing, because these are the like institutional knowledge that you gain from those groups, which is like, hey, look, here's the 3 different speed bumps that you'll trip on along the way. Let's just go ahead and tell you how to skip over those. Some of the speed bumps are worth learning and tripping over, but like
Mhm.
there's
super costly, though, yeah.
there's some real institutional knowledge in this game, and like you shouldn't fuck around once it matters, and that's a sliding scale as to what matters. I don't know, drive your
100%.
own drive your own Megathron from Jita to 1DQ or whatever if you want, but like there is some institutional knowledge, and once you get to a level where things feel expensive or valuable, or you need to ask, which any given point of the way, feel free to, because I think people are pretty nice if you're in the right communities. Just, you know,
For sure, yeah.
ask some questions and find out, because it's real easy to lose your shit along the way just not knowing things. I'm probably gonna lose this legacy rigged Archon.
So I'm in the domination
That's how it works.
station in Utopia.
Okay.
So there's two things you gotta remember
Set,
about
set
you.
yourself a jump clone or something. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, skills and skill points are not the same. You may have the skill points to fly a battleship, but you may not have the skills to do so, right? Those are different things, right?
Pay to win is a silly phrase that doesn't apply greatly here.
I have the
People
skill
like
points to fly a lot of ships in this game. I do not have the skills to fly most of them.
Same here. Yeah.
People like to say pay to win in EVE Online, and you can.
I will
be
fly them. I just don't know how to do it well. I will.
You
be
can
like,
be
yeah,
a
I'm gonna get
Fortune
this shit.
500 CEO with yacht money, and you can be garbage at EVE Online and just throw money at it. You could whelp a Titan every day. That's fine. You will not be any better. You won't be good until you learn things like the same way that everybody has to learn things.
Yeah, the funny is, like,
So,
I'm
like,
way more comfortable
It's
with
not
larger
pay to win
ships.
in that respect.
Like a lot of times,
you can pay to fly blingy ships.
Pay to progress, sure.
But here's
Absolutely
the
it
thing:
is.
is Maximus says pay to advance. It is, but
True.
you can pay to advance your skill points. But once again, you're not getting the skills doing that, right? You can have somebody come in here, buy $5,000 worth of Plex, and then buy all these skill points, whatever. I don't know how many you can actually buy, but you buy a whole bunch of skill points with your injectors. You just keep buying and keep buying and keep buying them. It doesn't increase your skill at playing the game. It just increases your skill points and what ships you can get into and lose.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying. Is like pay to win is like you're gonna do better by paying money. Pay to advance just means you can pay money to advance your ability to do stuff. That doesn't mean that you're gonna know what you're doing.
Unlock next level.
Yeah, like, and the funny is, like, with frigates and destroyers, a lot of people are like, oh, new plots, like, they learn frigates and destroyers first. I'm like, I never did that step. I could fly all the frigates and destroyers, but I'm terrible at tackle. I'm terrible at small shit. Like,
So that
I'm
was
way
one of
more
my
comfortable in like a cruiser or a battle cruiser than.
That was one of my better come up lessons of EVE, was because I joined Null with some real like B list, if not C list groups back in the day that were like lower tiers of the coattail of coalitions way back in the early, mid 2000s, let's say. And then when I eventually moved my way into a group that was worth telling people about or something, a buddy of mine vouched me into Try back in like 2007 2008, which was still when like
When they
Bob
were a
was
thing,
doing
yeah.
things, and like Try was like moving and shaking and doing big shit hitting because of the nano era, and you could have less punched pretty high for its weight if you flew proficiently. And it still does. Less is more if you know what you're doing. Not less is more, but like less can do well if you know what you're doing. Let's say.
And challenge accepted, Drakenhoff. Addictor is specifically like the one thing I just refuse to fly in.
If you're not a goon, you're not the worst.
Mainly because in like now, if it was like in a small gang warfare, like a group of us going out and like roaming, I would be fine with it. But like when it comes to like big fleets, like Dictor, I feel like it's like be like, oh, it's easy, you just fly at the enemy fleet and bubble them. I'm like, yeah, okay, I would be comfortable in that specific situation. But what about the time when it's like, okay, like, are you bubbling? Like the Dictor's like when the fleet's moving that you want to bubble behind to keep people from chasing you, or like when you jump through and there's someone on the gate, like, do I bubble them so we can catch them? But then sometimes the FC's like, why would you bubble to catch this one ship? Well, now the whole fleet's bubbled and it slowed us down. Like, and then, or like when it's like the fleet's in a spot, it's like set up drag bubbles here or this. I'm like, it's like
Victoring is
like,
definitely a 102 level. I don't think you should be afraid of it though, because I've heard plenty of people. No, but I'm just here's why I don't think you should. I've heard plenty of people over the years be like, I can't believe you just bubbled. Why'd you bubble? Whatever, things like that. That's literally how you learn to fly the Dictor. And not even that you'll never bubble again. I bubble fleets all the time. But if you also catch things, people kind of get the fuck over the fact that you bubbled them sometimes, because it makes sense sometimes. And sometimes it doesn't. And it's just like, it's a split second decision, and either the FC called it or I called it because I'm the person who's facilitating you guys potentially being able to actually catch anything in the moment. And if I called it wrong, then fuck off and hit your prop mod for a couple cycles and let's keep moving on. And next time that I catch a bunch of shit, you're not gonna say shit because I did that for you. So it's like it's just one of those things. You got to wear a helmet if you're gonna. And I'm not trying to like say anything too machismo about like thin skin or anything, but like part of flying a Dictor, I think, is flying it and bashing your head into problems in the wrong way, but also half the time it is actually the right way. And then slowly you discern between them, but you're always going to be prone to doing the wrong thing because things change in a fraction of a second, you know, actually a literal second because it ticks, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I'm always
the
hesitant.
battlefield develops, but half the time you're going to be a hero, half the time you're going to be a villain. Hopefully you lean the scales in your own direction as you learn the ship, but like, I don't know. Dictors are some of the most rewarding ship class that you can fly in this game, and it's one of the most accessible and affordable.
Yeah, I'm always hesitant. I'm like, so there's like, unless the FC specifically says bubble this, I'm like, I don't want to hit that bubble button and then be like, who
But
the
that's one of
fuck
the key
bubble?
things.
Why would you?
Let the FC know, hey, I'm new at dictoring. I'll do my best. You know, let me know.
It
when
doesn't
you're in
work
the
in
bubble.
headliner fleets. Headliner's gonna shit on you so fucking hard. If you fuck up one time, he's gonna lay into you so fucking hard every time. So it's
Drayden,
like,
I'm not trying to be rude, but you were not generally qualified to be in PL.
right?
Which is
I know
fine.
I'm not.
Which is fine.
I got a shoe in.
Things are a lot different than many years ago, but I'm just saying that's not unreasonable because you shouldn't have been vouched there under normal circumstances, and it's okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
you bring the fun to PL, and that's why they have a better image than they would
if I was in like
otherwise.
an unlucky fleet, I'd bring a Dictor. If I was like small
Absolutely.
roaming, I'd bring a Dictor. If I'm in like a BFL like Stratop fleet,
Unlucky's flying bigger fleets than
I will absolutely. Yeah, but
Headliner a lot
Unlucky's
of the
chiller though. I would, if it was like a BFL Stratop fleet, it's like I don't care how desperate they are for Dictors, and if I had 100 in my hangar, I'm not fucking getting in one. I will
Here's the
not.
thing. If you look at Drayden's corp history, he is qualified to do it. He's been with a lot of fucking good. elite
Drayden
groups.
has been failing upwards for years. I've not been trying to say it, but
Upwards, that's funny.
Yeah, you just gotta make friends with the right people. And
so
you can go
here's the
anywhere you
fun
want.
thing, though, Drayden. I've also
been-
been doing that for many, many years.
The good old falling down the up escalator, you know?
Hell yeah.
That's funny.
I fell upwards into try. As a result, that led me into a couple other fail upwards into like NC dot and like, you know, groups that were essentially Bob/Try 2.0 in that era. Role at some point. I, for a short stint, went into Rooks and Kings, which should have never happened based on player capacity. Had a great time for a few months and things like that, and didn't do nearly any of the legendary things that they're known for, but I was lightly involved in a couple things. Like failing upward is fine in this game, and it's fine in real life. Let's be honest, it's fun and it can be fun, but I don't know. I wish everybody would fly.
The other thing
There's
is
some of the
like-
most amazing ships that facilitate the most fun for the most like pilot per square inch or something. I don't know how to metric that,
Yeah,
but I'm
the-
just like,
my thing is, like-
I can do something slightly correct and make everybody's evening like way more fun, or I can do something slightly incorrect and make everybody's evening maybe not the worst because they could still like try again the next gate or whatever. Like there's,
Or you, but
not
you
like
make,
you're
make him
ruined
laugh,
for that.
right? Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
Well-
like that's the single most pivotal ship in the game, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah,
the
yeah, it's
Dictor can
super good.
facilitate more than almost any ship in the game,
Yeah, and
and that's a wild power to give to such a small ship class that it's amazing to me.
I'm
and
trying to
it's
think of
really fun.
something to counter that with, and I can't. I think you're 100% correct.
No, it's true.
It's
And the thing is,
it's
like,
such a cool ship class.
I'm much more comfortable with it in a small scale setting. It's just flying a like Dictor usage in small roaming gang is much different than Dictor usage in large scale set piece battles. Very different usages of those ships.
Oh, 100%.
And
yeah,
in the small
absolutely.
gang thing, I'm confident that I could fly it well enough and be decent with it.
You
It's
feel
just
better
in-
in a small game
because-
than a big
I was just
set
gonna say, I
piece?
think it's easier.
yeah,
to big
because in the
piece,
no,
yeah.
in those big set
There's
piece battles,
10
the-
of you. There's 15 of you in a set piece battle.
Yeah,
They're
I-
all just doing like drive-bys.
Well, but that's
I
once
can
the
teach you
battle
how to
gets
fly a Dictor in a big battle. If
once
you
the
want.
battle gets
small gang is where it's tough.
once the battle gets going, it's easy because you fly at them, you bubble them up, and if you haven't died, you warp
hopefully
off
drive
and
by
come
and
back.
either cloak or warp. Yeah.
Yeah, you cloak, but like now that's once the battle gets going. But the pre-setup, there's a lot of bubbling going on pre-battle, and a lot of that bubbling is happening without any kind of FC direction. It's like these Dictor pilots just know what the fuck they're doing. But then you see the people that don't know what they're doing, and they start putting bubbles in places, and the FC's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And it's like, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how the big set piece
Drayden,
Dictor usage.
I've never heard of
goes.
this headliner character. He kind of sounds like a douche.
It's not
but
just headliner that
I
does
think
it.
you should fly. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's not just headliner that does it. Some of the other FC,
I
a lot of
think-
FCs
no,
will do
I'm-
it too. They just don't do it as like mean as headliner
I-
does. But
I've
and, like, I have a
100%
thick
been in
skin.
multiple fleets with what I will widely tell people far and wide that Slice is a B list alliance. Slice is not somebody that, like, as far as PR or reputation or anything like that, like we are a B list alliance at best. Let's go with that. We're a fun place to be, and we have a good time and whatever. A lot of people have a fun time.
Yeah, okay. That's
That being said, even our little dumbed down fraction of like the the food chain or the pond or whatever analogy you choose to use, I've heard people raged at for flying Dictors on every level of this game.
Yeah, same. Like it's not just headliner. that
And
does it.
yet, I've never seen the FCs, not never, but very rarely have I ever seen the FCs flying the Dictors. And the reality of it is, fuck you. If you want Dictors, you'll accept Dictors. And that's literally how it always been. I've never seen somebody be like, don't you ever fucking Dictor for me again. Like,
No, I've never
and
seen that.
probably, I'm sure that's happened. I'm sure it has, but I've never
Oh,
seen
man.
it anyway. But the reality is, Dictors are tough because you can be the difference between like success and failure of a fleet. But a lot of times you're just the difference between like some kill mails or like less kill mails, which is a better way to think about it. Because if you're literally the difference between success and failure, then like that was on the person who was leading the fleet to not put a fucking professional in the seat, right? Like that's not on you, that's on them.
Right.
But
and, like, the thing, like, I have a thick
like,
skin. It's not
Dictors
like
are so
headliner yelling
fun.
at him. He's gonna make me cry, or any FC yelling at me. He's
But
gonna
he
make
made
me
you cry that one time, and I feel bad.
No, I never.
about that.
I know. I never did. The
You were
one
about
time.
in tears tonight. What are you
You
talking
can
about?
tell us, Drayden. Like we're
Yeah,
being
no, the only thing that
vulnerable
makes me
tonight.
cry is time gating cosmetics. No, no, it's just more along the lines of like this. It's especially
tried.
in the fleets that we're doing, where it's it's like we're not flying cruisers or battleships that are worth. Now sometimes we do, but it's like sometimes it's like we're in a fleet where it's like this one fleet of like 150 dudes is like 60 to 70 billion isk worth of shit on the field. I don't want to be the one to fuck it up because I pushed a bubble in the wrong spot and get half of our fucking fleet killed, and now there's like 30 billion in SRP shit going out, and actually some of the DPS shits don't get SRP'd, so it's like I don't want to be the reason that 20 people lost faction fit bar guests because I bubbled. So
But you know what? If you bubbled and you got them 20 faction Bargus kills,
yeah, like I think I would be more comfortable if I
Your
did it
name
more
would
often. But
ring
it's like,
out.
that's the thing. Like, I don't want to initially learn how to do it in those high stakes
Just
things. I
saying.
would much rather do it in like a small gang thing, or like
the
like I
difference
said,
between a hero and a villain is
Go-
much smaller than you think, and it's kind of like that any given Sunday speech.
yeah. Like, I
Tim,
think
it was,
I think practicing
headline.
on like an unlucky fleet would be better because he runs that shit daily, and he runs usually cheaper ships, and also like it's more of a chill environment towards like if I fuck it up, he's like, whoa, why would you bubble there? It's like, oh, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when you're doing it with like big pieces of hardware and people are super serious,
So,
even
when
super serious
fleeing
fucking
somewhere,
business,
that's
it's like
the hardest thing
it's like it's less of a fun environment to learn on. So
I've now determined that being a Dictor pilot is
Yeah, he
the
did,
any
Siva.
given Sunday
big
speech.
time. Oh
I've
no,
come around to that.
No,
It took
Siva,
me about
don't
15
draw
seconds.
attention.
Yeah, call
difference-
headliner out for it.
No,
Get on his ass. You should do a fucking entire Reddit post.
Drayden, the distance between success and failure is literally inches. Like we have inches all around
That's
us.
what I'm saying. Like I would be fine doing. I just
If
would
you-
like
if
to
you
practice. I would like
Go
to
too
practice
fast
in
or
a.
too slow, you miss it. If you if you
I would like
turn
to
too
practice
fast
in
or
a smaller
slow,
stakes
you don't
environment
catch it.
before doing it in a big stakes environment. I think.
But yet, those guys in that movie, they went on and they won a Super Bowl. So
They did, didn't they? Yeah.
saying it's the inches all around us that we need to figure out. And one of those is, just follow your heart and bubble.
Yeah.
I like flying
Bubbling
Dictors. They're
bubbling
fun,
is
yeah.
great. I love Dictors. The
My
Saber.
favorite, honestly, my favorite thing to fly though is command destroyers. I fucking love those. I don't know why.
That's
never
that's
flown one.
awesome, and I actually have not delved into those, and I want to because boosting seems cool, and I like the idea of giving boosts.
Yeah,
so
I
like
wanna
that's
fly one of
two really
those.
fun roles for a small ship.
I really want to fly a Draugr until I saw how much they cost. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll fly. Maybe I'll fly like a Bifrost first or something. But
When I decided to fly Sabers, and honestly, this is the only ship I've done at the proper path, which is actually a path I profess, but I've only done the once, and maybe like 1.5 times, let's say, is when you want to learn a ship, you should buy like 5, 10, 50, whatever your budget allows, and then like you literally just fly them in every fleet, despite whatever's called. Not necessarily all the ships, because there's obviously exceptions to this rule, but I'm thinking like, if your option was like an Ares or a Saber or like a, whatever, I don't know. There's ships, but initially when I decided to learn the Saber, I went through probably like 30, maybe 50 of them.
yeah, I'm fine.
And
dying.
it
Is that
allowed
because you
me
didn't pick
to.
the flycatcher? Is that why?
Oh, absolutely, it must have been. But so I flew through them, but it really gave me quite the range of situations to end up in, to where I felt like I actually learned that ship in a way that I hadn't learned any ship since, or maybe like before that, obviously, but like maybe even since then. Like I got a lot of good experience with it in the best and worst cases. I absolutely bubbled my fleets. I absolutely slowed down fleets. Things like that. I also secured kills that maybe wouldn't have happened otherwise, and made me feel like I was on top of the world for a little bit. Things like that. So
I
like
did.
you got to juggle your emotions, but
yeah, I did fly a Saber one time, and it was with you and Redline and LB and stuff. I did lose it.
How'd that go?
We went into low sec.
I
You
did,
didn't get
yeah,
to
with
use
the
it.
high
but
sec,
I,
didn't you?
I didn't even get to bubble because we were in low sec, and then we chased that Procure into high sec. Didn't know we jumped into high sec, and then shot the Procure in high sec, and then was like, "Why are we all dying?" Concourse just killing all
That
of
was too
us.
fucking funny.
So that was my
pretty
Saber
good.
experience. That was pretty fun, but I was like, "Oh, we're gonna go out to null sec. Let's go." We never even got there.
The Saber is, if I'm not mistaken, the most commonly used ship on Zkill, which makes sense because it's a powerful ship.
It's a solid
it's
ship.
so affordable and
Could
et cetera,
see
et
that
cetera.
totally,
It's
yeah.
suicidable. It's consumable.
I was like stoked
For the
to.
history of Eve,
fly
and it
the
makes
Navy
perfect sense
destroyers.
because it is such a facilitator.
Yeah, I was stoked to do the Navy destroyers. As we were
facilitates so
roaming
much
in,
content.
I was doing like the Navy coercer, and I was like, it felt good. Like the fit felt good, but I never like actually got to shoot anything with it. So I want to take that out more and see what I can find with it, because it's like it's not an expensive ship, but it just feels like it's, I like the extra fitting space it has compared to the normal coercer. So
Sure, yeah.
One of my
I
courtmates
love the
is up.
Daredevil. Wish it was better.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, in faction warfare space, I think it's still pretty fun.
Is it okay? Yeah. It's just
But
hard to fit.
That's where like you have to operate with those, because you can like gate your engagements based on the faction warfare gates and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense in all applications. One of my courtmates is a beast, as I'll say, and he flies his sabers different than I do. He doesn't do like a cloaky saber, which is usually like a doctrine, whatever prefit you can buy off contract saber. He upgrades the guns, doesn't feel the cloak and things like that, and he has a lot of good times with it, just facing off with stuff that's like runs right at a saber, being like, normally a saber, it's a destroyer, but it's not like super tanky. It
Yeah, I
does
agree.
modest damage, whatever. But like if you lean into the destroyer side of it, not like making a functional fleet saber, then you can actually make them pretty potent. And so like he's had a lot of good success with that, which is fun to watch.
I totally agree with Symbiotes. The Cruor needs love. Same with the Ashimu, like you were saying.
Yep.
Dom.
And I love those two ships. but
I
they're
like
just
that whole
not worth
line.
flying.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Balgorn I don't really use much, but like I did
agree
fly a
wholeheartedly.
crew. I was messing around with the Cruor. I think I died in it. But it's like, I feel like either the fitting needs some help, like a little more like different change on fitting space, or just maybe I feel like they need to just be a little faster. The Ashimu seems cool, but it's such a fucking
It's just-
slow
yeah.
brick.
Here's
Too
the
easy to
thing
kill.
too.
It's
with,
like,
with
man,
balance changes, maybe dial it up 5% on X, Y, and Z. or X or Y.
Yeah, I mean, like
or
if you
whatever.
want to have it,
And
be a
then like
ship that
3
has
months
web
later, if you
bonuses,
still don't see many, maybe dial it up a little bit more. Like that's how balance I think should go a little bit more to where you can bring a ship that's been in obscurity for all of existence, to my knowledge. Like Ashimus are really cool, and they
Yeah.
only make sense in like an
Well,
eighth
and-
of a percent of the time
Very
in like
limited,
an
yeah,
AT match or something, like a
Yeah.
real limited.
but that's where people
situation.
can't just warp away, right? Because like then the webs have a little bit more of an effect. Where like and Cibio's got it right. Like the thing is like the Crewers and the Ashimus, they have the newt bonuses, but like if that's not what you're going for with those ships, because if you want newt bonuses, you can use a curse or a sentinel or something. Like those are better for newting. You're using the Crewer or the Ashimu for the web, but if it's such a slow brick, you're never going to get close enough to anything to web it down. And even if you do web it down, like they're probably still going to be faster than you and will eventually be able to outrange your web. Like it just feels like
But they're
it
too easy
doesn't.
to kill. Yeah, they're just
Yeah,
not easy.
and they also it's like they're either paper thin or if you tank them up, that's why they're so slow. It's like you're gonna put plates on them, they'll never fucking move. So I feel like those ships need to be faster to be good.
Yeah, I wish the Nosses were a little bit more powerful than they are, because that's really what his big bonus is. Because it doesn't. It'll keep,
Right, it gets
it'll
that,
keep
it
draining
gets the
you to the zero, right?
Infininos or whatever, however
Yeah.
you'd like to say that.
Yeah, heavy. Yeah,
Which is
but it'll
super
drain
cool.
the ship to zero, and it's because all the other ships will stop once you get to a certain point. Then they stop draining. Stop stealing. But those line will keep stealing, which is
Right.
awesome.
Like maybe if they could last on grid for a hair longer, that like it'd be worth doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because that's I mean they feel thin for what they are. They're slow. They're just underpowered in about 3 different ways. But
I was just gonna say they have the web, that line, that Orthrus, and that line.
I get
does it
though that
better.
if you
Yeah.
weren't careful, it would be OP, which is understandable.
Yeah.
But like that's why I'm saying like here and there, dial it up 2.5 to 5% on X, Y, or Z metric. Stand back for 2-3 months, watch how the meta develops, and then go back and play with the dials again. Like
Yeah, and
it's-
it'd be okay even if
that's-
you increase their cost. If you make them a little powerful and make them a little more
well,
expensive.
and if
whatever,
they become more popular, they will increase in cost, right?
True,
Or
yeah, good
they'll
point, yep.
cause more people to farm that sort of faction warfare or whatever, wherever these things come from for X, Y, and Z topic.
Yeah,
But
good point. Yeah.
like that'll all translate in healthy gameplay because people will follow the trends and stuff like that. You want things to evolve, and actually, it's super late, so I hate to
Oh, yeah.
deep throw
I was-
CCP. I hate to deep throw them too hard at this late hour.
Well, they're not
even
listening,
watching.
so you're okay.
No,
Oh,
but they've gotten so much better about iteration. Like if anybody doesn't remember, there was the eras that I remember the worst was Vagabonds, which was about 2007 to
missed that one.
2012. And then it was Ishtar's, which kind of had a little bit of
Yeah.
overlap and went on for a little bit further. Sveeples, which went for about 4 years when they released the Tech 3 destroyers. Sveeples were like the shit. They could do all the
they were the
things. Like, people would bring
insta-locking.
them,
Right away it was the
people would
Confessor,
bring
'cause
them
it came
to
out first. Yeah.
mainline fleets, like all the shit. They could do everything. And then it became Union's Online that a lot of people complain about, whatever. There's all these eras where things get stagnant. I think they've gotten a lot better about iterating, but in my mind, it's just use dials, and they've talked about that and vocalized that now that's how they're playing with the economy of the game. But
I think they
that's
learned
how
that lesson though,
balance
with
should be.
Tiercide, right?
Just play with the dials a little bit,
It
tweak
took
them
them
a
a
little
while,
bit, see how
but
they
I think
go.
they
then
learned.
there was above subcaps you had the slow cat era. That was the wrecking ball.
Right, exactly.
Wrecking ball was
Archon.
kind of a unless you were in the wrecking ball groups, it was kind of
Right.
a shitty era to be in.
Old Pandemic Legion,
Yeah,
hazing everybody.
And
Well,
then-
Pandemics are also the ones that just kill people with those vagabonds too. I remember them coming.
Yeah, they
a
were
long
good.
time ago.
I
They
never
would
played during that
kill
era
people
well.
with
I
those.
never played during that time, but
But I mean,
you
and
were
that
in
was
the
that
game.
was the thing too. Back in that era, for a minute, Rooks and Kings that they shone the light on like really broken mechanics, but that could be exploited by small gangs,
Yeah.
which was
pipe
kind of fun.
bombs were cool
Yeah.
though. Like I've been,
Yeah, absolutely.
I got pipe
And so
bombs
was
by Rooks
so
and
was
Kings.
Pantheon,
Yeah,
which was
I got piped by
way overpowered. Remote reps in
got-
capital situations where like 15 carriers could take on 30 dreads or something.
It was after like the
Killing the
pipe
real
bomb
Rooks
era
and
too. It was like everyone thought Rooks and Kings was pretty much dead. Like they were pretty much over and done with. I think it was like during the Fountain War or something. Like the first Fountain, well, not the first Fountain War, but like like where Goons and Test were fighting each other. and I think we were down like Aquarius doing something, and we were coming back, and just randomly got pipe bombed by Rooks and Kings, and it's just like
Sure, it wasn't
this is
catch
like,
outside of head GP. They got tons of people there.
no. This
Yeah.
is way before that. This is back when like tests, you know, the 6
same era.
VDT like war, where like there was like the big test war versus Goons, and Goons came down from the north, and test was in Fountain and stuff, and it was like we were. Test had pretty much been mostly done with in Fountain and stuff, but we were like going down into like queries and shit like that, and like we were coming back from some structure shoot, and they just got Rooks and King pipe bombed, and it's like I had heard about it. This is like, you know, that the era was over for years, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I was so excited because everyone else was like, oh, it's a Rooks and King pipe bomb, and I was still in warp, like coming down, and I was like, yay, I can't wait to die. I was so fucking excited. I was so excited to get pipe bombed by them. I was like, oh man, I can say it's happened.
First time I got pipe bomb was the fucking Tuskers. Those
Okay.
fuckers.
Hey,
In Taylor.
I never experienced that. And actually, I in the early eras was around for when like Titans, we're talking the earliest eras of
The
Titans.
AOE, yeah.
Well, not only was it AOE, it shot through a Sino. So the Titan wasn't even in the same system.
Never experienced.
Oh yeah, I'm
You
glad I
opened a
missed that.
Sino to bridge a Titan through to AOE a fleet, which was real toxic. But like they were so limited that it wasn't known to be.
Oh,
as
the Titan
toxic
did
as
have
it
to go
was.
through though.
No, it didn't have to.
Oh,
yet.
okay. I was like,
That's the thing is,
I
it
was
was
like,
a complete safety.
You could
It
send
shot
the Doomsday.
It shot a
through
Doomsday
the
through a
Sino.
Sino.
Yeah, that's
it
fucking
was
nuts.
it was real fucked. But at the same time, again,
area of
it
effect
wasn't
Sino,
happening
I
every
mean,
day or anything. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was the AOE Sino. It
Yeah,
blew up
and not
the whole
Sino,
shit
but
on-
Doomsday.
or yeah, Doomsday. Sorry. So,
That's
but I do remember like I'm trying to remember the first Titan I ever saw was a guy called Orange Species, which was in Band of Brothers. Bob. They
Still a long time
were
ago.
still it was way early. They were still living down in Delve at the time, and they were fucking around. This was during the early fucking around stages with what the original Northern Coalition, which NC Dot named themselves after, was. And they had sent MC North first, which was Mercenary Coalition. That was a mercenary group that swung around a bunch of capitals, super capitals, whatever in the early eras, and punched high for their weight. And then Bob, I think at some point maybe helped or something. I just remember that was one of the Bob Titan guys. He was camping the EC Pater Gate, if anybody knows the EC Tech
Oh,
PADR.
yeah.
And it's the entrance to Pureblind, I think.
Pureblind, yeah. One of the two, I
Or
think. But,
Fade.
yeah.
Torinos?
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah,
the
Torinos,
closer
exactly.
one.
It was one of the most closest to
closest
Jita.
one to Jita into.
But even
Pureblind,
back
I
then,
think.
Jita wasn't what it was, but still, it was a very prominent gate for
Yeah.
entering Null. And he was just like smart bombing people on the gate, like with no fear, because he was a Bob Titan at the time, just sitting on a gate with officer smart bombs, and the range because of the Titan like hitbox or model or whatever covered the whole gate, So like you weren't coming through without like a fleet kind of thing, and it was just wild. To see.
And there weren't many fleets that could take that on at that point. anyway.
Right, exactly. Like there was not a ton of counterplay, I'm sure, which is why he felt comfortable in doing it.
I think the first kind of comp type thing that was super annoying to deal with when I first came in the game was fucking Slippery Pete's.
I love those.
Those-
Those are so
I
much
never flew them or against
never-
them, and it makes me sad
I
because I,
flew
heard
against them-
legendary things about them.
Yeah, they were it was during the, I don't know if it was Crucible. It was like when the tier 3 battle cruisers like Tornadoes, and it was like Sniper Tornado and Sniper Naga, like just you warp in, you shoot a thing or two and you warp off, then you warp in, you shoot a thing, like that was like
Yeah,
that whole
Wind
era.
Runners, which was the tornadoes. Of
That was
yeah.
that was that whole era, but they couldn't track Slippery Pete's, and Slippery Pete's could definitely track and shoot them back.
Yeah.
So Slippery
And they
Pete's
couldn't
kind of
be
did the
scanned down
same
either, yeah.
tactic, but
right,
just
exactly.
better.
They were like
They just
invisible.
they were just better, and you couldn't bubble them because they were nullified. And
Super broken, which sounds pretty
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, we used the
And-
shit out of them. when I
and
was
so
in
it's like
Black Ops, too.
Slippery
Loved them.
Pete fleets
Yeah, for
were
a few years they were hot.
super good against Tornado and Naga fleets, which is what my alliance was using at the time. And it was good old PL, and I remember like at least Randolph and fucking Grath and shit were like warping in, they're blowing us the fuck up, and it's like, oh, these fucking PL assholes.
And see, I never flew on this either side of that, but I remember Wind Runners, which was the tier 3, not the T3, but tier 3 battle
Yeah.
cruisers, which was the battleship weapon battle cruisers,
Yeah.
Naga, Tornado, whatever.
Talos. Yeah.
Back in that era, Test was coming back from like licking their wounds from goons or whatever the fuck they did before. They were in Scalding Pass, I think, maybe, or like something like that. Wicked Creek, one of those areas. And we lived near them. That was when Slice first moved to Nullsec, and Tess was pretty, if not pioneering, pretty proficient with Windrunners, which was the quick align volley, alpha tornadoes.
Yeah.
So they were super tracking, super range, whatever, and they just warp to a spot, alpha something, warp to a spot, alpha something. They just had an interceptor burning them pings the whole time or something. It was a brilliant tactic. Like, it was really cool. And then it sounds like Windrunners was maybe what broke that.
Yeah. There was all kinds of fun stuff. Fuck, we're all reminiscing on
God.
old shit. I remember there's this guy Giles, Giles Navarian. He doesn't play anymore, but he was in Persona non Gratis with me, and he did this like almost like online web comic drawings because he called it like Adventures of something Fleet or something. And like we were like Solar Fleet pets, like buffer alliances at the time, and we were having wars with the NC, like the Dot Bros, NC Dot and Evoke Ewoks. They were up in the north and stuff. They like their buffer alliances. So we were just like scrapping with the the feeder alliances into each other all the time. And we we had various fleets, like Whelp Canes was pretty common. Perma Drakes, like the Perma MWD, like state capacitor stable Drakes that would just zoom around, shoot missiles. But one of the things we did was like we had I think it was, I can't remember if it was Armageddon's or Abaddon's, but and they had them pulse fit. So it was like pulse fit, I think it was Abaddon's, pulse fit Abaddon's, and we were taking them in, and then like their fleet came in or something, and our FC Argus, he was this Swiss guy, Swiss German, like you didn't want to call it like say like, oh, he speaks German. He's like, I speak Swiss German. It was like very specific.
It's like what's Conan's right hand man?
Who?
Conan?
Conan, yeah.
Like Conan O'Brien?
Yes.
I can't remember.
His right hand man Norm used to
I can
make that
picture him.
joke
Yeah.
all the time about God, what was his name? I can't remember his name, but he was like, he's a Swiss German who, and he would make jokes about him.
Yeah, but he would he would take these Abaddons, and it's like they're coming in through the gate. He's like, all right, anchor up, and then he would like we'd start burning away from the gate. And it's like, he's
Andy Richter.
Andy Richter, yes,
he
Andy
just-
Richter, the
killers.
Swiss German, and he would like talk shit about him, using that as like a qualifier.
Well, it's like he would start burning away, and it's like they were in like long range, like APOC fits or something like that. So they were like hitting with beams and shooting us and like killing us, and he's like kiting away in pulse Abaddons. It's like he's like, we're kiting them. Kite. It's like, we're in brawling battleships. You're going the wrong way, dude. Like
We can't hit them.
it's like, yeah, everyone's like, we're out of range, or like we're like hitting like way past our fall off. So we're like, it's just like glancing blow. It's like everyone, like all the battleships in our fleet are like dying. People aren't broadcasting for red. It was a fucking. We were all a bunch of like new, like none of us knew what the fuck we were doing, but it's just like, all right, we're in short range, like pulse fit battleships. Why are we running away from
Why
the
are we
sniper?
150
Why are we
kilometers
running away
away?
from the beam battleships, like running into their optimal and out of ours? Like, so what are
Sounds
we?
like my AT experience.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, everybody goes through fleets like that.
Yeah.
But when you were talking about Akarat, those tornadoes,
Yeah.
if you had to,
Windrunner.
if the FC had to know what they were doing, right, and,
Sure.
and be clear on their commands, but every member had to be on Johnny on the spot.
A little bit.
You had
I
to
don't think it was-
align immediately, otherwise you would get caught.
Sure.
I mean, that was I loved those fucking fleets.
Yeah,
but-
there was some
yeah.
finesse to it.
They were super effective until I don't remember
From
what
what
the
I
counter ended up
heard,
being, but
I never flew with them, but from what I heard, that was one of Elo Knight's most sophisticated things was like battlefield positioning.
oh, he was
Like
amazing. at it.
moving
Amazing.
alts or something. He always had like I assume like a Dictor alt or something that was not a Dictor, like an Inti or something, whatever. An agile alt that was flying pings for himself, because apparently he was one of the most, like, from what I've heard, one of the most skilled FCs at like moving fleets around the grid
100%.
effectively.
I agree. Yeah. But he also liked to
which
yell
is
at people.
which is
so.
impressive as shit. I mean,
It was
people
weird
yell.
because I never really
In
heard
my
him.
early years with Try, that was some of the most famous FCs were the people who were assholes and they yelled and
I
whatever.
never really heard him yell at people much, but then again, I don't know. We hired him.
I don't know.
This is again in the
I wasn't bubbling my own
body
fleets
shield
back
fleets.
then.
We hired Black Legion to help us fight against PanFan that came in to fight us, and he would run fleets for us. But he never yelled at anyone. But I think he knew that he was like being hired to run fleets for a underskilled group of alliances. So he was just like,
I don't
whatever.
think
I think he was like, if we die or if we win or lose, I'm getting paid anyway. So I don't think he cared. But he didn't really yell at anybody.
Yeah, if you're ever bored, look at my biography on my character.
Yeah, Black Legion is one of the groups that I do have like, I'm not gonna say regrets because what the fuck's the point? But like, I wish I would have flown with them at some point. I've never experienced Elo Knight.
Yeah,
fleets.
I did fly with them for a year.
And I've only ever
after-
heard legends. You know,
It was before NC Dot. It was after I left Bastion, and I went and flew with Black Legion for a year. That was very fun. And then Elo quit, and then when Elo quits, Black Legion.
Yeah, that was the second time he quit. Yeah.
Yeah, this might have been like the third or fourth. This was like I think I was in
Maybe, yeah.
Black Legion ... or
Because
whatever.
when I joined MPX, you left like a
most
month
recent time
later.
in Vino.
When I came from Black Legion, you went to Black.
Yeah, I went to Black Legion. Well, Manic was there. I think Rain was flying up there, so I was like, yeah, I'll go fly with those guys. And it was fun. That was like that was kind of like when it was Munins online. I guess Elo Knight liked Munins regardless, but this is like when Munins were like the shit, and so it was like his heyday. And yeah, we just flew Munins all the fucking time, and it was really good. But yeah, and then he just after a year he just kind of stopped playing, and Black Legion just goes completely dormant when he's not there. So then I just kind of moseyed on over to NC Dot. Because Matterall convinced me to join NC Dot and then quit like a month later. I'm like, okay, all right, man.
What again?
I did. I was in Dice. So I was in Lady Scarlet. Lady Scarlet's fucking cool though. I like her.
She's a great person. Yeah. I've never flown with that group ever, but I've met her several times, and she's been nothing but super awesome every time I met her.
Yeah, CFIs are the new mutants. Like that's which I'm fine with. They're a fun ship. They're pretty cool, but they are very.
To me, it doesn't seem like the
go-to.
CFIs are as easy. They're less of an easy button than the mutants were. in my
I
opinion.
agree.
They're not as tanky.
And not only because of the T2 resist profile, but also the ADCs. But the difference being too that there's 3-ish ships that are fun, like counter ships that you can fly reasonably. That it wouldn't be like, why would you fly Ferox navies against that, or why would you do X, Y, or Z? It was like that. It's not the end all be all, which is important because if you weren't flying Munins, it was like, well, why weren't you? Because
Yeah,
there's not a lot of ships that fill the role in any sort of way like that was equitable, and
Yeah.
that's a problem.
The fact they don't have the ADCs
yeah.
makes me like. I don't. The mutants were. I mean, with the ADCs and yeah, like Simba was saying, like with the long range instant application of damage, made them super strong. Whereas like the CFIs, yeah, they're fast. They do a lot of damage like the mutants, but they're not quite as tanky, and they don't have the ADC. So like, you can bring CFI fleets out and. It's very
It's
likely
closer
you're
to
still
Sleipnir's,
yeah. It's like you're
which
still
is
gonna
fine.
lose. You're gonna lose ships. You're gonna kill ships. So it just makes the fights a lot more exciting.
But like Akra said, there are counters to it, right? And it's not like before with the mutants for the longest time. The only counter was the mutant FC fucked up.
Other mutants
Right.
or
Why would-
sometimes,
wasn't-
why would you
sometimes
have flown
eagles.
anything else?
It was like mutants with occasional eagle fleets. That's pretty much all
Yeah,
it
if
was.
you were
People
real
tried to counter
skillful.
every time. Yeah.
And but you had to be skillful. You had to have a lot of preparation, potentially for like eagles to actually go off in the way they should, or the way they potentially could, I guess.
Once again,
But, like-
competent fleet members. Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, and there's always a counter to everything, and that's the brilliance of some small gang punch above their weight groups, and that's one of the beautiful things about this game. But overall, like there was a stupid era, way too long of an era where it was like, why would you bring anything else? And that's happened multiple times over the age of the game. But yeah, Mutants was the most recent. Right now, I think we're in one of the best periods of the game.
Oh, yeah, there's such
as
a
far as
variety.
the meta, in that there's not any like why would anybody not fly X, Y, or Z? Is like there's a handful of good tools in the toolbox that could be fun.
Yeah.
And
Lokis are strong.
some of them,
CFIs
yeah,
are strong.
like-
Rokes are strong.
Lots
I mean,
of choices. Yeah. Ravens
yeah,
are using
there's
those, yeah.
way more choices than we've had in a long time
Yeah,
that
I
are
like-
reasonable choices.
And some of the choices are something
And
we
could
haven't
actually
seen in a
play
long
to
time,
like an
which is
FC
nice.
strength versus like why would you ever fly anything like as though every FC flew with the same skill set.
You get the
themselves.
occasional horde Raven fleet that comes in to like the big engagements. You're like, hell yeah, fucking Ravens. If Ravens
All sorts
are
of
like
crazy.
a fleet choice, I'm in.
Yeah, and I've seen goons do it
Yeah,
on
TFI,
plenty
yeah,
of occasions
Tempest.
with Ravens and things like that. Like just fun ships that maybe you have sitting like a stack of 1,000 back in the the warehouse. So it's like, let's go ahead and get these back out just to do something. But like, there's fun reasons to use those ships, and it's not ridiculous. To use
I
them.
wish the
The
Maelstrom would
Maelstroms
come
were
back.
fun. That was a fun day. Yeah.
Of all the battleships, I think the Maelstrom's my favorite. Even back like there was a time where Maelstrom fleets were the thing, but even back then, I don't think they didn't feel quite as strong. I
You
mean,
needed a lot of them.
yeah, like there was like
Yes,
the Baltecs were really strong in their in their time, the Megathrons, but
That was my favorite.
yeah, Baltecs were
battleship
fun, but
fleets,
it's like
yeah.
I like the Maelstrom, but I feel like it's just never been the big go-to. And
The
I
Navy
wish
APOC
I
days
wish
were
it
fun
would.
too.
Yeah,
They
like right
had a
now,
minute and it was fun.
Tempests are just like Tempest fleet issues are just.
They've spent a
why
while
would you
in
use
that
Maelstroms
position.
when you use those? But I
Yeah.
wish there was something happened with the meta to bring Maelstrom fleets back. I would love those things.
It'd be interesting if the T1 minerals started to drop in a significant way. I think you would see it more.
Well, that's one thing they did change. Is the price for
Like,
T1
that's-
battleships is going to come down.
There's
That's
just
a big
Navy
one.
battleships
much-
have taken a big step up because of the various different changes over the last couple of years, but I think there is still a hopefully reasonable place. And actually, we do still see it in like Roke fleets or a few others,
The
but
Raven
it's mostly
fleets, yeah.
Rokes.
Yeah, that's like
Well,
Well, I
Ropes.
guess
I
those
think
are the Navy Ravens anyway. No, you're right.
Ropes and
Sometimes Ravens,
TFIs
yeah.
are doing the role that the Maelstroms would
Yeah.
be. It's like Maelstroms might be a little tankier than not the Tempest fleet issues. So that's the thing. Like Tempest fleet issues, you get similar tank to the Maelstrom, similar damage, but they're faster. So
Thing
why
is,
would you
if
use
a
why
tech-
would you use a
if a tech
Maelstrom?
one- But if a Tech 1 Maelstrom costs you 500 million piece, and then the TFIs are 750,
Yeah,
why
but
not
that's
just
the
do
thing.
the
Is like
same
that's where
thing?
the Rokes
Yeah,
come
if
in.
you've got the numbers to throw at.
The Rokes are similar cost to a Maelstrom, and I think their damage application is better, and I think they're just about
I'm just
as
saying
tanky.
that the T1
so,
battleship prices have gotten so high, you might as well just get the Navy because it's not
Right.
that much more for a
Right,
lot
yeah.
better ship.
Yeah, so it's just like if
And-
you want, if you're willing to spend the more money, TFIs are a better option. But if you don't want to spend the money, Rokes are just better than Maelstroms right now too. So it's just like
I mean, but
Rokes,
there's
yeah.
there's something to be said for maybe trying to find a way to where you can make that a more visible stair step where
It's
it's
up
like
for
not
Lancer.
night and day between a 400 mil battleship and an 800 mil navy or faction battleship, but maybe like just a little bit more of a progression.
Yeah.
Like you're going up in tank or damage or agility or something. Hopefully balance wise.
Well, if it's
that's
double
big
the
trick, right?
cost,
To
if
balance.
it's double the cost, then the T1s they're a little bit more agreeable, right? They have a little bit more, like not want, desire for them is a little bit
Sure.
better if it's double the cost for the pirate. But when it's only a quarter or maybe less than a quarter or more, then it's like, what's the point? I get
Right.
why they're doing all these because it's
Well, and honestly, like Imperium is one of the groups that has shown some of those things the best over the years. I'll give them credit where I see reasonable. When it
it's
comes
hard
to
though,
like,
isn't it?
it is absolutely is. But when it comes to things like killing some of the keep stars in like NPC delve and things like that, they literally like found what's the most cost effective option that will do the thing, and then how can we just send in more trains, like just make a steady stream of Ravens, Rokes, whatever. And it's like that's part of the meta, right? Like that's a reasonable play style if you have the number advantage or something to where you can, if you don't, and that's really, Drayden lately has been flying with BFL. That's how you fly. Hey, maybe we fly 50 or 100 guys with Barguests or something because we'll fly against 150 or 200 or 300 in Rokes or Munins or whatever, and we'll be able to punch above our weight because of X, Y, or Z, innate factors of those ships types. But
also Faxes. That's when it came to like I don't think it's like OPSEC here since they've done it a bunch, but like when it came to like the Bargas or like the paladins or when the TFIs were getting used, it's like, all right, battleships dropping down and fleet engages and drop faxes. Like now we know the battleships won't die, so it's like, one of our
Unless the
battleships
capital
would
escalate.
one of our battleships
And
would be
then
worth like
fun.
3 or 4 of theirs, but the thing is we would kill half their fleet and they would kill maybe one of ours type of thing. So
Yeah, you guys are pretty much punks, which I mean, I get.
it was
'cause
pretty
you're on
much
my
it's like,
side, it's fine.
it's like all the fits were super blingy, and it's like, oh, this is a 3 billion-ish battleship fit.
You're
That's
flying a very efficient.
that's the main line. That's the main line. That's not even like it's like that's just like the standard DPS fit. Like that's what we're using. But that's the thing is like we'd have 150 dudes going against like a fleet of 250 plus another fleet of like 200. It's like if we brought regular T1 ships with T2 fits, we would all die. Like we would not be successful. So we kind of had to.
Well, the thing with the faxes, if you drop the
he's
faxes
making
in
them
a
the
space
victims.
where you can use them safely, they're a game changer. They're obviously a battle changer. But
Or
they're
small.
also, if you drop them somewhere where the other side's going to be able to do it the same and or get those fuckers, I mean, it sucks to lose them.
Well, it was funny because a lot of groups, especially up north, like Brave and some of the other groups would like be complaining with the B2 or B3 group that we were fighting up there. They would complain that it's like, oh, you guys you always drop faxes, pussies. You always have to drop faxes. Like, you guys have faxes, you drop them too. You're bringing the same battleships. You just not like.
Well, it depends on where they.
But they wouldn't drop the
I was gonna
faxes
say,
because
that's
they
the
knew
fun.
that they knew that if they dropped the faxes, we got a whole capital wing ready to drop on those, and then if they'd had to, then they'd have to bring their capital wing, and then we had more capitals ready
They
to go on
have
top
to,
of those.
to
so
weigh
it's-
in their mind whether it's worth going against PL,
Yeah.
Ital, or whatever. With
so like
capitals on
we had
field.
the capital backup
And
to
that
make it to where
goes
we
a
can
long
bring
way.
the faxes, but you can't, because we will win that cap fight. So
Not necessarily, but
Well, not
you'll
necessarily,
believe we
but-
will
Well, it
enough
depends on
times
where
that
it's at,
we
right? Yeah.
we often will.
Here's the thing, though. It's almost
yeah,
like
there's-
we know those things.
You guys are
Yeah.
ticker tanking, like that's a thing. But
Oh,
you've,
it is.
you've done that for years on end. Like that is a thing.
when
for an
Imperium
important
came
reason.
as well, we didn't have the caps. I mean, there was a few.
Oh, of
I mean, there was
course.
those big cap fights that happened, and that was where both sides
Right.
were willing to
That's when
slam it down.
the rest
but,
of the coalition showed up. But that's
But
that's
if-
not something you had on a bat phone the whole time.
right.
You
Yeah.
know, that
So
was literally people pinging every possible place and people like heading home from work because I was in 4S. And
Yeah.
it was like, is the battle still happening? Like, fuck, I'm almost home, whatever, I'm almost off. And
Yeah. But in
get there,
today's
you
Eve,
load in and you fight for a few hours.
in today's Eve, PL's ticker isn't as intimidating as it once was.
Oh, certainly not.
no. I mean, it's
It,
more-
it
it's
still
more-
would go a long way against the Brave, and no offense to
There's
Brave folks.
there's a lot
but
of
it
like
is what it
really
is.
experienced pilots in PL, but the numbers just aren't there. So I mean, even in BFL, like 2/3 to 3/4 of the people in
They-
those fleets is all Horde. So it's
Which is fine because the part of the machine that works is like that you can drop the hammer. It just takes coordination and efforts and things like that, which is something that PL is famous for. They put the tools in place to make the dominoes go correctly if it works out, and they don't get egg on their face often. So
And at
they,
one
they
point,
either
definitely have
don't
the
do
leadership
it
in
or
place,
they
right?
make it work out pretty well.
They've also not always, but in the past, and I mean probably even now, they have the people who are competent to lead those fleets, right?
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
And that's a
100%.
big thing. If some groups have got like 1 or 2 guys that can do the capitals, but then if they're FCing something
Not
else,
around,
now
right.
that's not an option anymore. When
Yeah.
you know that X and Y are your 2 capital FCs and they're engaged in subcap shenanigans, you know, right? Well, they're
That's
not going
fair.
to drop capitals because their FCs. And,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, like
that's what-
there's Horde
There's
FCs
a lot of
that'll
people
run
in
BFL stuff,
groups.
but like I mean, if it's pretty much like sometimes even in US time zone, but pretty much if it's a EU time zone fleet, 99% chance Headliner's running that thing, and Headliner is an incredibly talented FC. Like he's very very fucking good at running shit. But I mean, there's other really good FCs.
Are you worried about getting kicked? You've been
It sounds like
stroking
he's-
headliner a
No.
lot lately.
It sounds
No,
like
I'm
he's
just saying.
slicking
Like,
up a
I'm
bit,
just saying
doesn't
he
he?
is
Did
like
you do? What did you
he's-
do?
No, he's the main EU FC for BFL, and he is very good. Like,
If you did this show without mentioning him, like, do you think it?
Well, you're not going to be able to do it anymore. You'd be kicked off.
I get kickbacks every time I use the name. So, but I'm saying
But do you
there's-
think he'd be offended?
Oh, it's like 100 million ish. How much you get?
But you guys were just talking about how like with whether PL has like competent leadership. So I was saying yeah, like for FCs. That's why I brought that up.
Well, the other FCs, can you name them all?
Uh,
Why don't you write them down and send it to me? Tell me where they're based.
Your leadership already knows your FC. Like, I mean,
I know,
Muskie leads a lot of fleets in Securitas. I'm not going to say more than that probably because I don't want to like name like other FCs. But like, I mean, those two, like Imperium knows those guys.
There's a good chance we have a spy in PL. Maybe one. I don't know.
At least
Probably only one.
No
maybe
less
half.
than no less than
No
12.
less than 12.
No less than 12 PL spy.
Yeah, there you
which
go.
Which is an era I saw
That's
from the
true,
outside
Sim.
in which I was
That's funny,
inside.
Sim.
Yeah, I'm building up to make sure that when I pop that shitty bubble, I don't get yelled at as hard.
Wait, all we need is a dictator. You got to do it. You got to do it. Oh man. Okay, but remember, I told
Here's the
how great
thing,
you are.
Just like anchor
Nerve
up.
Viking, because I assume you're still here.
Yep.
You should fly the Saber. You should never look back. It is one of the most fulfilling ships you will ever
It's a
see.
very I love the idea of dictators.
But for a
and I
new
need to
player,
fly
it
them.
is a skill point intensive thing because you got to have
It
what,
can be, yeah.
It's Tech
gravimetric
2.
something or other to 5.
I feel like
That's a long
Drayden
train.
demonized the Dictor, and I want to bring it back a little bit because it's one of the most pivotal ships in the game, which is why it is the most flown / lost / whatever ships. in
I'm
the
just
game.
very focused on being like
The Saber facilitates dinner 70% of the time. Maybe not. That's
yeah. Like if I'm flying on my own or in a small group, I'm like fuck it, I'll do whatever. Fuck. But it's like when it's like serious go time, I'm like I want to make sure I know what I'm doing. So like that wouldn't be that.
I
You
agree
learn
with
as you
you,
go.
Ackroth. But you've been saying a lot of fucking
You
really
fucking
smart
learn
shit
as you
tonight.
go sometimes.
Yeah. But also it's like I mean it honestly it doesn't really matter because I just fly Logi because I like
I've
Logi.
never
but
had more satisfaction outside of the Saber, but Logi was my close second.
I love Logi.
When you're
and
coming back
I
from
enjoy it.
battles and people are like, holy shit, thank you, Logi. Like, there's no way that should have worked out. And it's like, yeah, I was putting out fires like playing fucking whack-a-mole. Like, you're welcome, but also like not even in like a stroke my ego way. Like that shouldn't have worked, but I was playing whack-a-mole really well, and we killed more than they killed and walked away from it or whatever. However it works out. It's just flying Logi is very gratifying. It doesn't show up on a kill board, so
Yeah, see,
in
now
my
I'm
opinion,
a slutty whore. I like my kills.
Logi is an upper tier of gratification, which is at some point you rise above kill boards. I don't expect anybody to do it any quicker than anybody else, but like at some point you will, because it's like I played the game for a while and like I'm not gonna have to use that as a resume anytime soon or anything. Like they either believe I'm competent or not, or like fuck them and who cares, or like there's lots of reasons. But in the early eras, it's like there was reasons to take care of your kill board to show that you know how to fly things or just didn't die too much or knew how to kill things, whatever.
Yeah,
My Pravi days ruined me for Logi. I flew in a CVA fleet and Guardians, and we had like 30 some Guardians. It was a huge fleet. 30 some Guardians.
None of
and
them linked up for cap transfer.
Oh my! The
Cap
FC was
transfer
so
bummer.
terrible. Like within the first 5 minutes of battle, all the Guardians were dead because he kept. I don't know. He was like warping us different places and shit. We landed, die, landed. It was like, oh, I was so mad by the time I was done with that. I was like, I'm out of here.
Once cap chains are rough. I
hate
like
cap chains.
the cap chains
And
where
I
you just have
love Logi.
one cap transfer, where you just gotta like send it one way. I think those are easier. And if you can get the fit right to where you have enough cap to be stable with just the one large transfer or something, I like that better because it's a lot easier to manage. Because like if you have like one up going up and one going down, and then like 3 people die here, it's like trying to get people to reorganize their cap chains in the middle of like a high octane
asinine.
fight. It's like everyone's just gonna start running a cap. The reps are gonna fall off. People are gonna die, and it's all over. But
Here's my problem with Logi.
it's a lot easier
is
just like,
I'm
oh,
kind
this
of a
guy died.
vindictive
Send
dick,
it one down.
and I hold grudges. So if you piss me off, I'm not going to rep you because I fuck that guy. He looked at me wrong. He's not. getting
That's
reps.
not uncommon in the Logi.
I hope it is.
That
What do
is
you
very
mean?
common in the Logi world.
Is it really? That sucks.
Yeah,
I was
Absolutely it is.
joking.
There's a lot of that in the Logi. I'm not gonna say a lot, but there's definitely that in the Logi
There's
world.
some of
I've
that
seen
in
it for
Logi.
years and years and years, where people are like, "You being an asshole right now?" Like, okay, like I usually fly Logi. You won't get that on the next fleet, and like you start to see it manifest. It's
I
like,
kind
oh,
of like
a
the
lot of people don't like that guy anymore. A lot of people don't rep that guy when he broadcasts, and like it is a thing.
Freelancer, why does CCP hate you? You said CS kill board. CCP
Oh.
killed him. It's fine.
I like kind of the I mean the logic where you don't have to worry about cap chains as much. I mean like the scimitar
Yeah,
is good, but
Scimitar's
also
the best logic.
Logi Loki is awesome.
I
It
never well,
reps
it
fucking
sounds cool.
it reps hard, and you don't need I mean you have to manage your cap. It's not stable, but it's like you can it's kind of like a scimitar.
They seem pretty potent.
Yeah. But the other the Zarmaz is really fun if you're like in an armor fleet where you can bring a Zarmaz and
what an
you
awful
just,
logic.
You just have a couple like a cap charger on there, and or a cap like a injector. It's very that's
Right
a
now,
fun.
I've
I
seen
love
AT.
the Zarmaz.
You can't lie to me about what the Zarm
Yeah, they did.
The Zarm
Definitely
is
not.
a cool
I don't think
ship,
that's
though.
a good fucking place for them. It just. What I mean, obviously, I'm not an expert, but
there's
they don't
times
seem
where
to
the
do
Zarm
shit
is
in
really
AT.
strong in the
I
AT.
fly with clowns.
So-
They don't preempt my needs.
I hate to derail everything, but I remember what I was going to say to you, Akroth.
Oh, what is it?
When we were talking about you thought you could steal from the new moon drill thing, I think what you were thinking about was the fact that they're easy to kill. That was their little niche thing. It wasn't that you could steal from them. They were easy to kill, and then, or once you reinforce them, everything that's inside is trapped inside. That was their
So,
little thing. I think
I
that's what
do
you're thinking of.
vaguely recall that as well. I do remember them being like, "Hey, people will bash them." Like that mentality or that thought
Yeah.
process being like, "Oh, well, it sounds like they're going to be pretty easy, like almost like Anziblexes, beacons, whatever. Like you can do it and come back within a few hours, not like a 12 or 24 or 72 hours."
Well, I
know,
don't know
like
about
some
that, yeah.
structures. I'm just saying, like, so they're in Eve currently we have medium, large, and extra large citadels.
Correct,
Everything
yeah.
is based on Upwell, Citadel, whatever, that sort of technology right now. Right, it's moving that way. We don't have small, but people have kind of classified small as Anziblexes. God, whatever beacon?
Sino Beacon and
Yeah, the handful of structures that anchor in like an hour or less, and they reinforce for a day or less. Those kind of things. That's the small.
I think
class,
technically Mobile Depot.
even if
small,
we
right?
didn't make it that.
No, those are deployables.
Okay. I thought they were
Yeah,
small.
but like an like he's in like Ansiblex, the observatories. It would be neat to
They're
have
all
like
meta
a
versus kind of thing.
yeah. It would be neat to have a small citadel that was like dockable, but kind of like an Astrus, but
Even smaller.
yeah, even smaller and
Like a
maybe
like a post
Or
tower?
even more vulnerable.
more vulnerable, more small, more smaller, smaller. But
More
maybe
smallish.
you can only bring smaller ships in. Like it's like
Yeah.
I can't remember.
It could be fun, and people have talked about that.
Can
for
you
sure.
even dock
Like, I've seen
capitals
that.
in Astrus? I don't know if you can.
No.
Freighters, I think, is it. Like freighters and jump freighters, right? You
Yeah,
can't
that's
you
it.
can't dock a
Right.
tread in there and stuff, right?
You could only undock them from. You could asset safety them out of it. Or,
Yeah, but like, what if you had like a small dockable citadel that like cruiser and
basically
smaller or
acted like
something?
a POS or something that you could base
Yeah.
a small group of
Almost
people
like a
out of,
super
but you
carrier or
weren't
Titan
doing
or
like a
something, yeah.
capital.
Yeah, make it like a POS. I
escalation.
mean, they want to eventually get rid of POSes, and once they get rid of POSes, there should be like a very because like an Astrahus
They'll
is
never get rid
like
of
pretty
I think they
cheap to drop one down, but it's less. Like
They
you don't
can.
use Astrahuses like you did POSes. POSes were something you could cheap, easy, you could throw down.
Which is what the
wherever.
medium
That's what I think
structures
they should be
feel like
used
they
for, yeah.
could be, actually.
They feel like they could
Is
be.
is fairly disposable day or two structures that like they would be easy to get rid of.
Yeah, I
Like
feel
even a mobile depot, if you reinforce it, it's like 2 or so days before you can come back, and it's like the chance that someone stowed something away in a mobile depot is, I'm gonna say, in the fractions of a % chance ever. It does happen. Like there's a purpose for them, and that serves a purpose for them. But most of the time, when you would ever come across one, like that's not the case.
Yeah, I would say like
depots are a folly for it's not a treasure chest to come back to. But people do because it's 2 days later and you set up a
yeah,
reinforcement time.
the small ones though, you like an Astra who still has a shield, armor, and hull timer or structure.
Well, two
or is it
timers,
maybe?
but yes.
Yeah, I mean, like you have to get through the shield reinforce, armor reinforce, and then you kill it. Whereas like maybe make a small one
No.
where it's
Just 2 now.
what did they get rid of
On medium structures, Astra House, Athenor, Ritaru.
I must have missed
It's
that
just
one.
2 timers. That was during Siege Green. It was about 2 years
Oh,
ago. Let's
fuck,
say.
Shit.
They changed because that's the thing is medium structures started to take over the role of posses
Yeah.
of a very casual structure that Johnny down the street could afford, and just about anybody could
Alright,
afford
well-
if they wanted to. But it was like it shouldn't be a long-term or hard to remove structure. So instead of having 3 full timers, those sort of structures get 2 timers. You go through the shields and the armor in one, and then you show back up for the hull.
Yeah, I mean, I have somebody else, but I generally don't pay. Like when it's a structure shoot, and like I said, I usually fly Logi, and so like I don't even shoot the structure. I just like land there. It's like, all right, wake me up if someone needs reps. Like, because normally that's the shit thing. Flying Logi on a structure shoot, it's like you don't even get the satisfaction of shooting the thing. You just fucking sit there and wait. And then if it's an uncontested structure shoot, you just like wait until it's like, all right, we're done. Warp here. It's like, fuck, all right, just.
So
sat
you
there for an
never
hour.
do drones, like combat drones. You just You
I
bring the
usually
right
just
drone.
bring rep drones, but there's a lot of times where we're shooting it from, it's out of, if we're shooting it with stuff that's like out like 780 kilometers, like that's out of drone range. But also there's times where it's like you'll land and it's like shoot the structure, but don't the FC will be like don't put drones out, keep drones in.
Well, especially if there's a POS, right?
Well, even if they're not using that, sometimes there's like the drone damage is going to be
POS? No, that's not
negligible.
what
We're
it's
gonna
called.
hit the damage cap without the drones, and there's no reason to have a cloud of drones out there that it's chance of people leaving that shit behind, having to wait for them to be pulled back into warp somewhere. So it's just like we don't need the drones. So now, I mean, if it's gonna be like if you're hitting the whole time and you're gonna get a kill mail, they'll be like, okay, you can pour some drones out there at the end, but they're like, we don't need it for the damage on the structure, so don't bother putting them out. So.
I think
Most
bosses
regular
could take
drones
the fucking place of the
tower.
small citadels. Just that'd be a good thing. Just kind of tweak them a bit and use them. Something that's not not meant to be permanent. You know what I mean? Like it'd be good for like throwing the down real quick when you're deploying or whatever. You're like moving in enemy territory, easy to do.
The downside with those is the mechanics is so vastly different in the respects of
Well, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Tweak them a little bit, make them a
how
little
you can put
closer. than
fences
the
on
other
a
ones.
boss, but a structure that is worth more and has a ton more function and like I don't know, just
If you want
quality of
something
life
small and quick, you
doesn't
don't want to have a lot of
any
function.
defensibility.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm saying like you could throw up a Rataru in 24 hours if you're not in someone else's sovereignty. Like the anchor time is 24 hours
Oh, okay,
on those kind of structures. If you're trying to use it as a beachhead or something, like it suffers from SOV benefits for whoever you're invading or whatever.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Or if you're in your own SOV, like it's much quicker than if you anchored it with your alt alliance who didn't own the SOV, that kind of thing. But long story short, it's about a 24-hour timer, let's say, which is much longer than a POS. Absolutely, 100%. And a POS, the utility that can provide, even just the bubble of a POS is huge. It's huge. It's basically tether. It's huge. That being said, POS is much cheaper, and POS actually with more effort involved, which I guess I'll give you if you wanted to like argue the
Putting guns on it, I mean, stuff like that.
right, yeah, like if you want to argue the effort involved, like whether it's worth it or something, like you spend less, but it punches harder, like you make it up in sweat equity almost kind of thing. Like
I
if
guess in
you
my
spend
mind,
the
I'm
time to
thinking
anchor
using
all the
them.
structures than to defend itself.
Yeah, but I guess
But-
I'm thinking using it as a beachhead is purely defensive, not like no guns on it. You're just using it to get a spot where you can sit for a bit till you move on to your next place. If you're till I don't know, but you're right. They're just not designed for that, and they're so
I mean,
different.
both of those things can do that role in different ways. If you're moving through LoSec, trying to move your Titan or something, feel free to put up your own POSes in various places. Cool.
How big is a Rataru package though?
I'm not the person to profess that to you. I'm pretty sure 4,000 M3, so like blockade runner size.
Okay, so not
You
crazy.
could
You
deploy
don't need
them
a
in
crazy
various
big ship to
places.
get it. Yeah.
But to deploy one is a vastly different topic, right? Because you're talking a 24-hour anchor time in LoSec, let's say. Whereas a POS,
Where
you
it's
could
super
have up
vulnerable
in,
for that whole 24 hours.
you could
right?
have up
Yeah.
in maybe 30 minutes, 15 minutes. You could put up a small tower in about 15 minutes that literally could save, be the difference between life or death for a Titan. But a medium
good
citadel
point, yeah.
does not fill that role in that moment, It could eventually. It could also get hazed by whoever the fuck lives in that LoSec or wherever you are, but like they're vastly different roles, and that's why I'm like I don't I wish we could replace them. Obviously, I know from just lore and memes that postcode is intertwined within the various mechanics of our game, and I don't think POS can completely disappear on
They've
a
been
100% level.
slowly but surely replaced. I mean,
They're
Well,
getting reduced, but
isn't-
that's what I'm
isn't-
saying. Is
isn't it,
when we're
like,
talking about
mostly
something like a
removed at this
small
point?
structure, like
Well, you can still anchor a
POS
POS.
are not replaced.
yeah, well, I don't mean POS themselves. I mean like the POS code. Isn't like the vast majority of the POS code pretty
Yeah,
much like phased out of the
that's a
game at this
joke.
point?
I don't think so,
That's a
actually.
joke. The Postcode thing is not. I mean, because
And
those.
do you think it is? Because they
Yeah, it's
broke
not-
the belts and they haven't been able to bring them back for like half of SOV. That's the
but
thing.
they've been working
if
on-
if it was just like a 1 or a 0, none of the systems in nullsec would have asteroid belts. But in reality, like a third of them don't, which is like some fucking weird nuance of postcode that they fucked around with, they couldn't figure out, and that's a big part of various aspects.
It's fair.
Yeah, but I thought
you're not
there's-
wrong. I guess calling it Postcode to
going
me
all the
seems
way-
like it's just a name. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, going,
yeah,
going
and
all
I
I'm sure
the-
there's
that,
more
like,
to
it's
it than
fair.
just Postcode, right?
I was like going
I'm
all the way
sure
back to
that's fair.
Citadel, like the Citadel expansion, like when they first came out with the Citadel. I was like, I thought that they've been slowly but surely like finding, essentially like creating their own extra stuff outside of the POS code and like incorporating things into it because their goal was they want to get rid of it eventually. They know that they can't just get rid of it because it's so intertwined through all kinds of other shit, but they're slowly. I thought they've been working
Yeah.
through it for like the last like 4 or 5 years, and
I think in some
But
ways
they've pretty
they
much
have.
taken away almost all the modules you can
Right.
put on it. Not
Yeah.
all of them,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
most of them.
They
yeah.
basically did. Yeah.
yeah, but it's not just the structures. The POS, the
took all
POS
the industry
code was
aspects.
interwoven through all the rest of the game. It wasn't just dealing with
Right.
those structures themselves. It was
But
like
there's-
No, that's
through
what I was
all
trying to
kinds of
say.
stuff,
POS
yeah.
code is like, I think it's more complicated than just POSes. That
Yeah.
whole
Well,
code, they
sure,
involve
and I
that
think
stuff
that-
too. Yeah, yeah.
That's
It's
like
just
the
fun,
colloquial
I
phrase
suppose,
or
yeah.
whatever.
It's like Kleenex
right,
instead
right.
of yeah.
Exactly.
It wasn't
So,
like a
I
bunch
think
of the
they've
devs
come a
that worked
long
on
way
it don't
for
work
that.
there and didn't document anything. So it's just a lot of the POS
But
code,
there's-
like the devs that are there now are like,
Well, didn't he die?
There's
the guy
sadly
who
not
wrote
a
that?
function for just the
I don't
short
think
term
that-
temporary thing
Yeah, I
that
think one of the guys that wrote the original code got in a car wreck and died, and didn't
Oh.
no one understood his notes.
hard to say.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that's a thing.
I don't know. We'll have to have Darwin. Like, hey, what is the deal with POS code, by the way?
Why is it so terrible, and how come you haven't conquered it yet?
It's just
I
gonna
like POSes.
he's
I don't
just
want.
gonna-
I know you've had your sword for at least a week. How long does it take to slash through this sort of code?
Yeah, and he's gonna have to like blink twice, and need help, and
Yeah, we gotta be cool.
That's
the,
funny.
the,
Yeah.
the CCP
Don't fuck
NDA police will be behind him.
Right. I hate to be the bitch.
Yeah, no,
but
I
I've got to go to. I got to get up in the morning and go to a football game. So
I was gonna
I'm gonna
say-
call it a night.
get off an hour and a half.
I love the
ago,
fact
but-
that a whole bunch of people showed up, and I love Symbiotes and Freelancer and
had a great-
Drakenhoff, and there's other people. Oh,
A lot of
Mm.
people are saying this is one of our best shows.
Was it?
yeah, I think it is.
I
I
keep
feel
up with
like
a
it was.
lot of diverse.
I mean, we kept Akaroth like 2 hours longer than he wanted to stay.
Ah, damn.
That's absolutely true. I should have been asleep 3 hours ago.
Should probably read somewhere, right?
I absolutely should. That's just community. You got to give back. Where would we be if not for these other people? I don't know who they are.
You know what? Where would they be if not for us?
Exactly, and it's symbiotic.
We got symbiotes here. So there
Where
we go.
would we
We're
be
good
if
to
we
go.
couldn't hug each other and work together
Who
and feel
are
good about ourselves?
we reading?
Open Comms has the least amount. Nope, Bad Larry does.
He said, "Raid open comms. They're low.
Open Comms. Yeah, look at them. They
raid
look
them.
pathetic.
Should we raid Udama Scout?
That seems unnecessary."
Everyone's got to know what's
Let's-
happening in
let's
that
give it a
system, though. It's
We got
important.
XD8859. He's got 10 people working on partner.
Let's see what we got.
We've-
God, there's
we've
some
rated him
large
before, okay.
viewership.
Yeah,
Here's the thing,
there's-
Drayden. You've been leaving a lot of LB's wrong stream descriptions, and they say drops way at the back of it. Nobody knows we even have drops at this point.
Oh.
You got to move it up to the
We
front,
did,
brother.
yeah.
They're on, though.
Come on.
There's no drop campaign going on right now, but yeah, I mean,
There absolutely is.
There is.
There
We
is.
were getting
For a
drops
skin we talked
tonight.
about earlier. Yeah. Look at your thing. I bet you got one.
It's fine. It's fine. He's MPL now. He's basically retired.
no,
I
it
get
says.
that. You are
um,
dementiaed. You're
Oh,
geriatric.
thanks for
I
the
get-
resub, freelancer. No, this reward is no longer available. This reward is no longer available. Oh wait,
Yeah,
that's for
exactly.
The,
See that?
Hold on,
Symbiote.
that's not
Said-
even. Hold on, that's not even EVE Online. What the fuck
Do
is
you
that?
not squall, Drayden?
Poor Fear Shield Chain Sword. What the fuck game is that?
It's one of the most powerful new ships.
The Squall Mababoo skin.
I have claim
Mababoo
now.
E skin. Yeah.
It's got a friggin' ticker tape like the stock market.
We
It's
talked
fucking
about
cool.
it a bunch. Yeah.
It's fucking cool. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's on you. But I like it. And
Yeah, no,
they're
I
giving
got
it
it.
away
I
on the
got it.
drop
I had
campaign.
it.
And you're lying.
Drakenhof Queen's Gambit
you
is
don't have
great. I watched that.
Let's see.
Drayden recommends Ring of Power series. He thinks it's just fantastic.
I'll probably watch some Lord of the Rings tonight, but more of the
I've been
editions from
what I
Lord of the
have
Rings.
started watching, which
I
is
watch those
actually
a lot
interesting.
also.
It's a show on Prime right now. It's called From.
It's great. I've watched it.
It's
Yeah.
good. I'm like halfway through the first season. It's in the. I think there's a
The
second
third
season.
season's coming out soon, right?
Third season's
Yeah.
coming out in like a month or something like that. It's good. It's like a horror show. It's
weird. Yeah. I like the guy, the main character dude. He was on Lost.
Oh yeah. Are you talking about the sheriff?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I like the sheriff. Yeah.
I don't like horrors. I love
Sheriff Boyd. Yeah.
Have you guys watched Vox Machina?
I've never heard.
I've watched a. I've watched
Is
a
it-
couple.
Is it anime?
It's
It's
the
a
D&D
story.
group.
It's an anime that's a story about the Critical Role guys.
Yeah,
Their
I
first
watched that. It was
campaign.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw some of the first season.
They made an anime series of it, and there's 2
Freelancer's
seasons
got
out
space
for
news
it.
for you.
Yeah, I haven't seen all of it.
Oh, we
but,
talked about that tonight, Freelancer. Moon, the Mandy Moon.
Oh, Drayden taught us some science about that. You'll have to watch the VOD.
I spaced
what
off.
science?
I didn't know the thing tonight.
Oh, like the moon. Yeah, I didn't even know about that.
Drayden, don't you speak another word.
You need to hurry up and
VOD.
raid somebody.
We need these replays. Otherwise, we'll never get
See,
you
I
to
can't wait.
Fanfest.
I'm
Do we want to raid Badman
Yes.
Larry?
Or
And Jerry?
Morty,
Absolutely.
Morty
those guys are
Snurd.
delightful.
we raided Elena once. We raided XD once.
I'm just saying, if you do Yudama, you're not doing anybody huge favors. You're doing some people minor favors, but
Yeah. What about XD? 8859.
I mean, they
He's
seem
working toward
nice,
partner, and
I
he needs
guess.
40 people.
Yeah, drop it in on that.
I think didn't we raid him once before? We were gonna. Maybe we did somebody else. I don't remember. He was like on the list last time.
Hard to say.
No, I'm saying it. We were. I did say it. Wasn't that hard?
I'm just saying it was hard for you to say, though. I think.
It was actually. Shut up.
Wait, what was his name? It was XD88. What?
Drops are on working towards partner. Yeah, look at that. And it's family friendly. Oh, what a guy.
Oh, make
Or
sure
gal.
everybody here remember that family friendly.
Penis.
That's important. Hey, penis is important for the family too.
You know what? That's science, right?
Families don't work without penis. I don't know how it works. I'm
Dominic's job relays on penis.
It is.
Dominic's life revolves around the penis. That's fine.
Yeah.
He everybody deserves an income.
All right, raid's been created.
I'd like to find a job where I work 20 hours and get paid for 40. Oh, wait a minute. I got that job.
What the fuck? Did I work?
Maybe
50?
if you work with like bigger penises where you can claim twice the hours. I don't
That's
know
not a
how
bad
it works.
idea. All the Dutch.
Or is it smaller
You ain't Dutch yet
penises
much,
where you
according
say
to-
it was twice as difficult?
I worked
I-
50
I don't
hours this
know.
week. Got paid for 40.
That's
I work
your problem,
21.
dude. Blame your brother.
No,
He's a funny.
You're being exploited.
Yeah.
a little bit.
It's almost like child labor because you're his brother, right?
Yeah.
Little kid brother labor.
Fuck. All right, I'm gonna set the raid. All right, thanks everybody for hanging
Thanks,
out.
guys.
We'll be
yeah,
back.
we really do appreciate it.
We'll be
We're
back next
dumb.
week.
We're dumb and hard to listen to. So there you go.
Yeah, we'll be back next week. See you then.
If you made it this far, you're a real trooper. Love you
You
guys.
are a real trooper. 5'2" on a good day.
All right, raid is through.